Chapter 12:17 If you're done. It's my turn. For Wang Ting felt like cursing. He believed that the dark apparitions placed their attention on him because of General Dart's shout. Why can't you let me execute my battle technique fully before shouting? Look, you have increased the difficulty for me for nothing. Of course, he knew that the dark apparitions would notice him once the battle technique became stronger, but he still felt irritated. Stop them! General Dart shouted with a change in his expression. Actually, he didn't need to speak. All the martial warriors who saw the scene zoomed over to stop the dark apparitions. They couldn't execute their full potential because of the poisonous dust, making them frustrated. Wang Ting was their only hope. They wouldn't allow the dark apparitions to destroy their hope. Boxen OVL. COM Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Good. The other martial warriors weren't as irritating as General Dart. He didn't dare to let down his guard and sped up the execution of the dragon wing tornado. It would be troublesome if a few dark apparitions came to disturb him. Actually, the intensity of the dragon wing tornado was enough to sweep through a sizable area. However, Wang Ting wanted to blow all the dark venom dust on the battlefield away. He still needed to expand the tornado a few times. He continued. Swoosh. The gale became increasingly violent. The tornado circled all the way into the air, linking heaven and earth. The clouds in the sky and the sand below flew into the tornado. It was a magnificent scene. The martial warriors and dark apparitions around the tornado had retreated. They didn't care to get close to it. They felt terrifying energy from the tornado. If they were swept inside, they would be chopped into pieces. The low-tier Devil Emperor roared. He forcefully broke free from the martial warrior's blockage and came 100 meters away from Wang Ting. He wielded his black batleax and chopped it down in Wang Ting's direction. Be careful, General Dart warned. Unfortunately, no one could stop this axe glow. This wasn't the result everyone expected. They were about to succeed. Would they fail at the last step? They stared at the dark black axe glow hurling toward Wang Ting, but they couldn't do anything. Many martial warriors screamed due to the sense of helplessness. Die! The devil armor dark apparition sneered. Move! A sharp glint shot out of Wang Ting's eyes. A sword appeared in his hand and he slashed it down. The God-Slayer sword scripture. Slaying God. A dazzling sword glow emerged. Sword aura erupted and swept through the sky. The sword glow and the black axe glow crashed amid a loud explosion. Boom! The deafening explosion seemed to have caused a standstill in time. The sword glow and the black axe glow shattered simultaneously. How's this possible? The devil armor dark apparition was in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. Everyone was flabbergasted. They stared at the sky in a daze. Wang Ting was just a celestial stage martial warrior. How could he block the attack of a low-tier devil emperor? This didn't make sense. Peggy and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that Wang Ting was powerful, but they still felt nervous about him. After seeing how Wang Ting blocked the dark apparition's attack, they finally understood that their worry was useless. Wang Ting didn't execute his full potential and resisted the low-tier Devil Emperor's attack in his haste. This meant that he was more powerful than normal Cosmos stage martial warriors. What was his limit? Although they were curious, they wouldn't know the answer. When did he become so strong? Dichi muttered to himself. He couldn't calm down. He was the direct descendant of the Cavendish family, someone with a high talent and superior family background. He was always better than others, but he lost to Wang Ting. He only experienced this feeling of failure in front of a few true geniuses of the empire. Those geniuses? Dichi looked at Wang Ting's back. He could imagine him standing beside those talents. He shook his head. The astonishment in his eyes was apparent, and his expression was complex. On the other side, General Dart heaved a sigh of relief. Bewilderment appeared in his eyes too. Wang Ting's capabilities exceeded his expectations. He withstood a low-tier Devil Emperor's attack with his Celestial Stage ability. No wonder he could steal the Devil Ovum the previous time. He didn't witness the fight between Wang Ting and the Dark Apparition at that time and only knew he had a domain. But this time, he saw the fight personally. Wang Ting made it look simple. He remembered how Wang Ting badly tormented the two Devil Armor Dark Apparitions who guarded the Devil Ovum. Wang Ting stood tall and straight in the sky with a terrifying tornado swirling around him. He stared emotionlessly at the Devil Armor Dark Apparition in front. His voice floated out slowly. "Are you done?" The Devil Armor Dark Apparition's heart pounded. He had a bad feeling. "If you're done, it's my turn." Wang Ting didn't give him any reaction time. He pushed his hands forward. Boom! The terrifying tornado moved forward with an earth-trembling bang. The Devil Armor Dark Apparition howled in anger while retreating unconsciously. However, he couldn't be faster than the wind. The humongous tornado swept the Devil Armor Dark Apparition in. The Devil Armor Dark Apparition struggled frantically, trying to break free from the tornado. A frightening suction force exploded and dragged him back, forcefully pulling him into the tornado. The Devil Armor Dark Apparition spun uncontrollably. Cracks started to appear on its tough armor. Crack! The next instant, the Devil Armor burst apart and turned into numerous broken pieces. They floated in the tornado. A scream of pain was heard, but it was quickly swallowed by the tornado. Then, the tornado swept through the battlefield with unstoppable momentum. Under Wang Ting's control, the dark venom dust in the air got sucked in. Chapter 12:18 Run. Hurry up and run. 1. On the battlefield, a tornado that was almost 8,000 meters tall barged forward. It was like an unstoppable giant. A violent suction force erupted, and the surrounding dark venom dust was pulled into the tornado as it merged with it. The originally green tornado turned jet black at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was extremely depressing and terrifying. The martial warriors from the military had already retreated. They didn't dare to approach it. They could still vividly remember the scene when the low-tier Devil Emperor was pulled into it. The thought of it made them shudder in fear. Only the low-tier Dark Apparitions didn't know how to dodge it. They were instantly sucked into the tornado and ground into pieces. Under Wang Ting's control, the tornado swept toward the Dark Apparitions with higher intelligence who were escaping, taking the opportunity to kill them. He finally executed his big move and couldn't just let them go like this. Of course, the Devil Moth Dark Apparitions were the most important. They were the source. If not eliminated, it wouldn't matter how much dark venom dust was siphoned away. It would still be released continuously. Boom! The tornado swept toward the Devil Moth Dark Apparitions. Boxen OVL. COM. The Devil Moth Dark Apparitions scattered away like mice and didn't dare to stop at all. They flapped their wings and fled in panic. They looked pitiful. The Devil Moth Dark Apparitions weren't slow. With their lives being threatened, they naturally ran at their fastest. A group of Devil Moth Dark Apparitions flew away into the distance. But the tornado was swift as well. As it swept toward them, a powerful suction force pulled the slower Devil Moth Dark Apparitions into it. They were crushed into bits before they could even let out any noise. The martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire's military were overjoyed when they saw the scene. Good. Hell yeah, kill all those Devil Moth Dark Apparitions. On the other hand, the Wind Element martial warriors exchanged glances. They found this technique a bit familiar. Now that it was fully formed, they were finally able to confirm it. It was clearly the famous Dragon Wing Tornado that their late comrade possessed. It was exactly the same. It was just that this tornado was much more horrifying than the deceased martial warriors. Their comrade had used it a few times, and the tornado was at most 2,000 meters tall. However, the one in front of them was at least 8,000 meters. It was completely different. Could it be that Major Wang Ting learned Dragon Wing Tornado as well? And he learned it earlier. The wind element martial warriors muttered in their hearts. They didn't know that Wang Ting had learned this technique by obtaining attribute bubbles from their deceased comrade. Although he was only at the foundation stage, his wind talent had reached the divine level. That was why the dragon wing tornado was so enormous, which misled others into thinking that he had mastered the technique earlier than the dead martial warrior. It was all a misunderstanding. Human, how dare you! A roar erupted from the back of the dark apparitions. A powerful aura surged, and a huge black claw condensed in the sky as it headed for the tornado. The black claw was immense, and it made the tornado seem like it had shrunk countless times. If it was caught, it would disappear immediately. Wang Ting's expression changed. He tried to avoid the black claw but realized that he could do nothing about it. The claw was extremely fast and covered a huge area. The tornado couldn't evade it at all. Humph! A scoff came from behind. Boom! A similarly powerful aura rose along with a roar. A huge sword glow then slashed across and collided with the black claw. An explosion followed. The sword glow erupted when it collided with the black claw. It then destroyed the black claw and slashed toward the back of the dark apparitions. A black figure appeared in front of the sword glow and roared. Boom! The black figure swung his giant axe, and a black force glow burst out, clashing against the incoming sword glow. The imaginary explosion didn't happen. Only a chipping sound was heard before the sword glow was destroyed. It showed how powerful the person was. That blow had overwhelming power. Wang Ting stood in midair and glanced at the black figure. His pupils shrank slightly. This was a colossal dark apparition from the devil armor race. He was 10 meters tall, and the devil armor was wrapping his strong and sturdy body. Surrounded by a thick devilish aura, he just stood there like a terrifying demon god. Devil Emperor. Mid-tier Devil Emperor. Wang Ting could tell at a glance that the other party was a mid-tier Devil Emperor, which was equivalent to a heaven stage martial warrior. And by the looks of it, he was much more powerful than any other heaven stage martial warrior that he had encountered. This was the first time that Wang Ting had seen such a powerful dark apparition. Dart! The mid-tier Devil Emperor glanced at Wang Ting, and then directed his gaze to General Dart as his chilling voice rumbled. Devil Emperor Jarox! General Dart stepped into the air from behind and looked at the mid-tier Devil Emperor from a distance. Seeing that General Dart was restraining the other party, Wang Ting continued controlling his tornado toward the Devil Moth dark apparitions without any qualms. Chapter 12-19 Run. Hurry up and run. 2. Since there was nothing stopping it, the Devil Moth dark apparitions couldn't escape. A powerful suction force surged out from the tornado, pulling the Devil Moth dark apparitions in one by one. Roar. The Devil Moth dark apparitions roared in agony. They struggled and flapped their wings in panic like a drowning person. As long as there was hope, they wouldn't give up. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. They couldn't resist the pull from the tornado, and fell into death's embrace. The martial warriors behind cheered when they saw this scene. All their frustration and hatred toward the Devil Moth dark apparitions was vented. They felt exhilarated. It was as if they had killed the Devil Moth dark apparitions personally. Young man, you're looking for death. Devil Emperor Jarox bellowed in anger. He was enraged that Wang Ting still dared to attack after he appeared. Come and bite me. Wang Ting hooked his fingers at Devil Emperor Jarox. He didn't back down. Boxen OVL. He had faced Heaven Stage martial warriors and Universe Stage martial warriors in the past. Thus, even though he couldn't defeat this mid-tier Devil Emperor, he wasn't afraid. General Dart. He glanced at Wang Ting speechlessly. Why do you have to hide behind me when you're teasing Jarox? Devil Emperor Jarox glared at Wang Ting, killing intent burning in his eyes. He wished he could tear Wang Ting into pieces. You want to bite me, but you can't. Are you angry? Wang Ting asked. It's useless. You can't bite me anyway. Blah, General Dart. Everyone. They never knew that Wang Ting was so cheeky. Was it all right to anger a mid-tier Devil Emperor? Wasn't he afraid of getting beaten to death? As expected, Devil Emperor Jarox was infuriated. He roared and disappeared on the spot, turning into a beam of black light and shooting over with immense pressure. His target was Wang Ting. He wanted to kill this irritating human. Oh my, so fierce. General Dart, I'll leave this dark apparition to you. Wang Ting flew away in a flurry. General Dart felt like cursing. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. This fellow was creating trouble for him. He was the one who provoked him, but he had to pay the bill. General Dart felt wronged. He didn't dare to belittle Devil Emperor Jarox and quickly dashed forward to receive the attack. It would be a catastrophe if this mid-tier Devil Emperor went past him. No one behind could stop it, and all the martial warriors would be exterminated. Move! Devil Emperor Jarox fumed. I want. Come and bite me. General Dart didn't flinch. He stared at Devil Emperor Jarox provokingly and teased him. Silence. Devil Emperor Jarox's face turned black. He's copying me. Wang Ting felt the corners of his lips twitching, not expecting General Dart's reply. The martial warriors at the third front line were all speechless. They almost fainted. Was this General Dart real? He was the commander of the third front line, a reputable character. Why was he learning such strange things? Boom! Devil Emperor Jarox couldn't bear it anymore. A glaring black glow shot out from the giant axe. He hurled it straight at General Dart. Axe battle techniques were strong and heavy with an unstoppable force. They were hard to resist when launched at a close distance, and could be considered a lethal attack. Besides, the devil armored dark apparitions were known for their strong physique and strength. Their axe attacks were definitely more powerful than others. Kill! General Dart's expression changed slightly. However, he remained resolute and wielded his enormous blade with a loud shout. Boom! When the blade and the axe collided, a scary force residual swept through the battlefield. Some low-rank dark apparitions couldn't evade in time and got struck by the impact. Their bodies exploded. Devil Emperor Jarox didn't care. The death of these low-rank dark apparitions was nothing. All martial warriors, retreat! General Dart shouted. The martial warriors closer to him hurriedly withdrew out of the radar. They didn't want to be too close to the center of the battle. Those low-rank dark apparitions served as a warning. Soft-hearted. Devil Emperor Jarox mocked General Dart with a sneer. What do you know? General Dart snorted. A blinding yellow blade glow congregated around his blade. He pointed it at the sky. The blade glow expanded to 100 meters in length before he slashed it down. Take my blade. The yellow blade glow was dense and thick. There was the outline of a mountain in the sky when it was hurled out. It pressed down on Devil Emperor Jarox along with the blade glow. There was a powerful strength of Ultima instilled within this blade attack. General Dart didn't hold back. He used his 10th level strength of Ultima instantly. Devil Emperor Jarox squinted. He didn't dare to underestimate his opponent either because he felt a tinge of threat from the blade glow. Devil Dragon Axe. He gave an angry roar. Then, he raised his batleax and chopped it down 3 times in the sky. A powerful dark force swept out with the strength of Ultima merged into it. It turned into 3 gigantic devil dragons that flew toward the blade glow. Chapter 12:20 Run. Hurry up and run. 3 Boom. The devil dragons opened their humongous maws, attempting to break the blade glow with their jaws. But the blade glow remained as sturdy as a mountain. It remained firm and strong even under the combined attack of the 3 devil dragons, pressing down gradually inch by inch. Wang Ting was astounded when he saw their battle. Powerful. The battle between 2 Heaven Stage characters was outrageously powerful. Even a Heaven Stage martial warrior who possessed spiritual power, someone like An Lan, wouldn't have much of an advantage. Was this the ability of the martial warriors on the battlefield? Wang Ting sighed in his heart and shifted his attention away. He continued controlling the tornado to sweep through the battlefield. A large-scale attack was extremely useful during a war. Low-rank dark apparitions got sucked in and minced up. It saved the martial warriors' effort. Boxen OVL. COM. The dark venom dust was absorbed too. The sky started to clear out. Before this, it was a little dark and dim due to the dark venom dust. Without the restraint of the dark venom dust, the martial warriors' ability rose 2 to 3 levels, be it their speed or execution of forces. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone slaughtered the dark apparitions around them. The depressing atmosphere was gone and the morale was high. With a smile, Wang Ting started collecting attribute bubbles. Many attribute bubbles were dropped when the devil moth dark apparitions were killed. These attribute bubbles didn't disappear. They were spinning in the tornado. Wang Ting could pick them up easily. He released his spiritual power into the tornado, and all the attribute bubbles flew toward him. Constellation Force, Dark. * 2300 Constellation Force, Dark. * 2600 Celestial Realm Spirit * 300 Dark Venom Dust * 150 Celestial Realm Spirit * 200 Dark Venom Dust * 280 Devil Transformation * 350 All kinds of dark element attribute merged into Wang Ting's body and mind. They became a part of him. Instantly, Wang Ting felt his constellation Dark Force strengthening. He went from the beginning of the 9th level planetary stage to the peak. Constellation Dark Force. 81,000/90,000 planetary stage 9th level. Wang Ting was overjoyed when he saw his attributes panel. He only needed 9,000 more points for a breakthrough to the celestial stage. This speed was amazing. He also received 5,600 points of spirit, making the spiritual power in his consciousness purer and stronger. Then, Dark Venom Dust, 1200/8000 small achievement. He received a huge number of Dark Venom Dust attribute. It soared right through the specialized stage to the small achievement stage. Wang Ting felt that he could execute the Dark Venom Dust promptly now. His mastery was no lesser than a devil moth dark apparition. It might even be higher than them. Then, there was the devil transformation. He received 2,400 points of it, raising it by a large number. Devil transformation. 7,700/10,000 big achievement, but it was already at the big achievement stage, so it was harder to reach the bottleneck. He needed more accumulation. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry. He didn't need it. When he did, his devil transformation should be at the perfected stage already. Beside these attributes, Wang Ting also picked up some devil armor bubbles from the tornado. After all, the unlucky devil armor dark apparition got sucked in and chopped into pieces. Only his attribute bubbles were left. Devil armor, 1,800 to 3,000 well-versed. He gained 600 points of devil armor, but it wasn't enough to break through. I need to kill a few more devil armor dark apparitions. Wang Ting touched his chin. He stared dangerously at the devil armor dark apparitions who were fighting with the human martial warriors. Walk the dark apparitions' path so that they couldn't walk on it. The defensive ability of the devil armor skill was powerful. If he could raise it, it would be of great help to him. The devil armor dark apparitions shivered. They felt a menacing intent dawning on them. They didn't know what happened, so they glanced around them, worried that someone was ambushing them. The martial warriors beside them took the chance when they were distracted and attacked them furiously. "Make way, make way!" A voice was heard from afar. Both the humans and the dark apparitions were stunned. Then, they felt a strong gale buzzing in their ears. They immediately knew what was happening. They turned back. As expected, the tornado was making its way here. The one who shouted just now was Major Wang Ting. The expressions of the human martial warriors changed. They hurriedly jumped to the side. afraid of getting sucked by the tornado. They knew that Wang Ting wouldn't attack them, but what if they accidentally got sucked in? That wasn't fun. The devil-armored dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They turned and ran away without any hesitation. F***K, that human is here. Even the Devil Emperor was sucked into the tornado. They would be crushed if they didn't escape. Run, hurry up and run. Wait. Why aren't we moving? A few dark apparitions suddenly realized that they couldn't move. Moreover, they seemed to be inching backward. Chapter 12:21 Run. Hurry up and run. For, damn it. This single thought appeared in their minds. The devil-armored dark apparitions were filled with despair as they got sucked into the tornado. They were minced instantly. The human martial warriors swallowed their saliva and wiped the cold sweat off their forehead. Their backs were drenched with sweat too. Even their head felt a little numb. They weren't timid. They just felt that the dark apparitions died quite terribly. There's no need to thank me. Please continue. Wang Ting waved his hand and floated past them. He shifted the tornado toward the other devil-armored dark apparitions. Silence. Some time later, a funny scene appeared on the battlefield. A terrifying tornado swept back and forth through the battlefield without restraint. It was like a huge vacuum cleaner sweeping over the battlefield. Numerous dark apparitions scurried away in fear when the tornado appeared. They looked tragic. The human martial warriors around were stunned. Boxen OVL. You could fight a war like this? Did they use the wrong method in the past? Was this the right way to fight a war? Countless doubts appeared in everyone's mind. The wind element martial warriors that survived were dumbstruck too. Was this really their dragon wing tornado? This tornado lasted quite a while. If their dead comrade had executed it, he wouldn't be able to sustain it for this long. It would have dispersed already. But this tornado was still going strong, showing no signs of stopping. The stamina was amazing. One wouldn't have such good stamina even after consuming Viagra. In an instant, a deep admiration wafted into their hearts. They were in awe. Colonel Tennyson, can you do that? A wind element martial warrior asked the colonel in their team. No, I won't be able to do it even after I drain myself. Colonel Tennyson shook his head with a bitter smile. He was the leader of the wind element team and had yellow-brown hair. Is Major Wang Ting at the peak of the cosmos stage? Another wind element martial warrior guessed. He isn't a cosmos stage martial warrior. He's at the celestial stage. Colonel Tennyson was a cosmos stage martial warrior, so he could see through Wang Ting's stage. That's perverted. Everyone stared at one another. Boom. On the other side, General Dart and Devil Emperor Jarox had activated their domains. They were on par in strength. No one had any advantage. Devil Emperor Jarox noticed Wang Ting's actions as well. Flames of fury almost shot out of his eyes as he screamed. Useless! Useless! Why are y'all running? Kill that human. Anyone that dares to run will have to suffer the pain of Devil Na. His roars resounded in the sky. All the dark apparitions jumped in fright. They stared at Devil Emperor Jarox in bewilderment. The Devil Na. This was one of the most brutal tortures in the Darkland. Once they were given the Devil Na, they would experience excruciating pain as if they were in living hell. They couldn't die and could only struggle in the abyss. None of the dark apparitions dared to run anymore. Their eyes turned red, and they started howling like maniacs. Roar! 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 Kill that human! The escaping dark apparition charged back. They stared at Wang Ting as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. Oh my God, they're crazy! These dark apparitions have gone crazy! Wang Ting retreated in fright. Terrifying. All the dark apparitions were pouncing on him like mad dogs. Who could bear with that? He felt that he had struck the hornet's nest. He wondered if he forced the dark apparitions too much? Was this why their emotions suddenly rebounded? The martial warriors around were stunned too. They took pity on Wang Ting. His arrogance a moment ago was a stark contrast to his miserable state now. Roar! Don't run! Human, die! The dark apparitions got a shot of adrenaline when they saw Wang Ting running away in fright. They shouted in excitement. The fear they had was gone. The tides changed. It was Wang Ting's turn to escape. Diqi was caught between laughter and tears when he saw this scene from afar. He found it funny for some reason. At the same time, the other martial warriors regained their composure and quickly went to help Wang Ting. They started killing the martial warriors from all corners. They couldn't let them kill Wang Ting. But the dark apparition's ferocity was ignited. More dark apparitions gathered and chased after Wang Ting. Wang Ting moved quickly and brought them in circles. He was as slippery as an eel. No attacks could hit him. The dark apparitions were frustrated and furious. Since they couldn't bite him, they could only vent their anger by screaming. If you have the guts, don't run. If you have the guts, don't chase me. We will chase you. What can you do? I will run. Come and bite me if you can. F***K. I F***KU. The two parties scolded and retorted to each other as they ran around the battlefield, one in front and one behind. However, the dark apparitions weren't Wang Ting's match, and almost vomited blood because of his repeated provocations. The human martial warriors stared at them strangely. They had never seen such a funny war scene. It refreshed their understanding. At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly stopped. The dark apparitions behind were panting. They were elated and smiled hideously. Why aren't you running? Can't run any more? Idiot! Wang Ting scoffed. Sir, he doesn't look exhausted, a dark apparition reminded weakly. The dark apparition looked at Wang Ting's indifferent face in confusion. Bye-bye. Wang Ting waved his hand and grabbed the air. The tornado that was quite some distance away got pulled over by an invisible force and abruptly appeared in the middle of the dark apparitions. Then, boom! Fireworks lit up the sky and explosions echoed in the battlefield. All the dark apparitions were sucked in. That was before they realized what had happened. Chapter 12:22. He's the limelight of the battlefield. One boom. Explosions resounded in the sky. The entire battlefield turned quiet. Everyone stared at the frightening explosions in a daze. They couldn't recover their composure for some time. Their minds went blank. What happened? Wasn't Wang Ting being chased by the dark apparitions? How did he make a comeback? Moreover, he killed so many dark apparitions at once. The counterattack came a little too quickly. It caught everyone off guard. Diqi blinked. Although dumbfounded, he found it predictable at the same time. He understood Wang Ting's character. He wouldn't allow himself to get chased like a rat. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. This round had probably killed a few hundred devil lords. Boxen OVL. This fellow always amazed everyone whenever he acted. Peggy and the others were in awe too. Their leader was outrageously powerful. Of course, the most important thing was, he was shameless enough. They were still worried for him because they saw him getting chased. After all, anyone would be anxious upon witnessing that scene. They didn't expect this result. It was obvious that Wang Ting was only pretending to get chased. His main aim was to gather all the dark apparitions together and annihilate them in one fell swoop. What a good act! They were worried for nothing. But some people still didn't understand how Wang Ting managed to shift the terrifying tornado over from a distance. It was a few hundred meters away from him, yet it appeared right in the middle of the dark apparitions with a grab of his hand. He caught the dark apparitions off guard. That looks like space ability. Diqi mumbled to himself. His eyes were shimmering. Wang Ting had executed his space ability a few times in the past, but he did it obscurely, so not many people saw through it. Diqi witnessed it a few times, but that was short range. This was the first time he saw Wang Ting executing such a long-range space shifting. He needed a profound mastery of space to shift that tornado a few hundred meters. It was hard to believe that Wang Ting could do this as a celestial stage martial warrior. Di Qi remembered how unreasonably powerful Wang Ting was and shook his head bitterly. Never mind. There was no use thinking too much. That guy was abnormal to begin with. As for the wind element martial warriors, they only had one thought when they saw the ghastly scene caused by the tornado. Was this honestly the dragon wing tornado? What was with the huge difference in strength? This wasn't the same model, right? They felt that they had embarrassed the wind element martial warriors. Colonel Tennyson gulped and muttered, "Pervert? How high must his wind talent be to execute the skill to such a degree?" Devil Emperor Jarek's face turned black when he looked over. He was the one who gave the order to kill Wang Ting. He thought that he could put an end to this irritating young brat, but this was the result. They weren't chasing him. They were serving themselves to him on a platter. This young man was too sly. He tricked all of them. Ha ha ha! General Dart laughed at Devil Emperor Jarox. He wasn't expecting this show from Wang Ting. It felt refreshing. This was the first time he felt so refreshed after fighting with the dark apparitions for many years. Wang Ting did it for him. Although his method was a little special, the small details weren't important. Any method that could kill the dark apparitions was a good method. People remembered the result. No one cared about the process. Devil Emperor Jarek's face turned blacker when he heard General Dart's unruly laughter. He stared at the point of explosion with killing intent in his eyes. Numerous wind blades wreaked havoc on the battlefield. A strong gale blew all the dark apparitions into the tornado. Even he didn't dare to promise that he could resist this attack. The explosions gradually died down. All the dark apparitions who had chased Wang Ting were killed. They burst into pieces and couldn't be more dead. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Good Lord! This dragon wing tornado was powerful. He thought he could kill half of the dark apparitions, but he managed to annihilate all of them. Was this a surprise? Suddenly, he felt a cold and deadly gaze fixed on him. It was making him uncomfortable. He looked up. Hey! It was Devil Emperor Jarox. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and gave him an innocent smile. Will you believe me if I say I didn't do it on purpose? Crack. The Devil Emperor Jarox gritted his teeth until they cracked. He was infuriated. General Dart glanced at him helplessly. He killed all the dark apparitions and claimed he didn't do it on purpose. Who would believe him? Human, I will tear you into pieces, Devil Emperor Jarox said coldly. Ah, I'm so scared. Wang Ting put on a frightened expression and stepped back as if he was afraid Devil Emperor Jarox would charge over. Everyone. No one believed him this time. This fellow acted timid but executed the most astonishing plans. What happened earlier was an example. Devil Emperor Jarox didn't believe him either. He felt played by Wang Ting and his anger rose. It almost made him crazy. Chapter 12:23. He's the limelight of the battlefield. 2. Ha ha. Don't y'all always chase whoever you want to chase and kill whoever you want to kill? Why aren't you doing it now? General Dart felt that Wang Ting was purposely infuriating the other party. He laughed and added some oil to the flame. I'll kill you. As expected, Devil Emperor Jarox burst into anger. Black light erupted from his body. Boom. Devil Emperor Jarek's body started expanding. His armor cracked and grew larger as it continued to stick to his skin. Lube-dub, lube-dub, lube-dub. The sound of a heartbeat was heard from the small black sun. Devil Emperor Jarek's body inflated rapidly at a visible speed. 30 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. He looked like a black mountain covered with armor. The armor formed irregular layers on the mountain, with multiple black and sharp spikes sticking out. They were larger and sharper than spears. A frightening pressure spread out from his body and filled up the sky. This was an astonishing scene. Oh my God! Gasps were heard without stopping. Boxen OVL. COM. The human martial warriors were appalled. Their hearts trembled while their faces turned pale. Frightening. Extremely terrifying. If they bumped into it, they would turn into sieves. No. Those thick spikes were huge enough to create a large hole in their bodies. This was the final appearance of Devil Emperor Jarox. Many people were witnessing a devil transformation for the first time. Their blood ran cold, and they were intimidated. Horrifying. Creepy. The immense pressure pushed them down like a mountain weighing on their shoulders. They couldn't breathe properly. Even a heaven stage martial warrior wouldn't dare to fight with this dreadful presence. Gulp. General Dart swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He also felt the pressure sweeping toward him. He was exasperated. F***K, is this Devil Emperor crazy? Why did he use devil transformation? Mind you, dark apparitions had to exhaust their origin if they wanted to perform the devil transformation. Once they used it, they would need a long time to recover. Thus, they rarely used it unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Devil Emperor Jarox activated his devil transformation after a few teases. His mentality was a little weak. A huge pair of crimson eyes opened between the armor. They were larger than lanterns and were full of chaos and evilness. They looked directly in Wang Ting's direction. Oh my God! F***K. Wang Ting's expression froze. He cursed General Dart in his heart multiple times. This is bad. Did General Dart reach the perfected stage for mockery? Bad things always happen when he opens his mouth. Well, he can mock the Devil Emperor all he wants. But why do I have to pay the bill? This isn't fair. Let's sit down and talk properly. Wang Ting gave a guilty smile and said carefully, every debt has its debtor. You can look for the person who mocked you just now. Don't look at me. It has nothing to do with me. Oh, General Dart wished he could retort Wang Ting. He wouldn't have mocked the Devil Emperor if it wasn't for Wang Ting. Yet, that brat threw him under the bus. What an ungrateful fellow. Devil Emperor Jarox didn't care. He continued glaring at Wang Ting. His devil transformation wasn't finished yet, or he would have charged over and killed this irritating brat. He forced him to activate his devil transformation. He must die. Silent means consent. Wang Ting gave an innocent smile and stepped back slowly. General Dart rolled his eyes in anger. Disloyal fellow! Roar! Suddenly, Devil Emperor Jarox opened his enormous maw and gave a thunderous roar. Sound waves swept toward Wang Ting. He evaded them hurriedly while covering his nose. Don't spit your saliva everywhere. Don't you know you have bad breath? Silence. Everyone was scared stiff by Devil Emperor Jarox's presence, but Wang Ting's random comment almost caused them to drop from the sky. Was this an issue about bad breath? His focus was entirely askew. Could he be more serious in front of this menacing Devil Emperor? Die! Devil Emperor Jarox was fuming. He opened his gigantic mouth. The fangs gave off a sharp glint like huge blades. A ball of black light started gathering in his mouth. Terrifying force fluctuations floated out. Retreat! General Dart's expression changed as he shouted. At the same time, he moved and slashed out a blade glow in an attempt to stop the Devil Emperor. Devil Emperor Jarox didn't dodge. He allowed the blade glow to fall on him. Bang! General Dart instilled his 10th level Ultima into the blade attack. It left a deep wound on the Devil Emperor, and black blood spurted out. But the Devil Emperor didn't stop. General Dart furrowed his brows. He didn't expect the other party to receive his attack forcefully. Boom! The black ball of light had finished forming. He aimed his mouth at Wang Ting, and a black beam of light shot out speedily. Chapter 12:24. He's the limelight of the battlefield. 3. The black beam of light came beside Wang Ting and swallowed him. His body melted like a piece of ice in high heat, vanishing in the air bit by bit. Then, the beam of black light continued shooting forward and slammed into a mountain in the distance. With a loud explosion, the mountain was gone. It had turned into dust. Major Wang Ting was dead? Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. No one could accept this truth. They were in disbelief. Wang Ting! Diqi screamed in rage. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he wanted to charge at Devil Emperor Jarox. Wang Ting was his brother and savior. He had just saved his life, but he was gone before he could repay him. The blood in his body boiled while the capillaries in his eyes burst. He was seeing the world in a shade of red. Peggy and the others held him back forcefully. He would only lose his life if he charged over now. Although they were in anguish too, they knew that they weren't the Devil Emperor's match. Charging forward would only increase the number of casualties. Boxen OVL. COM Wang Ting had asked them to look after Diqi, so they wouldn't let him send himself to death. Devil Emperor Jarox felt invigorated when he saw Wang Ting's body disappearing. He had finally killed this brat. He squashed the ant crawling on his heart. It felt comfortable. Jarox! General Dart was enraged. He watched Wang Ting die in front of him. Despite taking action, he couldn't save Wang Ting. The helplessness and frustration made him tremble in fury. Ha ha ha, that human is finally dead. No one can stop me from killing who I want. The Devil Emperor laughed heartily. When he glanced at General Dart again, his gaze was filled with contempt. You have a death wish. Intense killing intent burst out of General Dart's eyes as he stared at his enemy. Force churned around him, covering him up. Ha ha ha, come and kill me. Can you do that? Jarox teased him. He had confidence. After executing his devil transformation, his ability had risen multiple times. Dart wasn't his match. Black smoke rose from his wound, along with a hissing sound. Then, it started to heal swiftly. It wasn't long before the wound disappeared. General Dart frowned. His heart felt heavy. The Devil Emperor's transformed form was too powerful. This healing ability was enough to make him invincible. How should he fight? If there was no choice, he would execute that move at the price of injuring his origin. General Dart's gaze turned sharp. He gritted his teeth and made his decision. Either way, he must take revenge for Wang Ting. He had caused Wang Ting's death. He shouldn't have spoken. Are you feeling guilty? Humans are indeed stupid. Devil Emperor Jarox looked into Dart's eyes and scoffed. Shut up! General Dart yelled. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes, and a loud boom was heard within his body. His aura increased several folds, exceeding his original aura. It continued growing. What's this? Devil Emperor Jarox was astounded. Die! General Dart bellowed. A glaring yellow blade glow erupted from his blade. It was dense and thick, blinding everyone's eyes like a large piece of crystal. Blade glow shot into the sky, chopping the clouds into two. Boom! General Dart took a step out and swung his blade down from behind him. The blade glow, which was a few hundred meters long, slashed toward Devil Emperor Jarox. Roar! Devil Emperor Jarox wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He roared, and black light blossomed around him. Then, it started condensing around the numerous thorns. It sounded long, but it only took a few seconds. The blade glow plummeted from the sky. The thorns on Devil Emperor Jarox's body released black rays of light and crashed into the blade glow. There was a huge explosion that muffled all sounds. Then everything went quiet. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at the point of collision agitatedly. Devil Emperor Jarox was extremely powerful. Could General Dart beat him? The collision of the two attacks dazzled everyone's eyes. Although their vision was obscured, people could tell that the black light had managed to block the blade glow. It didn't hit the Devil Emperor's body. Crack! The next instant, a crisp cracking sound broke the silence. Everyone's expression changed. They saw a large number of cracks on the yellow blade glow. That was where the sounds came from. Moreover, the cracks were spreading. They covered the entire blade glow in a second. Break! Devil Emperor Jarrox sneered. The black light around him intensified. Bang! The yellow blade glow couldn't resist the tough and sharp black beams of light anymore and shattered in the air. Chapter 12:25. He's the limelight of the battlefield. 4. General Dart squinted. He was thrown backward by the powerful force. Everyone's heart sank. General Dart quickly stabilized himself. There was no injury on his body, and his aura remained strong. Domain! Boom! An occult fluctuation spread out from General Dart. He activated his domain and formed an earth-yellow ball a few hundred meters in radius. Devil Emperor Jarrox was pulled inside too. The people outside couldn't see the situation inside. Boom! Suddenly, a glaring pitch-black glow shot out from the earth-yellow domain. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Trying to fight with me using a domain? Devil Emperor Jarrox's voice resounded. In the blink of an eye, the black light overtook half of the earth-yellow domain. Boxen OVL. A mystical scene appeared. Half the sky was yellow while the other half was black. Two strange forces occupied the sky, with explosions sounding non-stop. Both domains kept expanding, trying to suppress the other one. Sometimes the yellow domain had the upper hand and other times the black domain. It was a heated battle. The human martial warriors were fraught with worry about the situation. Based on the past few exchanges, General Dart was weaker. They wondered whose domain would emerge as the winner. The result of this battle would affect the war. Once General Dart lost, the third front line would fall into enemy hands. A mid-tier Devil Emperor had a lot of influence over the result of a war. Sometime later, the domains in the sky suddenly trembled violently. They couldn't withstand the pressure inside, and were on the verge of collapsing. Everyone got nervous. They stared intently at the two domains. With a rumble, the two domains erupted. Two figures flew out from within. General Dart was soaked in blood. The earth force glow around him had weakened tremendously, and he was panting like a dog. He glared at his opponent. Devil Emperor Jarrox's body had shrunk to half its size. The majority of his thorns were broken and his black armor was cracked. Blood oozed out. He didn't seem as daunting as before. Instead, he looked a little tragic. His body flew back uncontrollably. The impact caused by the collision of the two domains was huge. He wasn't able to offset it immediately, but he didn't care. He looked at General Dart and sneered. "You can't maintain your power surge for long. It's enough to kill you." General Dart tried his best to stabilize himself. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He would charge forward and kill this Devil Emperor immediately once he offset the backward force. Ha ha ha! Jarrox laughed as if he had heard a joke. "It's too early for you to be happy." At this moment, a calm voice sounded behind him. Huh! Devil Emperor Jarrox froze. Why does this voice sound a little familiar? It's him. That human brat. Isn't he dead? Why can I hear his voice? Am I having an illusion? No, he's right behind me. A strong sense of danger floated into his heart. This was an absurd feeling. Even if that human was alive, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Yet, he could sense it. Wang Ting stepped out from the space behind Devil Emperor Jarrox with a mini tornado in his right hand. The tornado was extremely small. Although it was only palm-sized, a powerful fluctuation flowed out from it. This was the power of space. "Receive my space tornado." Wang Ting's black hair danced even when there was no wind. He raised the tornado and pushed it out. The instant it left his palm, the mini tornado inflated to 10 meters in radius before growing to 100 meters. A chaotic aura surged out from it. The space around it split open, revealing scary-looking pitch-black dimensional rift. Boom! Devil Emperor Jarrox felt an immense suction force behind him. He didn't have any time to think. This suction force was many times more powerful than the dragon wing tornadoes. There was no way to resist the strength and the sharpness. The force seemed to be able to cut through anything. The Devil Emperor felt a life-threatening danger. He closed his eyes that were staring at General Dart, and another pair of giant crimson eyes opened behind. He finally saw the scene behind him. There was a monstrous tornado. Although it wasn't as big as the Dragon Wing tornado, the strength it contained was unnerving. It made his heart palpitate. Power of space. This young man possessed the power of space. How could this human grasp such a mysterious power? The tornado was expanding quickly. It crashed toward him with unstoppable pressure. No! Devil Emperor Jarrox squinted as he roared in anger. He released all his dark force to resist the alarming suction force. However, it was useless. Wang Ting hid for a long time because he wanted to find an opportunity to land a lethal attack. He had considered all possibilities, so he wouldn't allow the Devil Emperor to escape. Get in! Wang Ting released his spiritual power and pushed the space tornado, which had swelled to 100 meters in radius, out. Roar! No matter how hard Devil Emperor Jarrox struggled, he couldn't stop himself from getting submerged by the space tornado. Boom! The next instant, a violent explosion occurred. Devil Emperor Jarrox was swallowed by the space tornado and got cut by endless space power. His body was crippled, his roars and screams were all drowned out. It all happened within a split second. The soldiers of both sides stared absent-mindedly at the sudden appearance of Wang Ting and the terrifying space tornado. Dead silence. Wang Ting wasn't dead. He ambushed Devil Emperor Jarrox. And he succeeded. So, they won? The victory came without any warning. No one was able to react in time. They didn't know how to express their emotions, feeling complicated. Boom! The space tornado exploded, and all the space around it cracked. Dimensional rifts appeared in the sky. The space of the number 29 defense planet was very stable. That was why it was able to withstand the damages from the years of wars. However, this space tornado caused it to crack. One could tell how powerful the space tornado was. As the space tornado exploded, the power of space erupted in the center. Devil Emperor Jarrox was the first to bear the brunt. He received the strongest attack. His tough body was cut up like a broken doll. A large amount of black blood spurted out and fell on the ground like rain. There was dead silence again. Victory! Devil Emperor Jarrox is dead. We won! Someone suddenly shouted in excitement. Then, more people joined in and the entire battlefield was enveloped by happy cheers. Wang Ting stood in the air and heaved a sigh of relief. His face was slightly pale. He had exhausted a lot of his energy when he hid in space and executed the space tornado. He had to compress the tornado while concealing all the fluctuations it released. He almost tired himself out. Fortunately, the result was not bad. He managed to ambush Devil Emperor Jarrox. F***K, why did he have to bully him? If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be Wang Ting. Everyone stared at the young figure in the sky with admiration and respect. In a war, the strong were always respected. At this moment, he was the limelight of the battlefield. Chapter 12:26 Gains of the War 1. Everyone on the battlefield was cheering. The victory came suddenly, but it was enough to invigorate them. They killed a mid-tier Devil Emperor. This was a huge victory. It had been a while since they gained an upper hand on the number 29 defense planet. Even if a few Heaven Stage martial warriors acted simultaneously, they couldn't promise that they could kill a mid-tier Devil Emperor. For instance, General Dart might have used his secret skill to increase his power, but he could only be on par with Devil Emperor Jarrox. This was already not bad. Killing a mid-tier Devil Emperor was extremely hard. That was why everyone was burning with excitement. They looked at Wang Ting and felt that he was glowing. A mid-tier Devil Emperor. This was a huge honor. It was more convincing than any medals. General Dart let out a long sigh. A smile appeared on his face. Boxen OVL. Com, good lord. He wasn't dead. He was alive and kicking and managed to kill Devil Emperor Jarrox the moment he acted. He was worried for nothing. General Dart, are you all right? Wang Ting asked in concern when he saw his condition. I won't die, General Dart replied. That's good. I thought you couldn't make it. Wang Ting sighed in relief. General Dart rolled his eyes. Do you know how to speak properly? What do you mean by I can't make it? A man should never say he couldn't make it. He could fight a few hundred more rounds with that Devil Emperor. I'm sorry, General. I wanted to ambush Devil Emperor Jarrox, so I pretended to be dead. I didn't remind you because I wanted a more realistic response. I didn't expect you to use a secret skill for me. I'm so touched, Wang Ting said. Seriously? General Dart's face turned black. This fellow was rubbing his wound with salt. He wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but Wang Ting laid everything bare. It was embarrassing. He had already passed the impulsive age. But when he saw Wang Ting getting killed by the Devil Emperor, he was furious and even used his secret skill. I understand. We're both guys. Wang Ting winked and chuckled. Honestly, if General Dart didn't put on such a good show, he wouldn't have succeeded in his ambush. General Dart injured Devil Emperor Jarrox seriously, giving him a chance to kill him at the last crucial moment. If not, he might not have killed the Devil Emperor with his space tornado alone. General Dart. What do you know? He took a deep breath and decided to ignore Wang Ting. Then, he raised his voice and shouted, Devil Emperor Jarrox is dead. Everyone, kill. His voice echoed through the entire battlefield and landed in the combatants' ears. What? Devil Emperor Jarrox is dead. What's going on? There was an explosion there just now. Did General Dart kill Devil Emperor Jarrox? Never mind, kill the dark apparitions first. Devil Emperor Jarrox is dead. Charge. Kill. Kill. The martial warriors in other areas didn't witness the death of Devil Emperor Jarrox, but General Dart informed them of this result. It brought everyone's morale up. The soldiers were shocked and motivated. The human martial warriors slaughtered the dark apparitions around them. On the other hand, the dark apparitions got in a flurry upon learning that their Devil Emperor Jarrox had died. Especially the high-rank dark apparitions. They knew that they couldn't win now, so they chose to run away. They were also afraid of dying. Once the high-rank dark apparitions left, the low-rank dark apparitions followed mindlessly. But the human martial warriors wouldn't give up this opportunity to beat up the dark apparitions. They released all their force and slammed their attacks at the dark apparitions. Even if they exhausted their last ounce of force, they wanted to cut more throat. Behind the defense wall, the heavy weapons launched their force cannons, wreaking havoc in the packs of dark apparitions. The dark apparitions in the area burst into pieces and died. The martial warriors finally gave up attacking after all the dark apparitions had left. It was inappropriate to chase them when they reached the 30-meter mark. Do not press an enemy at bay. After 30 meters, it was the dark apparitions' base. Once they stepped over this boundary, they would be ambushed easily. There were many dark apparitions outside. General Dart didn't want to spoil his hard-won victory. He ordered his troops to withdraw. There were many casualties in this battle, but overall it was a huge victory. Everyone's emotions were in a good state, unlike most of the other wars where the atmosphere was dead when they ended. General Dart had a smile on his face too. He executed his special skill, so his ability had decreased by a third. He would need a long time to recover completely, but the result was good. The death of a mid-tier Devil Emperor was the best repayment for his sacrifice. At the same time, Wang Ting floated in the air and scanned the battlefield. He immediately saw the countless attribute bubbles floating around. Chapter 12 27 Gains of the War 2. The war had ended and he played his part. It was time for harvest. Devil Emperor Jarox was the strongest, so his attribute bubbles must be the most valuable. Collect. Constellation Force, Dark. Asterisk 13,000 Celestial Realm Spirit Asterisk 8,000 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment Asterisk 7,500 Imperial Level Dark Talent Asterisk 7,500 Devil Transformation Asterisk 1,000 Devil Armor Asterisk 1,200 Dark Domain Asterisk 4,000 Devil Armor Divine Scripture Asterisk 2,000 Boxen OVL. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's mind. He was overjoyed. Wealthy fellow. The mid-tier Devil Emperor dropped many attribute bubbles. As expected of him, there were 13,000 points of Constellation Dark Force. Wang Ting needed 9,000 points more to break through to the celestial stage. When this round of Constellation Dark Force entered his body and congregated in his dark constellations, his dark force finally advanced. Boom! The 9 constellations collided, releasing a violent explosion. As they merged, a transformation occurred. Fortunately, Wang Ting had received a lazy mist devil scripture in the past, which was a Devil Emperor level scripture. It had reached the well-versed stage, so he could use it to control the flow of his dark force through his body. The speed was appropriate. The 9 constellations exploded and formed a humongous black whirlpool. Countless black crystals sparkled inside like the stars. However, these stars were black, mysterious, and eerie. Even so, the glimmer they gave off was gorgeous. The whirlpool spun at high speed and started condensing in the middle, converging to a single point. A transformation was happening. Time passed slowly. No one knew how long it took. The black whirlpool disappeared, and a black round sphere took its place. It was many times bigger than the dark constellations. It was a star made of black shining crystals and coagulation of forces. Celestial Stage. Wang Ting had reached the first level of the Celestial Stage. His dark force jumped to the Celestial Stage a little too fast. He wasn't even prepared. But before he could feel happy, a strange power surged out from the star and merged into his body. Wang Ting's expression changed. This wasn't the power of life. Ever since Wang Ting entered the planetary stage, he would receive surges of power of life every time his stage rose. They caused transformations to his body. He had many forces, so all the transformations were piled on top of one another. This explained why his physical body was much stronger than other martial warriors of the same stage. He was at the same level as Cosmos Stage martial warriors. But this time, the change that occurred was strange. This wasn't the power of life. It felt like the power of death. It was dark, sinister, and dead. It flowed through his limbs and meridians like an icy stream of water. Then, it merged into his body silently. This was a power that made people's hearts shudder. Wang Ting closed his eyes and sensed the boundaries of death. It was a gate. The gate of death. Once he crossed the gate, he could step on the soil of hell and enter the world of death. But when Wang Ting tried to get closer, the distance became longer. He thought it was within reach, but it was at the edge of the horizon. At this moment, a strange force floated out from the gate and pushed Wang Ting back. Everything disappeared as if it was an illusion. Wang Ting regained his senses. He could hear the commotion on the battlefield again. When he entered that illusionary world, all noises had disappeared. He finally felt alive again. What's that door? Wang Ting gasped and blinked. His expression turned serious. Is it the gate to hell? All kinds of thoughts went through his mind. He pondered for some time and gave a bitter smile. He wouldn't be able to find an answer himself, so he shook his head and threw the thought to the back of his mind. Wang Ting inspected his body. The power of death didn't have any influence on him. But he did feel stronger. The power of death worked the same way as the power of life. Both of them triggered transformations. This didn't make sense. Why is the power of death working the same way as the power of life? Shouldn't you understand your own position? After complaining, Wang Ting looked at his attributes panel. Origin of life, 35600. Origin of soul, 32,800. Great. His origin of soul and origin of life increased. That was good. Wang Ting was worried that the power of death might affect these two origins, but it didn't. They even got some gains from it. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. Either way, he wouldn't throw his dark force away. It was an important component of his plan to break through to the cosmos stage. Wang Ting was invincible in his stage. He could even kill someone of a higher level. Whether he could continue this invincibility would depend on his advancement to the cosmos stage. If a mishap occurred, all his plans would go to waste. Chapter 12:28 Gains of the War. 3. After absorbing the force attribute bubbles, the other bubbles turned into different energies and merged into his body. Next, he received 8,000 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. This number shocked Wang Ting. Devil Emperor Jarek's spirit was quite powerful. He dropped 8,000 points. Wang Ting's spirit became purer after this huge gain. Then, he received 7,500 points of Cosmos Realm Enlightenment. This was a sizable gain too. Wang Ting's enlightenment had been stagnant for some time. After getting 7,500 points, he felt smarter. This feeling was amazing. His enlightenment constantly reminded him that he was smart. No, he was extremely smart. Enlightenment, 13,000/1000000. Cosmos Realm. Look, no one had such an impressive amount of enlightenment. He felt superior in terms of intelligence. Boxen OVL. COM, he also received 7,500 points of Imperial level Dark Talent. Wang Ting's Dark Talent was already at the Imperial level. His level didn't rise after this addition. However, the points increased. Imperial level Dark Talent, 12,000/25,000, he felt his dark talent getting stronger. His sensitivity toward the dark force in the surroundings improved. He scanned the area and felt the remains of dark force everywhere. They would need a long time to disperse. Also, with the rise in his talent, he could sense the dark force below the ground. This was the result of many years of accumulation when dark apparitions died in this area. It was hard to remove it. Then, he looked at his Devil Transformation attribute. There were 1,000 points of it. Devil Transformation, 8,700/10,000. Big achievement. After adding 1,000 points, the Devil Transformation was still at the big achievement stage. However, it wasn't far from the breakthrough. He just needed 1,300 more points. He would continue his effort. Wang Ting looked at the other attribute bubble. It contained 1,200 points of Devil Armor. Devil Armor, 800/5,000. Specialized. The Devil Armor dark apparitions he killed some time ago had contributed many Devil Armor attributes, so this increment was just enough to push it to the specialized stage. The final two attribute bubbles were his greatest gain. One was the 4,000 points of Dark Domain. This was Devil Emperor Jarek's domain. It turned into streams of memories and floated into Wang Ting's mind. An image appeared in his mind. This was the enlightenment process of a dark apparition. He sat cross-legged in the dark land and released his spiritual power to merge with the darkness around him. He felt the darkness and turned the power of the dark into his own energy. Time passed gradually day by day. No one knew how long the dark apparition spent in the world of darkness. Boom! Suddenly, one day, a strange magnetic field appeared around the dark apparition. It spread out and the dark apparition dispersed into the darkness. It was as if he never existed. A sharp glint appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. He understood the dark domain. Dark domain, 1,000/3,000, third level. Wang Ting's dark domain reached the third level instantly. This was equivalent to many years of hard work for a dark apparition. It was a good harvest. If Devil Emperor Jarox knew that his enlightenment was stolen by Wang Ting, would he try to piece his broken fragments together to kill Wang Ting? The other attribute bubbles contained 2,000 points of the Devil Armor Divine Scripture. Devil Armor Divine Scripture? A Devil Emperor level scripture. Wang Ting was astounded. This was a Devil Emperor level scripture. He could cultivate it all the way up to the high-tier Devil Emperor level. That was equivalent to a universe stage presence. It was comparable with the Lazy Mist Devil Scripture he received in the past. However, the Devil Armor Divine Scripture was a special scripture of the Devil Armor race, so some of its characteristics were different. It didn't matter to Wang Ting. He could cultivate either one as long as he had enough attributes. He could form the Lazy Mist with the Lazy Mist Devil Scripture, while the Devil Armor Divine Scripture would give him Divine Devil Armor. What was the Divine Devil Armor? It was different from the Devil Armor. The Devil Armor covered the body of the Devil Armor race. They were born with it, and it acted like the shell of an animal. On the other hand, the Divine Devil Armor could expand in size, just like the gigantic armor Devil Emperor Jarox had when he devil transformed. It's a little ugly though, Wang Ting muttered to himself in disdain when he remembered Devil Emperor Jarox's appearance during the devil transformation. Devil Armor Divine Scripture, 1000/3000 well-versed. Enlightenment popped into his mind continuously as he absorbed the attribute bubble. Soon, he grasped the operation of this Devil Armor Divine Scripture. He heaved a sigh of relief. After understanding this scripture, he knew that the Divine Devil Armor's appearance could be changed according to the executor. That meant that Wang Ting could make it look like normal armor. It didn't need to be as ugly as Devil Emperor Jarox. He could even make it cool-looking. He should come up with a design before he made it. Yes, he would. Wang Ting touched his chin and nodded in satisfaction. After picking up Devil Emperor Jarox's attribute bubbles, Wang Ting turned to look at a few other bubbles of the same size. Chapter 12 29 Gains of the War. 4. These were attribute bubbles dropped by General Dart. Collect. Constellation Force, Earth. *10800 Celestial Realm Spirit *3000 Earth Element Blade Ultima *5000 Earth Domain *2300 Although General Dart didn't drop many bubbles, they were all big in size and contained good Earth Element attribute. There were 10,800 points of the constellation Earth Force alone. His Earth Force took a huge leap, but it was still at the 5th level of the Celestial stage. The 3,000 points of Celestial Realm Spirit increased the purity of his spirit further. 5,000 points of Earth Element Blade Ultima. Wang Ting didn't have this Ultima Earth Element Blade Ultima. 2,000/3000 3rd level, Wang Ting added another Ultima to his collection, and it was a Blade Ultima. Boxen OVL. COM The more common weapons he used were a sword and a blade. This meant that the Earth Element Blade Ultima was very useful. Lastly, there were 2,300 points of the Earth Domain. Wang Ting's Meteorite Shower Domain was an Earth Domain. He felt that the Meteorite Shower Domain was good enough and didn't plan to change it. Hence, he merged the Earth Element Enlightenment into his Meteorite Shower Domain. Meteorite Shower Domain, 1200/4000 4th level. The Meteorite Shower Domain used to be at the 3rd level, but the 2,300 points addition pushed it to the 4th level. Wang Ting's grasp of this domain increased again. Wang Ting let out a long sigh after he collected General Dart's attribute bubbles. Good, he collected all the attributes from the 2 formidable warriors. Not one was missed. Compared to Devil Emperor Jarox, General Dart dropped fewer attribute bubbles. This was probably because one was dead while the other was still alive. Wang Ting wanted more, but he couldn't kill General Dart, could he? He shook his head and threw this dangerous thought away. The remaining attribute bubbles were dropped by the other martial warriors. They densely populated the battlefield. Wang Ting released his spiritual power and picked them all up. Constellation Force, Fire, * 1200 Constellation Force, Wood, * 2000 Wood Ultima * 1000 Constellation Force, Earth, * 1800 Constellation Force, Lightning, * 3000 Metal Ultima * 1300 Constellation Force, Fire, * 2500 Constellation Force, Dark, * 1300 Constellation Force, Dark, * 1000. A large number of attribute bubbles swarmed over and merged into Wang Ting's body. His forces increased exponentially. Within a few seconds, all his 5 basic element forces skyrocketed. Even his wind, ice, and lightning force increased by a sizable amount. Constellation Metal Force, 12,000/80,000 Celestial Stage 8th Level, Constellation Wood Force, 58,000/70,000 Celestial Stage 7th Level, Constellation Water Force, 16800/80,000 Celestial Stage 8th Level, Constellation Fire Force, 65800/90,000 Celestial Stage 9th Level, Constellation Earth Force, 63200/70,000 Celestial Stage 7th Level, Constellation Lightning Force, 45800/90,000 Planetary Stage 9th Level, Constellation Wind Force, 13200/30,000 Celestial Stage 3rd Level, Constellation Ice Force, 25800/50,000 Planetary Stage 5th Level, Constellation Dark Force, 2800/30,000 Celestial Stage 3rd Level. Wang Ting was overjoyed when he saw the increment in all his 8 forces. The 5 basic forces were all above the 7th level of the Celestial Stage. The Dark Force rose another 2 levels after advancing to the Celestial Stage. It was at the 3rd level now. Wang Ting's overall ability shot up. Then, there were the Ultimas. His 5 basic Ultimas increased greatly, as well as his Wind Element Ultima. All of them increased his battle prowess. If he was able to combine them, he couldn't show it now, but if his opponent during a battle knew he possessed so many Ultimas, he would be in despair. The Spirit and Enlightenment attributes also allowed Wang Ting's Spirit and Enlightenment to take a leap. He felt amazing. After collecting all the attribute bubbles on the battlefield, Wang Ting floated down from the sky. Wang Ting. Di Qi was elated. He rushed over and laughed happily. I know you wouldn't die so easily. Then, he gave him a bear hug. Wang Ting shifted to the side and dodged him. Move your mouth, not your hands. Di Qi was speechless. He clutched his chest as if he was hurting from Wang Ting's rejection. Wang Ting burst out laughing at his reaction. Chapter You Shouldn't Provoke a Lady in Love, 1. Wang Ting and Di Qi chatted and laughed for a while. The atmosphere loosened up. After a life-and-death battle, everyone would more or less feel down. If those emotions were not let out, it would be bad for the martial warriors. It wouldn't be conducive to their future progress as well. Fortunately, both Di Qi and Wang Ting had already experienced many wars and had steeled their hearts. Major Wang Ting. Sir. After Wang Ting and Di Qi had exchanged their greetings, Peggy and the others walked over and saluted Wang Ting. Peggy, how are the casualties of the team? Wang Ting nodded. 3 have suffered serious injuries, and the rest are slightly injured. But no one died. A proud smile appeared on Peggy's face. Even Wang Ting was surprised. When he participated in the battle, he was already mentally prepared for casualties in the team. It was inevitable. While there were injured people, he didn't expect that there would be no death. However, a result like this was undoubtedly the best. Peggy, Arwen, you did well. Wang Ting smiled and praised them. Sir, this is all thanks to you. If not for your help, many of us would have died. Arwen scratched his head and snickered. They knew about Wang Ting's tricks. Without them, the battle would be several times more difficult, and many more people would have died. Many people were in danger during the battle and were almost killed by the dark apparitions. Fortunately, Wang Ting intervened in time and pulled them back from the brink of death. Boxen OVL. COM, that's right, boss. You gave us our lives, you can take it any time. A burly martial warrior from the bear race patted his chest and spoke loudly. Darch, you fool. I don't want your life. Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears. Hee hee. Darch smirked. The others saw his naivety and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Over at the side, there was a hint of shock in Di Chi's eyes. He couldn't help but size up Peggy and the rest. What is this team? Death was inevitable in wars. Even veterans could not escape such a fate. Even Cosmos stage martial warriors could fall, let alone them. In the end, someone told him that there was not a single death in a 50-man team. Although this could be attributed to Wang Ting, it was clear that this team wasn't weak. It was worth mentioning that when he went to the third front line, his team had increased from 20 to 100 members. Firstly, General Cameron gave Wang Ting more authority for his merit. Secondly, this was a war and not an ordinary mission, which was why there were more people. The 100 of them were all celestial stage martial warriors who had spent years on the battlefield. They had a rich experience. 80 of them were added separately and had never worked with Wang Ting before. They didn't know the extent of his previous missions and had doubts about his strength. They had already prepared for the worst before they came, which was to die in battle. However, they didn't expect Wang Ting's strength and ability to exceed their imaginations. If not for his large-scale attacks, his team would definitely have been wiped out. And later, Wang Ting created the tornado to sweep away the dark apparitions and aided General Dart in killing Devil Emperor Jarox. All of that gave them a new understanding of Wang Ting's combat prowess. Everything that Wang Ting did was far beyond a celestial stage martial warrior's level. Especially the final blow that killed Devil Emperor Jarox. Almost everyone had their jaws wide open. That was a mid-tier Devil Emperor. It was hard to imagine that Wang Ting could kill him, even though General Dart had already injured him. All in all, after the battle, Wang Ting had established absolute trust and faith in the team. Wang Ting, you have a great team. Di Chi saw everyone's expressions and sent a voice transmission. They were all high-spirited and full of vigor. They had sincere respect in their eyes when they looked at Wang Ting. Di Chi felt a little envious. A lot of commanders had nurtured teams for several years, but not all of them could produce one with such cohesion and camaraderie. Wang Ting had only been at this for a while, yet he had already formed a team that was united as one. It was unbelievable. Wang Ting smiled and didn't say much. He then looked at Peggy and said, "Bring me to the wounded." "All right, come with me." Peggy was looking at Wang Ting strangely. She hurriedly lowered her head and responded when she heard Wang Ting. The seriously wounded were placed in the infirmary and underwent specialized treatment by doctors. There was also medical equipment like restoration cabins, which could ensure the rapid recovery of martial warriors. "Wang Ting, your adjutant is looking at you strangely." Di Chi snickered as he sent over a voice transmission. "Shut up, no one will think you are dumb if you don't speak." Wang Ting snarled. He could tell from Peggy's eyes. To be honest, it was a little exciting to be admired by a female subordinate, but it was embarrassing to say such a thing. He was a reserved and shy person. Tisk, Di Chi knew Wang Ting's sullen character very well. He glanced meaningfully at Peggy and Wang Ting. Peggy's furry white wolf ears were immediately dyed pink. Fortunately, they were covered by her long hair and no one could see anything. She tried her best to keep a straight face and maintain her calm appearance. She pretended that she didn't hear Di Chi's voice and see his dreadful eyes. However, Arwen, Yola, and the others were not idiots. They could tell at a glance, and there was laughter in the team. Martial warriors on the battlefield rarely saw women once every 6 months. They usually spent their time watching dirty videos to kill time. Now that there was such amusing gossip, everyone was excited. They stopped caring about anything else. Although they had thoughts about Peggy before, her strength and wisdom were not something they could handle, which was why they could only sigh in awe. They were all excited now that they could see this cold white wolf being tamed. Moreover, the master was their respected leader. They were naturally happy to see such a result. Peggy couldn't do anything about Dichi, but she didn't hold back against Arwen and the others. She turned and glared at them fiercely. She was well established in the team. Everyone shrank their necks when they saw that murderous look. This is frightening. You shouldn't provoke a lady in love. Chapter 12 31 Good Impression +1 +1 +1 +1. Wang Ting followed Peggy to the infirmary. He couldn't see her expression, but he knew that she must be uneasy. However, as a martial warrior stationed on the battlefield, she wasn't greatly affected. Along the way, when other martial warriors saw Wang Ting, they stopped and saluted him, sending him off with their eyes. Discussions were heard occasionally. They were all about Wang Ting. Many people didn't know Wang Ting's identity, so they kept guessing. Some people even asked Wang Ting's team members for information. The martial warriors with higher authority searched the military website directly. They got some brief information about Wang Ting. For instance, he was a baron of the Empire and was at the Celestial stage. These were all public information. Anyone could find it. This caused quite a huge commotion. He became a baron at such a young age and came to the battlefield to fight with the dark apparitions. He was different from the young nobles who only knew how to hide behind their families and enjoy their lives. Most importantly, his talent was astonishing. He possessed such ability before he turned 20 and even managed to ambush Devil Emperor Jarox successfully. This wasn't something a normal person could achieve. God's child. He was a genius of the Empire. His identity, ability, and performance on the battlefield, all these factors bred respect in their hearts. His reputation in the military started to climb. Boxen OVL. COM Before this, General Cameron was afraid that Wang Ting's reputation wasn't high enough. However, one war was enough for him to overtake other people who had worked for many years. Wang Ting saw the 3 seriously injured personnel after he arrived at the infirmary. They were lying on beds. Dark force floated above their wounds, seeping into the body slowly. They had injured their organs. If the attacks went deeper by an inch, they would have lost their lives. Actually, only martial warriors were able to withstand such injuries. An ordinary person without a strong physique would have already perished. Wang Ting glanced at them and acted directly. He executed the bestow of the goddess. Light force turned into rain and sprinkled on the 3 injured personnel. The dark force around their wounds dispersed. It turned into black smoke and floated away. At the same time, the wounds started to heal rapidly. The painful expression on the injured softened. They stopped frowning. The effects were amazing. Light force treatment. Arwen and the others widened their eyes in surprise. They knew that Wang Ting was a light element martial warrior, but they didn't know he had this skill. There were only a few people in the universe who knew any light force treatment. They were precious. They felt that their leader was an all-rounder. He knew everything and would always give them surprises. There was added insurance to their lives since their leader knew light force treatment. They had never felt this safe. The sense of security was real. Peggy stared at Wang Ting's back. Her gaze was filled with emotions. Dichi wasn't surprised. He knew that Wang Ting had the light force treatment skill, so he already had a hunch about what Wang Ting wanted to do when he came over. After executing the bestow of the goddess, Wang Ting took out a jade bottle and said, "There are 3 pills inside. Take them." The soldiers took the bottles and poured the pills out. A fragrance spread out instantly. Master-level pills. They were elated and shocked when they saw the quality of the pills. What? Master-level pills? The wounded martial warrior looked over in astonishment. Smell the fragrance. This is really a master-level Dan medicine. Oh my God, this reception is amazing. They received light force treatment and master-level pills. Which team is that? I want to join them. Don't stop me. It's Major Wang Ting. Leader, goodbye. You can't afford to raise me. I'm going to Major Wang Ting's side. The injured personnel were all envious when they smelled the fragrance. They almost betrayed their teams and rushed over to join Wang Ting. Their team leaders turned green in anger. They had promptly come to show concern to their team members, but all the limelight was stolen by Wang Ting. Their team members didn't appreciate their efforts and even wanted to leave. This was too much. They were heartbroken. They betrayed them for a single master-level pill. What happened to their friendship on the battlefield? Wang Ting chuckled slyly in his heart when he felt the bitter gazes around him. 3 master-level pills were enough to trigger this effect. It was worth it. He had numerous master-level pills, too many for him to use alone. Normally, he used Grandmaster-level pills, so these master-level pills were perfect for rewarding his teammate. Boss, this is too precious. A team member looked at the pill in his hand and exclaimed. Eat it. It's just a pill. Your life is more important, Wang Ting replied calmly. Knocked out face, the 3 team members felt touched. They almost cried. Look at what he's saying. Their boss treated their lives dearly too. This was touching. Good impression +1 +1 +1 +1. Wang Ting gained another round of good impressions. Everyone wished they could join his team. The 3 team members swallowed the pills after seeing Wang Ting's firm attitude. They instantly felt the miraculous effect of the pill. A warm stream flowed through their bodies and gathered around their wounds, alleviating the pain. They knew that their wounds were healing. Their injuries started recuperating at an incredible speed due to the combined effect of the light force treatment and the pills. By right, they would need half a month to recover, but now they only needed 3 to 5 days. The martial warriors around them were flabbergasted when they saw the effects. Their eyes glowed brightly. What pill is this? The effect is amazing. A master-level pill would not have this effect unless it was a high-quality and rare type of healing pill. Not all healing dawn were the same. The type of spiritual herbs and their combination had great influence over its effect. There were a few thousand types of master-level healing dawn in the market. The ones with the best effects were all in the hands of Grandmaster-level alchemists. They were hard to find. They couldn't sit still anymore and gathered over enthusiastically. Major Wang Ting, do you have more pills? Can you sell them to us? That's right. All of us fought the dark apparitions together. Major Wang Ting, please help us. My team members are in a poor state. Look, he's on his last breath. He needs a pill to save his life. Major Wang Ting, don't worry, we won't take them for free. We're willing to pay any price for them. If you don't have them, you can execute a light force treatment first. The team leaders spoke one after another as they gathered closely around Wang Ting. They almost drowned him with their saliva. You don't know? General Dart was surprised. I came just recently. How would I know? Wang Ting felt speechless. General Dart was stunned. Then, he shook his head bitterly. He had forgotten that Wang Ting was a newbie. His performance during his missions and the war was just too astonishing. He explained, the Tiger Strike Force is a 1,000-man squad. They have 5,000 martial warriors, all at the celestial stage and above. The deputy regimental commanders are Cosmos stage martial warriors. On the number 29 defense planet, the Tiger Strike Force is one of our top squads. If you can become the regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force, you will have real power. You won't just be a martial warrior with a normal military rank. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. The Tiger Strike Force seemed awesome. If he could become its commander, he would have a certain amount of influence and speaking power in the military. Many thoughts went through his mind. Wang Ting nodded and smiled. Thank you, General. There's no need to thank me. You won it with your ability and contribution. I didn't help you. General Dart waved his hand and smiled. Wang Ting chatted with General Dart for some time before leaving. No one spoke about the pills again. They knew that such effective pills meant an extra life on the battlefield. They wouldn't give it away if they had one either. However, they didn't know that when Wang Ting left, he secretly gave General Dart a bottle of pills. There were 20 master-level healing pills inside. General Dart said that Wang Ting earned everything himself and he didn't help him, but Wang Ting wasn't a naive. Standing by his side was the greatest help to him. No one would help others for no reason, especially these bosses of the military. They wouldn't take sides easily either. Thus, Wang Ting accepted his kind favor. The pills were his way of showing his appreciation. How would he use them? That was General Dart's own business. It had nothing to do with him. Also, 20 master-level pills didn't matter much to him. He could make them easily with a few furnaces. He was a grandmaster alchemist. He had the confidence to do this. The war had just ended, so General Dart had many things to deal with. After staying for some time in the infirmary, he also left. Wendell furrowed his brows as he stood in the corner. He gritted his teeth and his gaze turned sharp. Wang Ting, it's you again, Wendell screamed in his heart. He forcefully suppressed the urge to kill Wang Ting now. Then, he operated his wristwatch and sent a message. There was only one word in the message: kill. Chapter 1233 I'm too charismatic. 1. In the center of the main base of the number 29 defense planet, there was a hall in a metal building. Martial warriors who were at least major generals were gathered there in their uniforms. They were of various ages, including males and females. All of them were calm without any emotion on their faces. These people were the important figures of the number 29 defense planet. Everyone. A voice was suddenly heard from the main seat. General Cameron was seated there as his gaze swept around indifferently. Everyone's attention was on him. The Dark Apparition's invasion came very suddenly. Although we were prepared for it, the result is still not optimistic. General Cameron paused a little before continuing. The 9th, 13th, and 17th front lines have fallen. The listeners' expressions underwent a huge change. After getting the status of each front line, the results were made known to General Cameron firsthand. But the others didn't know it yet. The shock in their hearts was indescribable when they heard such bad news. Having 3 front lines fall at once was something that had never happened since a decade ago. Was an all-out war going to break out again? Whenever such a situation occurred, it was a premonition of an all-out war. Everyone's expression was grave, and the atmosphere of the command hall became solemn. Besides that, 6 front lines suffered severe damage and heavy losses. General Cameron threw another bomb at them. They had already prepared for the worst, but they were still shocked by the news. What is happening, Boxan OVL? Are these dark apparitions crazy? Are all the frontline commanders useless? We suffered such a huge loss. We have to mobilize troops to recover the fallen front lines. We cannot let the dark apparitions occupy those 3 areas. Otherwise, it will be a huge threat to us. They couldn't sit still. They were startled and angry, and a heated discussion broke out. Knock, knock. General Cameron frowned and knocked on the table. Everyone slowly quietened down. The front lines must be recovered, but how do we do it? Who do we send? General Cameron asked. If it were up to me, I'd send the strongest squads and recover the front lines with the force of a thunderbolt. It can also serve as a deterrent and boost everyone's morale, a middle-aged lieutenant general said. I agree with General Chi Yuanju. We shouldn't go easy on these dark apparitions, or they will think we are easy to bully. Yes, that's how it should be. Give the dark apparitions a blow. Not bad, I agree too. General Chi Yuanju's words were affirmed by everyone. None of these generals were cowards, and all of them were unyielding. If the dark apparitions attacked them, they would strike back. "All right, let's choose 3 squads that are the most suitable," General Cameron said. "It goes without saying that the Red Scorpion, Tiger Strike Force, and Raging Bear squads should go," General Chi Yuanju said. "Okay." General Cameron pondered for a moment and nodded. "But the commander of the Tiger Strike Force is going to be promoted and the new commander has not been decided. It doesn't seem like a good time to send the Tiger Strike Force when things are changing." An elder had doubts. "If you want to be the Tiger Strike Force's commander, you need to have a certain strength and ability. Recovering the front lines is just the right experience." A female major general laughed. "That's not a bad idea." The elder nodded. "Then who do we choose as the new commander?" General Chi Yuanju asked. "This is why I called you here today," General Cameron said. "Now, based on the recommendations, there are 3 suitable candidates. Take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, a screen emerged above the long table. There were 3 portraits on the screen, and their detailed resumes could be seen as well. Wendell, he has executed 3,678 missions with a success rate of over 85%. Be it experience or reputation, he has both. And there's Tiger Strike Force's Vice Commander Hua Chia, who has executed 3,423 missions with a success rate of over 85%. On top of that, he cooperated well with the commander and is very familiar with the Tiger Strike Force during his time as its vice commander. We are not surprised by the first 2 candidates, but the last one. After everyone read all the information, they frowned as their eyes landed on the last candidate. This was a newcomer. Moreover, there were only 3 missions on his resume, with little to no detail about them. How could such a person appear on the list of candidates for the Tiger Strike Force's commander? Was he someone who got in through the back door? Amongst the people present, a cold light flashed in an elder's eyes when he saw Wang Ting's portrait. This was the Parker's family representative for the number 29 defense planet, Crofts, a Heaven Stage martial warrior. He was the person behind recommending Wendell for the position. He wanted Wendell to be Tiger Strike Force's commander so that he could increase the family's influence on the number 29 defense planet. Chapter 1234 I'm too charismatic. 2. He didn't expect to see Wang Ting's name here as Wendell's competitor. This brat arrived at the number 29 defense planet not long ago and only completed a few missions. What right did he have to compete for the commander position? Who recommended him? Fortunately, everyone was questioning his ability. He heaved a sigh of relief. There was no point in recommending him if no one felt that he was qualified for the position. He would be filtered out in the end. To him, Wang Ting's appearance was just for show. A cold smile appeared at the edge of Croft's lips. "Nonsense!" General Chi Yuanju shouted. "This is nonsense. He has only executed 3 missions. How can he be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force? You're putting the Tiger Strike Force in danger." "That's right, this is unreasonable. He's incompetent. How can a newbie be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force? Which idiot recommended him?" "I did." General Cameron's face turned black. He had anticipated their intense reaction, but he didn't expect them to scold him. The noises stopped abruptly. Everyone stared at General Cameron in a daze. Their minds couldn't react in time. General Cameron was the idiot? How was he an idiot? There must be some misunderstanding. Crofts was flabbergasted as well. His pupils constricted. This was out of his imagination. Was there a relationship between the two? Why did General Cameron recommend a newbie for no reason? As an experienced general, this wasn't his way of doing things. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He had an ominous feeling. General Cameron was the commanding general of the number 29 defense planet. With his recommendation, Wang Ting's odds would increase tremendously. "General Cameron, I'm not talking about you. Please listen to my my explanation. The Major General's face turned green. He looked at General Cameron carefully and tried to reclaim himself. The other people gloated as they watched him. Why did you have to be so straightforward? Look, you're suffering the implications now. General Chi Yuanju continued in embarrassment. General Cameron, why did you choose Wang Ting? Please take a look at the results of the 3 missions. General Cameron shook his head and tapped the screen in front of him lightly. More information about Wang Ting appeared below his profile picture. The details of his missions were revealed too. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, it wasn't appropriate to release these details, but he had to show some real battle exploits to convince the rest. That was why he released the information. Brought back the Devil Ovum. Captured a Devil Mind Dark Apparition. Killed a mid-tier Devil Emperor and saved the 3rd frontline with minimum cost. Everyone's expression changed as they read the new information. They were astounded and found it a little hard to believe. The results of the missions were written clearly. He brought back a Devil Ovum on his first mission. A Devil Ovum. Did they see it correctly? Everyone knew what a Devil Ovum was. Its appearance meant a life-or-death crisis for the entire planet. Yet Wang Ting managed to silently solve this catastrophe. The problem was, how did he bring the Devil Ovum back? Didn't he get enchanted or corrupted? As for the Devil Mind Dark Apparition, it was stated that this was a strange and mysterious dark apparition race. They could take over the minds of various living creatures and had been haunting humans for a long time. Nonetheless, Wang Ting captured one, and research was being carried out. This was undoubtedly a huge military contribution. Finally, he helped General Dart of the 3rd Frontline to kill a mid-tier Devil Emperor, protecting the frontline with only a small price paid. It was unbelievable that a celestial stage martial warrior could kill a mid-tier Devil Emperor. They had to admit that after these 3 missions, Wang Ting had enough reputation in the military. There was no doubt about his capabilities. General Cameron, is this true? General Chi Yuanju asked in disbelief. The others looked over simultaneously. They couldn't believe that one person had all these achievements under his belt. I won't ruin my reputation by making these up, General Cameron replied calmly. General Chi Yuanju took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. This is unimaginable. Croft's face turned black. Wang Ting exceeded his expectations again. Things were moving in a direction he couldn't control. This infuriated him. He thought that he could control Wang Ting easily once he came to the defense planet because he was just a celestial stage martial warrior with no background. Who would have thought that he already made so many great achievements secretly? But he managed to conceal his emotions well. General Cameron, I have a question. Can you help to clear my doubt? General Cameron glanced at him with a sharp gaze. He nodded and said, Please say it. How did Wang Ting bring the Devil Ovum back? Based on what I know, an ordinary person can't resist its enchantment, Croft said with a smile. I have no other intention. I just want to be safe. Chapter 1235 I'm too charismatic. 3. Everyone present was smart. They knew that he didn't want Wang Ting to be the regiment commander. They knew that Croft belonged to the Parkers, just like Wendell. It seemed like he wanted to help Wendell. However, pulling Wang Ting out of the picture for Wendell's sake wasn't his only intention. The majority of the people present didn't know about the feud between Wang Ting and the Parkers. They never thought that Croft's real intention was to end Wang Ting's military journey. General Cameron glanced at him again and replied indifferently, I was concerned too, so I brought him to Mr. Veblen for inspection the moment he came back. There's no problem with him. Mr. Veblen inspected him? Looks like we were worried for nothing. Everyone was stunned. No one had any more concerns upon learning that Mr. Veblen had completed an inspection of Wang Ting. They nodded in deep thought. General Cameron continued, As for how he brought it back, he has his own methods. I can't reveal them. However, I can tell you that Major Wang Ting is a light element martial warrior. I heard that he knows a light force treatment too. General Dart received a lot of help from him and is full of praise for him. A smile appeared on General Cameron's face as he spoke. He was delighted with Wang Ting's performance. If not, he wouldn't have recommended him for the regimental commander's position. Light element martial warrior. He knows light force treatment? Dart is lucky. No wonder he praised Wang Ting so much. So that's the reason. Good riddance. I think Major Wang Ting is extremely suitable to be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force. Everyone's attitude changed when they heard that Wang Ting was a light element martial warrior. They wished they could befriend him immediately. They didn't care who the regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force was as long as he had the capabilities. Looking at Wang Ting's portfolio, he was quite powerful. Wendell and Huichia might not have been able to assist General Dart in killing a mid-tier Devil Emperor. General Cameron felt speechless. Their attitudes changed like the flip of a book. Crofts was dumbfounded. He felt that he just dug a hole for himself. His aim was to pull Wang Ting down, but he helped him instead. He felt like vomiting blood out of frustration. Since no one has any objections, Wang Ting will be the next commander of the Tiger Strike Force, General Cameron said. Wait! Crofts shouted hurriedly. What is it? Do you have any questions? We haven't witnessed Wang Ting's strength personally. Why don't we let the three of them have a battle after he comes back? Why? Major Wang Ting can kill a mid-tier Devil Emperor. We have no doubts about his ability, General Chi Yuanju said. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, the others agreed. Crofts was exasperated. F***K, this isn't what y'all said just now. That's a good suggestion. General Cameron gave him an ambiguous gaze and nodded. Let them have a battle. Crofts remained expressionless, but he was smirking in his heart. If that brat didn't come back, there wouldn't be a need for a battle. Wang Ting didn't know what was happening in the main base. He was on his way back. Everyone was in a good mood. They were still immersed in the happiness of winning the war. Boss, you've made many contributions this time. You will be promoted to colonel soon, right? Arwen looked at Wang Ting, who was beside him, and asked. Who knows? Our boss is so powerful. He'll definitely be promoted. It will be a waste of talent if he isn't, Xiong Daki said honestly. If boss is promoted, will our team be disbanded? Arwen asked suddenly. Everyone turned quiet. This was an apparent question. If Wang Ting was promoted, he would have other subordinates. The team would be disbanded and distributed to different teams. Even if Wang Ting treasured their relationship, he could only keep a few of them. He wouldn't keep the entire team. Peggy's expression changed. She had ignored this question completely. Wang Ting was accumulating military contributions at an amazing speed, and this time, his achievement was even more impressive. He would most likely be promoted, but their team couldn't catch up with his speed. Her gaze turned dim. She lowered her head so that others couldn't see her expression. Don't think too much. Nothing is confirmed yet. I'm still a newbie, so I might not be promoted. Wang Ting broke the silence. He didn't imagine that his subordinates would miss him. Indeed, I'm too charismatic. Di Qi glanced at Wang Ting silently. He knew that separation was inevitable. Every martial warrior hoped to follow a leader like Wang Ting because they could gain many benefits under him. However, they had to be worthy too. People with no value wouldn't get the opportunity even if it was laid right in front of them. Major Wang Ting is right. Let's not think too much. Who knows what will happen in the future? Peggy was enlightened after hearing Wang Ting's words. Her sorrow disappeared instantly. She didn't know what would happen to the others, but she was Wang Ting's adjutant. There was a high chance he would bring her along. Chapter 1236. I'm too charismatic. For, brothers, I'm sorry. Women are selfish. Peggy consoled herself. Boom. Just when the others wanted to speak, the battlecraft suddenly trembled. What happened? Peggy's expression changed. Everyone shot to their feet and took out their weapons. Was it a dark apparition's attack? Round Ball, what's the matter? Wang Ting asked in his mind. He frowned. Someone's attacking us. Not dark apparitions? Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. Yes, not dark force. It should be human martial warriors. Humph. Wang Ting snorted. He stood up without any expression on his face and said, Let's see who on this number 29 defense planet can't wait to kill me. He asked Round Ball to open the cabin door and flew out. Peggy and the others couldn't just sit and watch, so they hurriedly followed him. Outside, a group of martial warriors in battle armor was blocking their path. There were around 40 to 50 people. They were in the wilderness with nothing around them. Without a soul in sight, this was a perfect place for an ambush. These martial warriors weren't wearing mass-produced battle armor, so their faces were hidden. Who are you? Wang Ting activated his eyes of essence to see their faces, but they were all strangers. He didn't recognize any of them. Someone who will kill you, a martial warrior replied coldly. How dare you? Arwen and the others were infuriated. These people popped out of nowhere and said they wanted to kill Wang Ting. Were they looking down on them? Attack! The other party wasted no time. The leader waved his hand and released his cultivation power at the peak of the cosmos stage. He charged toward Wang Ting. Kill! His subordinates also released a sharp killing intent and followed him closely. The majority of the martial warriors were at the peak of the celestial stage. Besides the leader who was at the peak of the cosmos stage, there were 2 other cosmos stage martial warriors hiding in the crowd. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks 3 martial warriors at the peak of the cosmos stage. Thanks for thinking so highly of me. Wang Ting scoffed. It looked like these people had an accurate grasp of his combat prowess. Although he could kill a heaven stage martial warrior, he relied on external forces. For instance, someone else would beat the heaven stage martial warrior up badly before he sneaked an attack and finished him. In summary, he had some difficulty when dealing with heaven stage martial warriors. That also meant that he didn't have the ability to kill a heaven stage martial warrior personally. The ability of 3 martial warriors at the peak of the cosmos stage was extremely close to that of a heaven stage martial warrior. They should be enough to deal with Wang Ting. Boom! The leader arrived in front of Wang Ting within a split second. He held his blade and slashed it down. The blade glow came slamming down with the fire element Ultima. Boom! Wang Ting remained calm. There was no fear on his face. A sword appeared in his hand, and he released his water element Ultima. Swoosh! The sound of water rose behind Wang Ting. Numerous towering waves tossed and turned behind him, while blue sword glows intertwined and crashed towards the blade glow. Ultima 1000 crashing ripples. 8th level. Wang Ting had collected many Ultima attributes in the battle, so his water Ultima rose to the 8th level. It was many times more powerful than before. Boom! Both parties collided, creating a loud explosion. The waves powered up the blue sword glow, and it crashed into the blade glow again and again, as if there was no end to it. Suddenly, the blade glow, which contained the fire Ultima, shattered. It was destroyed by the sword glow. How is that possible? The leader's expression changed. He was appalled. He realized that his opponent could curb his fire Ultima. Mind you, his fire Ultima was at the 7th level. It was powerful even among the Cosmos stage martial warriors. Was his opponent's water Ultima stronger than his fire Ultima? Come on, this fellow was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Tell me who sent you and I will let you die a quicker death, Wang Ting said indifferently. He raised his sword and pointed at his enemy. What did you say? The leader was enraged. Chapter 1237 Shameless. What did you say? The leader was enraged. His gaze turned sharp. Let him die a quicker death? He was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Where did he get the courage to say such words? He was belittling them. Every Cosmos stage martial warrior had their own pride, including him. Wang Ting might be a powerful and talented martial warrior, but he wasn't afraid. Looks like I'll have to capture you to question you. Wang Ting shook his head. You're looking for death. Killing intent shot out of the martial warrior's eyes. He remembered something and snorted. Brat, you took some effort to execute the tornado attack on the battlefield, right? With your current celestial stage ability, one execution is your maximum. I'm sure that you've exhausted much of your power and you're just putting on a strong front. He gave an I see through you expression. Wang Ting's expression changed, but it only lasted for a split second before he resumed his composure. Ha ha ha, you're indeed a paper tiger. The martial warrior laughed. Looks like you did your research. That means that y'all were at the third front line and saw everything. My only enemy there is Wendell. You must be a part of the Parker's family. Wang Ting voiced out his guess expressionlessly. So what if you know? You're going to die anyway. The martial warrior stopped laughing abruptly. He didn't think that Wang Ting would guess everything correctly. He stared at him sharply. Aren't you afraid of getting found out? The military won't let you go if they learn that you attacked a military martial warrior who's just earned military exploits, Wang Ting said. Stop struggling. We made ample preparations to kill you. We placed signal disruption devices around this area, so no one will know what's happening here. After we kill you, we'll leave the number 29 defense planet. No one will be able to find us. The leader sneered. As expected, you came prepared. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. Then, he suddenly asked, Oh, have you heard of this sentence? What? The leader frowned. The antagonist dies from talking too much, you idiot. Wang Ting laughed. The leader's face turned black. He felt humiliated. He finally knew that Wang Ting was playing with him. Die! The leader roared in anger and disappeared on the spot. He turned into a beam of light charging at Wang Ting. Boom! The crimson-red flames circled his body. Blade glow cut through the sky and the power of Ultima exploded. He slashed the flaming blade glow at Wang Ting. Wang Ting remained quiet. Streams of water twirled around his sword. He released his water Ultima to its maximum and welcomed his opponent's attack. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded in the sky. The impact of the clash of forces blasted holes of different sizes into the ground. Di-Chi, Peggy, and the other members of the team were held back. They couldn't reinforce Wang Ting. These martial warriors only wanted to kill Wang Ting. As for the rest, they just tried their best to hold them back. That would make things easier. Di-Chi was injured and had expended much of his energy on the battlefield. He could only release a small fraction of his true power. He wasn't a bug like Wang Ting, so he couldn't recover immediately. Move! Di-Chi bellowed in anger. A green glow gathered on his sword as he tried to force his opponent back. However, the other party didn't engage him head-on. He evaded all the lethal attacks and came back instantly to block him. Di-Chi wanted to help Wang Ting, but he couldn't. The celestial stage martial warriors held him back successfully. Some distance away, behind a huge rock, Wendell was wearing armor and staring at the battle in the sky. There was a smirk at the edge of his lips. Let me see how you escape this time. Wang Ting and the leader were having a heated battle in the sky. They turned into two balls of light, one blue and one red, and collided fervently, setting off loud explosions. The longer they fought, the more flabbergasted the leader was. He only understood how powerful Wang Ting was after sharing blows with him. Despite being a celestial stage martial warrior, his ability was astonishing. It was unbelievable. He realized that he had underestimated Wang Ting. One shouldn't judge this fellow using common sense. But he still didn't think that Wang Ting could defeat him. Besides, he was just a paper tiger now. He was probably forcing himself. Let's see how long you can last. The leader shouted and increased the intensity of his attacks. Wang Ting realized that he couldn't win against his opponent with his water element alone. A few hundred rounds were his maximum. He needed to use other forces. Dragon Blood Battle Physique. Boom. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, Wang Ting bellowed in his heart. 3 kinds of flame exploded inside him. They weren't divine flames. They were the 3 beast flames from the Parkers. Furious Scorching Beast. Star Phoenix Flame. Ocean Whale Flame. The 3 flames of different colors spiraled around him, turning into different fire patterns. One looked like a raging beast in flames, the other was a crimson-red flame that looked like a peacock spreading its feathers, and the last one was a blue giant whale flame pattern. He wanted to see how powerful he could be if he just used the beast flames. The 3 different patterns appeared on his skin, strengthening his physique and making him appear divine. The leader squinted. Fire force. How many elements did he have? He had used light force and wind force during the war. Now, he showed his fire force and water force. That was 4 forces. What is this? Wendell intently stared at the flame patterns on Wang Ting's body. They looked extremely familiar. He could recognize the execution of this battle technique and the 3 flame patterns. They were similar to his family's Dragon Blood Battle Physique. Come on! Wang Ting shouted. He swung his fist and punched it out. The flames turned into a fist mark. He secretly instilled some strength of Ultima inside, so it wasn't just scorching. It was filled with strength too. Bang! One punch was enough for the leader to know how hard Wang Ting was to deal with. This attack was even more powerful than the water element Ultima. How unlucky of me! The leader was thrown back by a single punch. His expression turned ugly. Is this all you have? Wang Ting turned his wrist, making a cracking smile. Then, he gave his opponent a smirk. It's too early to be proud. A cold glint flashed past the leader's eyes. He charged forward again. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 parties smashed into each other once more. The attacks went to and fro. No one seemed to be at an advantage. How can he last so long? The leader was puzzled. He could feel his forces depleting slowly. His expression turned hideous. Wasn't he supposed to be exhausted? He felt that he got tricked. Boom, boom. At this moment, 2 loud explosions sounded behind Wang Ting. A powerful force smashed over, bringing with it the scorching heat of the fire element. They were like 2 volcanoes. Be careful! Di Chi's shout came a second after. Wang Ting saw the sly smile on the martial warrior's face. Although he was wearing armor that covered his face, Wang Ting could see the smile through his eyes of essence. Boom! The next instant, 2 terrifying attacks landed on Wang Ting. The fire force turned into flames and ate him up. Wang Ting! Di Chi and Peggy squinted. They clenched their fists uncontrollably. Wang Ting just came back from the battlefield, so he was at his weakest. If he got hit, the consequences would be unbearable. Suddenly, 2 powerful auras shot into the sky within the group of Celestial Stage martial warriors. They exceeded the limit of the Celestial Stage. 2 martial warriors at the peak of the Cosmos Stage. Di Chi's expression changed. He was astounded. 2 more Cosmos Stage martial warriors had suddenly appeared. They were hiding among the Celestial Stage martial warriors so that they could ambush Wang Ting. No one expected this change. How could Cosmos Stage martial warriors be this shameless? Why did they have to ambush a Celestial Stage martial warrior? Shouldn't they be ashamed of themselves? Chapter 1238 This fellow is a devil dressed in human skin. Dragon 17, you're too weak. You can't even handle a Celestial Stage martial warrior. You're lucky we are here together this time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to complete your mission. The two Cosmos Stage martial warriors flew over from the crowd. Humph! The martial warrior known as Dragon 17 scoffed and frowned. If you're so capable, go and fight with him alone. Being wise after the fact doesn't make you capable. If it was up to us, we wouldn't need you. One of them chuckled. Dragon 15, this brat is shockingly strong. You really think you can handle him alone? How naive, Dragon 17 said coldly. He's just a celestial stage martial warrior. You are taking him too seriously. Dragon 15 shook his head disdainfully and looked at the other person beside him. Dragon 14, if it was you, only a few moves would have sealed the deal. Around 10 moves. He's still a bit strong. Dragon 14 was proud of himself. See, Dragon 14 agrees with me. Dragon 15 chuckled and squeezed him. It means you're really lousy. You! Dragon 17 was furious. If he had known earlier, he would have let them go first. Now that the fight was over, they were here being sarcastic. In the end, they only wanted to squeeze him out so that they could share the credit among themselves. Wang Ting was considered a great bounty in the Parker's family. Even the Furious Flaming Universe Lord and Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord said it themselves that anyone who could kill him would be greatly rewarded. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the risk to come to the number 29 defense planet to cooperate with Crofts and kill Wang Ting. Now that Wang Ting had died, they decided to share the spoils. Dragon 14 and Dragon 15 had apparently reached a consensus to reduce Dragon 17's contribution in the mission. This way, the two of them could get a greater portion of the reward. The three of them didn't care about the surroundings when they were talking. Peggy and the others heard their conversation. They wanted to rush up and fight them to death. However, there were many celestial stage martial warriors around them that held them back. They couldn't get away from them. Dragon 14, Dragon 15, Dragon 17. Di-Chi frowned. His mind spun quickly. He seemed to have heard such a title somewhere before. Oh right. The Parker's family. They had a mysterious and powerful martial warrior squad, which seemed to be named after dragons. Every squad member was powerful and had seen their fair share of blood. They were definitely not to be compared with ordinary martial warriors. As a descendant of the Cavendish family, he had naturally heard of some inside stories. In fact, every family had a similar squad that would usually do some secretive things in the dark. Di-Chi's expression was grim. The Parker's family was too shameless. They even sent someone to kill him after he arrived at the number 29 defense planet. Generally speaking, no matter what hatred or grievance, they wouldn't be brought to the defense planets. They were a place to fight against dark apparitions. All grievances would be resolved after leaving the defense planet. However, the Parkers didn't care about that at all. They did whatever they wanted to and didn't take such unspoken rules seriously. Swoosh. At this moment, a strange energy suddenly radiated into the surroundings and enveloped everyone in it. The sky and the earth disappeared, replaced by a strange dark yellow area. Boulders were floating in the sky and even the ground was made of floating boulders, like a small piece of land. This is a domain. Dragon 14 and Dragon 15 looked like they had seen a ghost, their voices raised by an octave involuntarily. It was like they had been castrated. They couldn't care less about competing for rewards and looked around quickly. Why was there suddenly a domain? Did a heaven stage martial warrior arrive? If that were the case, their plan would fail, and their lives might even be in danger. The martial warriors from the military would never spare them. Dragon 17's face was also full of horror. He felt uncomfortable, and an ominous premonition emerged in his heart. Few people had seen Wang Ting using his domain, which was why there wasn't any description of it in the Parker's family's report. The three of them never imagined that Wang Ting, a celestial stage martial warrior, could master a domain. But Peggy and the others recognized this domain. When Wang Ting snatched the devil ovum, he used it to stop the dark apparitions. So they knew that this was Wang Ting's domain. Boom! Just when all kinds of thoughts were appearing in everyone's minds, huge boulders fell from the sky with terrifying force, smashing fiercely at Dragon 14 and the others. Their pupils shrank as they tried their best to resist and launch attacks repeatedly, trying to smash the boulders into pieces. But there were too many boulders. They smashed a few of them, but the boulders on the sides had already reached them. They couldn't react in time. Boom! 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 The boulders struck the martial warriors who were wearing armor. Even Dragon 14 and the others couldn't avoid it and were constantly hit. On the other hand, Peggy and the others stood there without moving. The boulders seemed to have eyes and avoided them. They heaved a sigh of relief. Although they knew that this was Wang Ting's domain, there were so many boulders raining down. Even people with firm minds like them would feel a tingle in their scalp. It looked like an indiscriminate attack. What if it struck them? Their small bodies couldn't stand such an impact. Fortunately, that didn't happen and the boulders avoided them. It seemed like the wonders of the domain were beyond their imagination. It was impossible to understand the mysteries of the domain without truly mastering it. Di-Chi looked at their expressions and couldn't help but ask, "You guys don't seem to be worried at all? This is Major Wang Ting's domain. Don't you know?" Peggy asked. "I know. My foot." Di-Chi was a little dazed. Wang Ting had never told him about any domains. Wait. Damn, he actually comprehended a domain. Di-Chi reacted abruptly. His mind was in shambles and a mess. Was this fellow even a celestial stage martial warrior? A celestial stage martial warrior with an enlightened domain. Are you kidding me? I don't know which senior is here. Is there a misunderstanding? Dragon 15 couldn't fight back against the barrage of boulders. He was in a pitiful state and hurriedly shouted. The person controlling the domain hadn't appeared. They didn't know who was attacking them. Dragon 15 was helpless. If he kept silent, he felt that they would be crushed to death. The one facing them was a heaven stage martial warrior. Now that they were trapped in the domain, they were like sitting ducks. Escaping here was very, very difficult. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. If they didn't admit it, they would probably die. Misunderstanding. A voice came from above with a hint of mockery. You wanted to kill me just now. This shouldn't be a misunderstanding. Why was this voice so familiar? Dragon 15 was stunned. It felt like something bad was going to happen. Dragon 14 and Dragon 17 looked up one after another only to see a figure gradually emerging from a boulder. It was indeed Wang Ting. You. Dragon 15's eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. He couldn't say anything else except for you. This bastard wasn't dead. He even used his domain and trapped them here. Impossible. Dragon 14 couldn't believe his eyes. He earlier claimed that he could deal with Wang Ting in 10 moves. Now, he appeared in front of him like this. It was full of drama. Did you say that you could finish me off with 10 moves? Wang Ting looked at Dragon 14. Dragon 14's expression froze. Slap. His face was slapped randomly. The face hurt a bit. 10 moves? Damn it. If he knew Wang Ting had a domain, he wouldn't have boasted. He couldn't win against a martial warrior who used a domain. Not even with 1,000 moves. How is it possible for you to have a domain? Dragon 14 stared at Wang Ting, trying to see flaws in his expression. I'm sorry. I really have it. It won't do you any good if you don't believe it, Wang Ting said calmly. Dragon 14 wanted to swear. Oh right, I went to catch someone just now. Let's see who it is. Wang Ting stretched out his hand. A figure flew from behind and landed in front of them. The person looked miserable with a bruised nose and swollen face. It was like he had just been tortured. Wendell. It's him. Although the face was swollen, Peggy and the others could still recognize him. That person turned out to be Wendell. When Dragon 14 and the others saw Wendell, their expressions changed. Damn it! Wasn't Wendell hiding in the distance? How was he caught? Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Wang Ting looked at them with a smile. This person was indeed Wendell. He was hiding in the distance and thought that Wang Ting didn't see him. In the end, he was sneaked upon and captured. Wendell was clearly not as powerful as the three martial warriors who were at the peak of the Cosmos stage. Besides, he never expected Wang Ting to find him and even have the time to deal with him. That was why he was caught easily without any precautions. Dragon 14 and the others. Surprised? Shocked? Why was this brat's personality so vile? When they looked at his face, they didn't know why, but they wanted to hit him badly. Wang Ting, let me go. Wendell had not fainted yet. Getting stepped on by Wang Ting, he felt extremely humiliated and struggled desperately. You were caught by me, someone with poor strength. Why should I let you go? Wendell was taken aback. Then, he reacted immediately. What do you mean by that? This bastard basically called him a piece of trash. Di-Chi, Peggy, and the others laughed uncontrollably. Wang Ting was such a prankster. He never missed a chance to humiliate Wendell. Ha ha ha, Wendell, you're really capable. Di-Chi laughed loudly. Wendell's entire face darkened as he roared angrily. Wang Ting, I want you to die. Wang Ting had a warm smile on his face, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. He then stomped down hard on Wendell's face. Bang! A huge force slammed down on Wendell's head, deforming it. The boulder below shattered open with his head inside. Ah, Wendell let out a painful howl. You should be obedient after getting caught. Let me teach you a little lesson. Dragon 14 and the others' mouths were twitching. This fellow is so ruthless. He just stomped on him when he didn't see eye to eye with him. He didn't take Wendell seriously at all. They were after all members of the Parkers family. Did this guy really have no qualms about treating Wendell in such a manner? Wang Ting. Wendell wasn't a coward either. Being trampled on, the shame in his heart was about to explode. He had never been treated like this before. His eyes were red and he growled like a wounded beast. Looks like you haven't understood the situation. Wang Ting lifted his feet and stomped fiercely. Bang! Just as Wendell was trying to break free, he was squashed into the hole again. But Wang Ting didn't stop. He raised his foot again, then stomped him. Again and again and again. After repeating this more than 10 times, he finally stopped. I finally feel better. Wang Ting let out a breath slowly and looked down at the unrecognizable Wendell. By the way, what were you trying to say just now? You can continue. Everyone. This fellow is a devil dressed in human skin. Chapter 1239 Battle of Ultima. Within the meteorite shower domain, Wang Ting stood on top of a rock. There was a strange human-looking thing beside him. The thing's head was buried in the rock while its arms were trembling. It seemed to be struggling frantically, trying to pluck its head out of the rock. However, the head was buried quite deep. This person seemed heavily injured, so he couldn't pull his head out. Everyone felt the muscles on their face twitching when they saw this scene. Especially Di-Chi and Peggy. They felt their blood turning a little cold and their heads a little numb. This was vicious. No human would be so ruthless. They felt this way even though they were Wang Ting's companions. One could imagine what Dragon 14 and the others were thinking. They felt like the victims instead. To hell with an assassination. Who was the one being assassinated here? Weren't they supposed to be the assassins? Why did they have to suffer such inhuman treatment? Also, Wendell was useless. He got caught without any warning. If Wang Ting didn't take him out to tease them, they wouldn't even know he was captured. Crack! A clear sound was heard suddenly. Wendell finally pulled his head out of the hole. His face had gotten more swollen. There was only a line left for his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Wang Ting. His body was trembling, in fear or anger, as he stuttered. Let me go. Why should I? You'll die if you kill me. Wendell swallowed the humiliation and replied. Are you saying I can't resist? You can kill me, but I can't do the same? Wang Ting snorted in anger. He stared at Wendell indifferently. Wendell wanted to retort. All right, stay where you are. I'll take care of you later. Wang Ting didn't give Wendell any chance to speak. He stepped Wendell's head into the stone crack again. He then looked at the assassins below and asked calmly, Are y'all going to surrender, or do you want me to beat you until you surrender? Dragon 14 and the others frowned. They felt humiliated by Wang Ting's words. Surrender or beat them until they surrender. Was there a difference? This fellow was looking down on them. The three of them exchanged glances with one another. They threw away their disagreements and reached a consensus. Let's break the domain together. I don't believe that the domain of a celestial stage martial warrior will be that strong. Dragon 14 shouted in anger and darted into the sky. He released all the fire force in his body and gathered it around his long spear. This was Wang Ting's meteorite shower domain, so all the fire force was blocked outside. He couldn't use it. He could only use his own force. Dragon 17 and Dragon 15 acted simultaneously without any hesitation. Their survival was on the line, so they wouldn't create trouble. They were both fire element martial warriors, so they released all their fire force. It flowed relentlessly out of their bodies. The three forces gathered together and congregated on Dragon 14's long spear. Wang Ting frowned slightly. They're launching a joint attack. The outline of a giant flaming lion formed around the long spear. It looked magnificent. Roar! The fire lion appeared lifelike and real. It raised its head and roared into the sky. What is this? Di Chi's expression changed slightly. A tinge of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he noticed something. Is this an Ultima battle technique? An Ultima battle technique. Wang Ting hurriedly searched through the memories of the devouring nihility beast and found relevant information. Just as its name suggested, an Ultima battle technique merged the power of the Ultima inside. Different from normal battle techniques, Ultima battle techniques could only be executed after merging an Ultima inside. It wasn't as simple as how they instilled some of their Ultima in their skills in the past. This was a real merger, the kind that could trigger a change in quality. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. In summary, an Ultima battle technique was a powerful skill born to release the full potential of an Ultima. This was Wang Ting's first time encountering an Ultima battle technique. Ultima battle techniques were rare. They were considered a type of secret skill, so there weren't many available on the market. They were only present in ancient legacies. Besides, their execution was difficult. One needed long hours of practice and a deep understanding of their Ultima to learn the Ultima battle technique. It was hard to believe that his three opponents had grasped an Ultima battle technique. But they were martial warriors from the Parkers, so it was reasonable that they had one. Boom! The forces in their bodies merged into the gigantic flaming lion. Then, Dragon 14 merged the Fire Ultima into the lion and executed the real Ultima battle technique. In fact, only Dragon 14 had learned the Ultima battle technique, but it required a large volume of force. Thus, the three of them had to cooperate. Wang Ting looked down at his opponents grimly. This Ultima battle technique was indeed formidable. He felt a sense of threat from its powerful fluctuations. Well, let's see if their Ultima is stronger than my domain. Wang Ting's eyes glistened. A fighting spirit burned in his heart. He raised his finger. Boom! Numerous large rocks flew towards the center and started clumping together, turning into an enormous rock ball. As its shadow cast on the ground, a terrifying pressure overwhelmed the surroundings and bore down on the people below. Dragon 14 and his comrades paused involuntarily. Their pupils constricted. This domain seemed quite powerful. It didn't look like the domain of a celestial stage martial warrior. How did this bastard manage to master it? Their confidence wavered a little. Dragon 14 gritted his teeth, and his gaze turned ruthless. This was a life-or-death situation. They had no other choice. They had to take the bet. The three of them released their forces even more frantically, as if they wanted to exhaust all their energy. They wouldn't stop until they squeezed themselves dry. Outside, their Ultima battle technique would be even stronger. But in this domain where the fire force in their surroundings was blocked, they couldn't absorb more fire force. As a result, they couldn't release the full potential of this technique. This was the difference between a Cosmos stage martial warrior and a Heaven stage martial warrior. Just one domain was enough to suppress them. Wang Ting might be a celestial stage martial warrior, but with the domain, he was more powerful than any celestial stage martial warrior. Di-Chi, Peggy, and the others felt the pressure from both parties' attacks and retreated uncontrollably. They could sense that the battle techniques executed by the combatants were frightening. If they didn't withdraw, they might die or get heavily injured by the residual impact. The martial warriors wearing armor retreated too. Many of them were injured by the large rocks, and their armors were torn and tattered. They looked miserable. Only fear remained in their hearts as they stared at the gigantic rock above them. Wang Ting was too powerful. Why did they come to assassinate him? Would the three sirs be able to defeat him? The giant rock in the sky grew larger and larger until it became a small planet. It gave off immense and terrifying pressure. The flaming lion Dragon 14 and his comrades formed was expanding too. Fire crackled around the enormous lion. It was like the king of flames. An oppressive aura shot out from its lantern-sized eyes. Dragon 14 and his comrades reached their limit. All the forces in their bodies had been driven out. Their faces were pale and their gazes were resolute. Roaring flame lion spear. Dragon 14 stabbed his spear out. The flaming lion roared as if it was alive and soared into the sky, shaking the heavens with its power. The flaming giant lion bellowed. Scorching heat gushed towards Wang Ting, as if attempting to burn everything. Wang Ting's expression didn't change. He flung his hand down and the giant asteroid finally moved. It plummeted down with an oppressive momentum. The enormous rock shot down like a small planet, leaving a long trail of yellow light behind it. It came fast and heavy. The air around it seemed to crack under the pressure too. Boom! The next instant both parties collided. Chapter 1240 The Loser Begs for Mercy. Wang Ting came up with an amazing scheme. One boom. Explosions echoed in the entire domain. The enormous flaming tiger slammed into the asteroid. A sharp spear glow could be seen faintly in the flaming lion. Di-Chi and the others looked up without blinking. They were extremely nervous. The combined Ultima battle skill of the three martial warriors was frighteningly powerful. It was able to resist Wang Ting's domain power. This was unbelievable. Crack! A clear breaking sound broke the nervous atmosphere. Then, fissures started to appear on the asteroid like spiderwebs. They started to spread. Di-Chi's expression changed. He was flabbergasted. Was it going to break? Dragon 14 and his comrades were elated. They stared intently at the giant rock above. Smash it! They screamed in anger. This was their only hope. If they couldn't destroy Wang Ting's domain, they wouldn't be able to run away. Death would be their only option. Roar! The flaming lion received hope and anguish from the three martial warriors. It roared and released all its fire force. Then, it flung its head and threw itself at the enormous rock again. The spear glow stabbed into the giant rock inch by inch. More cracks appeared one by one. Bang! The next instant, the asteroid burst apart and shattered into countless broken rock. They flew in all directions. Ha ha ha! Wang Ting die! Dragon 14 laughed when he saw this scene. He pushed his long spear out. Boom! Following the destruction of the giant rock, The glow around the flaming lion dimmed, and its power decreased. However, it still hurled toward Wang Ting at the same speed. Dragon 15 and Dragon 17 clenched their fists. They were overjoyed. Wang Ting, Di Qi and the others were agitated. However, they couldn't do anything and could only watch as the flaming lion charged toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting lowered his head and stared at the flaming lion indifferently. There was a strange glimmer in his eyes. The Ultima battle technique was indeed quite powerful. The flaming lion bellowed angrily and swallowed Wang Ting and the giant rock below him in one gulp. Boom! This attack seemed to be its last task. The flaming lion exploded as the spear glow in it stabbed at Wang Ting, who was in the center. The domain around them started collapsing. Dragon 14 and the others smiled in relief. Bang! In the end, the meteorite shower domain couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and shattered, disappearing in a sky of twinkles. Ha ha ha! Dragon 14 laughed. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, however, at this moment, a dazzling blue glow started to spread out from the center of the eruption. The blue ball of light pushed back the flames forcefully and expanded. The flames hissed and extinguished the moment they touched the blue ball of light. Domain! Dragon 14 and the others stared at the expanding blue light ball as if they had seen a ghost. Their voices turned high-pitched. This was another domain. How was this possible? They weren't the only ones. Di Qi and the others were in disbelief too. Their minds went blank. They stared at the domain absent-mindedly. Swoosh! Before their minds started working again, the blue ball of light expanded and engulfed the flames formed by the explosion of the flaming tiger. Then, everyone was encased in the domain again. The scene around them changed. This time, there were no giant rocks surrounding them. They were surrounded by a blue world made with water. Balls of water scattered around them, floating in the air and giving off a magical and mystical feel. Even the sky and the ground seemed to be made of water. No matter where everyone looked, they saw water. They felt as if they were at the bottom of the ocean. Welcome to my water domain. Wang Ting appeared in the air, unscathed. He looked down calmly at his opponent. They got pulled into another domain the instant they saw the sky again. The feeling of getting thrown into despair right after seeing hope almost broke them down. Why do you have two domains? Dragon 14's voice was hoarse and his face was pale. He couldn't accept this reality. It was already astonishing enough for a celestial stage martial warrior to have one domain. But Wang Ting had two. This didn't make sense. Dragon 17 and Dragon 15's faces turned white. He stared at Wang Ting in a daze. It's only two domains. Why are you so surprised? Wang Ting remained cool as a cucumber. These people were kicking up a fuss over nothing. He only showed two domains, yet they were already scared stiff. Would they pass away if he executed all his domains? Alright, how many domains do I have? Wait, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wang Ting counted in his heart as he looked through his attributes panel. Everyone. They felt that he was boasting. Boasting. He was outrightly boasting. What did he mean by only two domains? Di Qi widened his eyes in disbelief. Was he really a talent? Why was Wang Ting able to have two domains at the celestial stage, but he didn't have any when he was at the cosmos stage? Chapter 1241 The Loser Begs for Mercy. Wang Ting comes up with an amazing scheme. Too, so, he was actually useless, right? Di Qi started to doubt himself. Peggy and the others wore complicated expressions. Thinking about it carefully, Wang Ting had more than two domains. He had another black and gold domain that contained spiritual power. It was more powerful than the two domains he just executed. That meant that Wang Ting had three domains. Dragon 14 and his comrades felt hopeless. They knew that they had no chance of turning the tables. They had exhausted all the forces in their bodies, so there was nothing they could do now. You should have surrendered earlier. Why make me act? Wang Ting shook his head. Silence. Dragon 14 and the others didn't know what to say. They weren't willing to accept their defeat. Who knew that you had 2 domains? This was too much. Let's not waste any more time. It's time to send you to death. Wang Ting's tone changed, turning cold and indifferent. The expressions on his opponents' faces changed. At this moment, dull blue drops of water appeared around Wang Ting. He waved his hand and the droplets rained down. Damn it, hide! Dragon 15 shouted. Unfortunately, the droplets of water rained down like a shower. Space around them was sealed, so there was nowhere they could hide. Panic appeared on the faces of the martial warriors in battle armor. Some of them had some energy left, so they started to release their forces and formed a protective shield around them to block the water droplet. They wouldn't sit and wait for death. The water droplets were dull blue and looked harmless. Their speed wasn't as scary as the giant rock either. However, it made their hearts shudder. The water droplets were lethal in reality. A single touch and something scary might happen. Actually, it wasn't hard to understand this. They were in someone's domain. No attack was an ordinary attack. It seemed long, but everything happened in an instant. The dull blue droplets finally landed on their force defense shield. Hissing sounds were heard instantly. Their force shields were corroded instantly the moment they touched the dull blue water droplet. It was like concentrated sulfuric acid being poured on metal. Then, the water droplets dripped on their armors. Their armors were celestial stage and above, so they could resist a celestial stage attack. Yet, they were corroded instantly the moment they came into contact with the water. What's this? Screams of pain filled up the sky. They sounded tragic. The martial warriors started rolling on the ground and struggled frantically. Spare me. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, I surrender. The martial warriors screamed with all their might. Their armors were corroded, revealing their heavily decomposed body. They kept scratching the parts that were stained with the water. Their bones and flesh were visible due to the corrosion, but they couldn't control themselves from scratching. They wanted to stop the corrosion of the dull blue water. But it was useless. After some time, all the martial warriors turned into a pile of blood. They were dead. Water of Netherworld. This was a mysterious water that could corrode the bodies of Heaven Stage martial warriors. Dealing with these Celestial Stage martial warriors was a piece of cake. Di Qi and the others felt their hair standing on end. They retreated a few hundred meters back. Although no water would land in their zone, they still felt that the distance wasn't far enough. They lacked a sense of security. What if the water dropped on them? These people died a terrible death. It looked very painful. What was this dull blue water droplet? It was terrifying. Many thoughts went through Di Qi and others' mind. They were flabbergasted and couldn't regain their composure for a long time. Very soon, the screams disappeared. All the martial warriors that came into contact with the water were dead. None of them escaped. However, Dragon 14 and his comrades were still alive. Wang Ting just wanted to scare them, not kill them yet. That would be too easy. The 3 of them had a huge fright. They fell to the ground with trembling lips and white faces. Yucks, this is a little disgusting. Wang Ting looked down. It was horrendous. This was his first time using the water of Netherworld. He didn't expect the effect to be this great, scary. This didn't suit his kind image. Di Qi and the others stared at him speechlessly. Can you be a little more shameless? Cough! Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and landed from the sky. He said to Peggy and the others, lock the 3 martial warriors up and bring them back. Yes. The team reacted quickly and rushed forward. They grabbed Dragon 14 and his comrades and used the rune chains to seal their forces so that they wouldn't escape. The 3 of them didn't resist, allowing the team to do whatever they wanted. They didn't even dare to look at Wang Ting. They were afraid that this god of death would give them a droplet of water. Major Wang Ting, what should we do with Wendell? Peggy asked. Wendell was still beside Wang Ting. However, his head wasn't buried in the rock anymore. It was submerged in a water bubble. Martial warriors could hold their breaths in the water for a long time. The prerequisite was, they mustn't be forcefully pushed into the water. Besides, this person was a master who had a profound understanding of the power of water. Chapter 1242 The Loser Begs for Mercy. Wang Ting came up with an amazing scheme. Wendell was in this state. He wasn't in danger, but he didn't feel good. Strings of water were seeping in and out of his nose, mouth, ears, and even his eyes. This feeling, it was like tiny centipedes roaming around his 5 sensory organs. Just thinking about it was enough to make people tremble. Wang Ting waved his hand. The water bubble disappeared, along with the domain. Wendell fell to the ground. He clutched his throat and coughed continuously. Panting like a dog, he looked miserable. Wang Ting squatted down and patted his back. He asked in concern, "Are you all right?" What do you want?" Wendell jumped in fright. He plunked on the ground and crawled backward with his arms and legs. He saw what happened a moment ago. To him, Wang Ting was a murderer who killed without batting an eyelid. Getting stuck in the water bubble was torture. He didn't understand how Wang Ting came up with such evil methods. This person didn't have any good thoughts. Wang Ting, Di Chi and others. This fellow seemed a little crazy. Did he become stupid because of the scare? Am I so scary? Wang Ting turned to ask his team. Don't you know it yourself? Di Chi snorted. Coward! Wang Ting kicked Wendell. Wendell! He wanted to retort. Who could withstand such suffering? All right, bring him back. I want to see what the Parkers will do this time. Wang Ting scoffed. Wendell was in despair. His eyes turned lifeless. He knew that he was finished. His future was destroyed, and his family would abandon him. The hard work he put in on number 29 Defense Planet came to nothing. He shuddered at the thought. Wendell was filled with regret. He shouldn't have ambushed Wang Ting. He shouldn't have used this method to take revenge on him. He shouldn't have made Wang Ting his enemy. Everything he did, everything he was proud of, was nothing in front of Wang Ting. He had no right to be his enemy. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, he knew that he was weaker than Wang Ting, but he wasn't convinced. That was why he paid a huge price. He lost everything because of it. Unfortunately, his regret came a little late. No, he wasn't convinced. He didn't want to end his future like this. Wang Ting, let me go. I won't dare to give you trouble anymore. Wendell gave up his dignity and hugged Wang Ting's thigh as he begged for mercy. Everyone was appalled. Was this the unruly and arrogant raging wolf they knew? He was begging for mercy at Wang Ting's feet like a loser. Contempt flashed in Peggy's eyes. She was right. Wendell wasn't a reliable superior. A real warrior would never lose their dignity. They wouldn't beg for mercy like Wendell. Go away. Aren't you disgusting? Why are you hugging my leg? Wang Ting kicked Wendell away in disdain. He didn't expect this fellow to plead using this method. Didn't he find it embarrassing? Wang Ting, let me go. I'll do anything if you let me go. Wendell didn't care how others looked at him. He didn't care if Wang Ting found him disgusting either. He just wanted to survive. Wang Ting dodged hurriedly, afraid that he would hug his leg again. He wouldn't let a man hug his thigh. Huh? Wait, you can do anything? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He touched his chin. Yes, I can do anything. I can do anything as long as you forgive me this time. Wendell hurriedly nodded when he saw Wang Ting's attitude softening. He didn't care what his motive was. Get up first, Wang Ting said to him. He thought of something. Wang Ting, are you really going to let him go? Di Chi frowned. Wendell had no dignity since he hugged his leg and begged for mercy. If Wang Ting let him go, he might take revenge when he had the ability to. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Wang Ting smiled. Di didn't know that he had enchantment skill. It could finally be put to use. Wendell was his first experiment subject. The Parkers. Wang Ting had an amazing scheme. Scratch that plan. Chapter 1243. A fire and ice combo doesn't seem bad. Seeing that Wang Ting had his own ideas, Di didn't say anything. Besides, based on his understanding of Wang Ting, he believed that he wasn't a brainless person that would simply release a tiger back into the forest. He was probably up to something evil again. Di looked at Wang Ting suspiciously and felt that the smile on Wang Ting's face was a little weird. Wendell didn't notice Wang Ting's expression, but he was ecstatic to learn that he was going to let him go. Thank you. I will never go against you again. I will ask my family to transfer me away from the number 29 defense planet. I will never show up in front of you again. Very good. You're smart. Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. Then, can I go? Wendell asked cautiously. Wang Ting looked at him blankly with a straight face. Wendell was startled. He didn't know what Wang Ting had in his mind and asked nervously, "What else do you have for me?" "I said I was going to let you go, but I didn't say that I was going to let you go just like that." Yes. Wendell's heart thumped, but he didn't dare to refute him and nodded repeatedly. "Go wait at the side. When it's time to let you go, I will do so." After Wang Ting finished speaking, he looked at his team. "Keep an eye on him. If he's disobedient, break his 3 legs. Three legs?" "Yes." Peggy nodded in response with a strange expression. Arwen and the others rubbed their hands in excitement as they looked at Wendell's lower body. Wendell clamped his legs subconsciously and shook his head in horror, expressing that he would never run away. He didn't dare to run. After being tortured by Wang Ting several times, he felt that he might live longer if he didn't try to escape. As a result, he stood aside obediently. Di looked at Wendell and felt complicated. Wendell's strength was about the same as his, and he had always fought against him. But now, Wendell became a prisoner who gave up his dignity in order to survive. The world was indeed unpredictable. No one knew what would happen in the future. Di couldn't help but think about himself. Was the gap between him and Wang Ting starting to widen? Back when Wang Ting first came to number 4 defense planet, he still needed his help to repel his pursuers from Olant Federation. Yet now, he had already been overtaken, and the gap wasn't small either. However, he didn't know that Wendell was sneaked upon because he was careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught so easily. In terms of strength, the gap between them wasn't that wide. The only difference was that Wang Ting had too many skills and trump cards, unlike anyone else. Besides, many of these trump cards were very powerful and could pose a threat to even heaven-stage martial warriors. It made the upper limit of Wang Ting's combat power much higher. Wang Ting didn't say much when he saw that Wendell had become obedient. He glanced around and began to pick up the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Fire. * 1300 Constellation Force, Fire. * 1000 Celestial Realm Spirit * 500 Roaring Flame Lion Spear * 800 Fire Ultima * 1200 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment * 600 Constellation Force, Fire. * 1200 Constellation Force, Earth. * 1400 Celestial Realm Spirit * 200 Constellation Force, Wood. * 1100 A large wave of attribute bubbles swarmed over and merged into Wang Ting's body. He realized that besides the dragons, the other martial warriors had different elements as well. Wang Ting collected a variety of Constellation Force attributes, but they were mostly of the 5 elements. They weren't that many either. Attribute bubbles dropped by dozens of celestial stage martial warriors were not enough to help Wang Ting currently. The only special thing was the Constellation Wind Force, which was dropped when Di was fighting. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, it wasn't a lot. There were just over 3,000 points, not enough for Wang Ting to advance. There were also more than 5,000 points of the spirit attribute that merged into Wang Ting's spirit and became part of it. He then glanced at the attributes panel and stopped paying attention. The spirit attribute stayed the same as before, only becoming purer. Wang Ting felt that he was in dire need of a scripture to refine his spirit. But he understood that a scripture like that was rare and tightly regulated. It was only in the hands of those above the universe stage. That was because only martial warriors who had reached that stage would need to refine their spirit. Wang Ting got this information from the devouring nihility beast's memory. Basically, starting from the universe stage, one would pay attention to the improvement of one's spirit. This was because in the later stages it wasn't as simple as transforming one's body. The spirit and soul needed to transform as well. The body and soul had to fit together well. Otherwise, if the body was too powerful, the soul wouldn't be able to control it. Consequently, some powerful secret techniques wouldn't be able to be executed. And if the soul was too powerful, the body might not be able to hold the soul and collapse. The latter was relatively rare. After all, it was extremely difficult to increase the power of one's spirit and soul. No one could improve the power of their spirit and soul recklessly to such an extent. Even for Wang Ting, improving his spirit and soul had to be within a certain parameter and not to be exceeded. He was being held back by the celestial realm spirit. There were many disciples of powerful martial warriors who would refine their spirit under their elders' arrangements when they were just celestial stage martial warriors. They had the opportunity to experience spirit refinement in advance. However, these people were rarely seen as well. They were either well protected or just didn't appear in the eyes of ordinary people. In conclusion, Wang Ting had no chance to farm from them. At least he hadn't encountered one yet. Maybe Di Qi had a scripture. After all, he was a descendant of the Cavendish family. However, Wang Ting couldn't ask him for it. Even if he had, it was the family's secret and had nothing to do with him. I wonder if there's any spirit refinement technique in the devouring nihility beast's memory. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. The devouring nihility beast's memory was huge, and he didn't have the time to digest it completely. There might be something unexpected in it. If it didn't work, he could just find a few descendants of the Parkers and try. For example, Andres was a good target for attribute. If his plan worked, he could plant a nail in the Parkers family, and it would be much more convenient to do things. Wang Ting stopped thinking about it and looked at the other attribute bubbles. What followed was enlightenment and talent attribute. It was a pity that these people were not very talented and had no meaning to Wang Ting. The final two attributes were Fire Ultima and Roaring Flame Lion Spear. The two attribute bubbles were from Dragon 14 and the other two. There were a total of 4,350 points of Fire Ultima attribute. Wang Ting's mastery of Fire Ultima had already reached the 8th level. With this addition, although the level remained the same, he gained a deeper understanding of it. The other attribute bubble surprised Wang Ting. Roaring Flame Lion Spear. That was Dragon 14 and the other two's Ultima battle technique. Wang Ting was quite envious of this Ultima battle technique. After all, it was enough for them to compete with the power of his domain, showcasing its power. A memory emerged in Wang Ting's mind. After a long while, he opened his eyes, and a trace of crimson light flashed in his eyes. He had a basic understanding of this battle technique. It fuses with Ultima to attack. I see. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. He then looked at his attributes panel. Roaring Flame Lion Spear. 1/1000 specialized. 800 points of Roaring Flame Lion Spear were enough for Wang Ting to advance it to the specialized stage directly. He was satisfied with this Ultima battle technique. Although it was a spear technique, he could still use it. Wang Ting's spear talent was at the imperial level. It wasn't weak. Furthermore, He had already mastered several spear techniques and wasn't unfamiliar with spears. However, he had always used swords and rarely used spears. Now that he had a powerful spear battle technique, he didn't mind using it once in a while. He remembered that he had obtained the universe-level Ice Devil Spear battle technique from the Ice Fairy. It was a powerful battle technique as well. He had a fire element spear technique and an ice element spear technique. A fire and ice combo didn't seem not bad. Chapter 1244 By planting a nail today, he will receive many nails in the future. 1. After picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting went back to the battlecraft with his team members and continued their journey to the main base. The appearance of Wendell and the assassins had wasted much of their time. If not, they would have been back at the base already. Major Wang Ting, we found this in our surroundings, Peggy walked over and said while holding a device in her hand. Signal interference device. Wang Ting recognized it the instant he saw it. This was the device that Dragon 14 mentioned. It was a round metallic device the size of a basketball. He could feel the strange fluctuations coming out of it. They had a strong interference effect on the transmission of the signals. Yes, the quality of this device isn't low. It's able to interfere with the signals sent by a heaven-level spacecraft, Peggy replied. Oh! Wang Ting was surprised. Interrupt the signal of a heaven-level spacecraft? This device was of high quality. Moreover, Peggy and the others discovered not one but 3 of these devices. The enemy had formed a triangle with them in the center. No signals could be sent out. That meant that if Wendell and the assassins had succeeded, they would die silently without anyone knowing. No one would discover them for some time. This time interval was enough for Dragon 14 and his team to leave the number 29 defense planet quietly. Never underestimate the ability of a powerful family. They had ways and avenues to send their people out. The Parkers have put in a lot of effort to kill you, Dichi said. These are mine now. Wang Ting smiled, then said to Peggy, keep them. He appeared unaffected, but no one knew what was on his mind. Peggy nodded and kept the devices. "Oh right, prepare a room. I want to talk to Wendell privately." Wang Ting gave Wendell an amiable smile. Wendell shuddered instantly. "This is frightening. What does this devil want?" The battlecraft wasn't small, so there were many individual rooms on it. Peggy prepared a room quickly and Wang Ting brought Wendell in. Then, he closed the door. Peggy, Dichi, and the others were curious. They wondered why Wang Ting brought Wendell in. Was it just a simple interrogation? Was he going to do something strange? They exchanged glances and turned their heads away in unplanned unison. It was better not to know too much about their boss. The more they knew, the faster they would die. In the room, Wang Ting found a chair and sat down. Wendell sat obediently in front of him. "Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site." "Thanks, do you know why I kept you alive?" Wang Ting poured himself a cup of golden fruit juice and twirled the cup slowly. He took a sip. He had snatched this fruit juice from Dichi. He had been eyeing it for a long time. He saved Dichi recently, so he took the chance to knock some money from him. The taste was indeed exceptional. It was different from the one he drank in the virtual universe. I don't know." Wendell hesitated. "Oh, you really don't know?" Wang Ting gave him an ambiguous smile. Wendell felt his head going numb. It was extremely uncomfortable. He could only reply stiffly, "You want me to be your informer? You're not stupid." Wang Ting smiled. Then, his voice turned cold. "Not just an informer. I want you to become a nail that stabs right into the heart of the Parkers." Wendell raised his head abruptly. He stared at the young man in front of him in astonishment. What a bold fellow! He wanted to take down the Parkers. Wendell's face turned pale. He understood Wang Ting's plans. As an informer, he only needed to provide information to Wang Ting. But he wanted him to be a nail, one that stabbed the heart of the Parkers. What did this mean? Wendell wasn't stupid. He understood that Wang Ting didn't just want information. He wanted the entire family. He wished to destroy the Parkers. Wendell stared at the calm face in front of him. This was absurd. It was like an ant trying to shake the sky. This was the only thought echoing in his mind. How humorous and naive. This fellow doesn't know how frightening the Parkers family is. The assassins sent to kill Wang Ting aren't even the tip of the iceberg of the Parkers. They are nothing. What right does Wang Ting have to fight with my family? Does he think he can fight with us after killing some martial warriors? Wang Ting knew what Wendell was thinking from his expression. Anyone would feel that he was overestimating himself when he said he wanted to deal with the Parkers. They would think he had a death wish. But he didn't care. He wouldn't explain to Wendell either. You don't want to do it? Wang Ting asked calmly. If you don't, there's no reason to keep you alive. No, no. Wendell jumped in fright. His expression changed, and he hurriedly shook his head. Chapter 12:45 By planting a nail today, he will receive many nails in the future. 2. Either way, he needed to pacify this guy first. Who knew if he would do something horrible to him? Wendell had had enough of the torture. He didn't want to experience the suffering again. He could regurgitate Wang Ting's plans to his family members after he went back and take the chance to make amends for his failure. As for being Wang Ting's informer or nail, he didn't have any interest. If his life wasn't in Wang Ting's hands, he wouldn't be willing to say another word to this maniac. But there was no choice now. He could only comply with him. Can you change the condition? You know how powerful the Parkers family is. There's no point in doing this, Wendell said. The show must go on. If he agreed immediately, Wang Ting wouldn't believe him. You're not the one who will decide if there's a point in doing this or not, Wang Ting replied calmly. But my current status in the family isn't high. It's unrealistic for me to penetrate right into the heart of the Parkers. Since I chose you, I'll raise your status. It will be higher than now. Wendell was flabbergasted. He felt that Wang Ting had gone crazy. What right did he have to say such words? Raise his status? Who did he think he was? Wendell felt that he had worked extremely hard all these years to get to this position and could be considered a leading member of his family. However, considering the overall picture, he was just a small potato. Wang Ting was an outsider and a baron of the empire. His status wasn't that high either. Wasn't he afraid of slapping his own face when he said such things? So, do you agree? Wang Ting asked. There was a strange glimmer in his eyes as he stared straight into Wendell's eyes. Wendell was stunned when he saw Wang Ting's gaze. He felt that something was amiss, but when he looked again, everything was normal. Tell me your decision. Can I even reject it? Wendell gave a bitter smile and submitted to fate. Good. Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. Then, he smiled and asked, You won't betray me when you leave me, right? I won't. If I betray you, you'll get devoured by a dark apparition and die an ignominious death. Wendell's heart skipped a beat. He quickly made an oath, afraid that Wang Ting wouldn't believe him. You're quite tough on yourself. Wang Ting stared at him strangely. Then, he continued, Remember, from now on I'm your master. You can only be loyal to me. Yes. Wendell swallowed the humiliation forcefully and replied while looking at the ground. The instant he finished speaking, his mind turned blank. His vision blurred for a split second. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, success. A smile crept up the edge of Wang Ting's lips. He was using the enchantment skill from the start. The effects seemed not bad. He planted the seed silently, so Wendell didn't notice anything. The seed acted like a psychological suggestion. It would sprout and grow in Wendell's mind, controlling his thoughts and turning him into Wang Ting's slave. He couldn't use the spiritual mark to carry out this plan. Those formidable martial warriors in the Parker's family could find these marks easily. Only a skill like enchantment, which wouldn't leave any traces, could escape their eyes. How would Wang Ting know that the enchantment skill was successful? That was simple. Once the seed was planted, Wang Ting would detect a faint connection. This was proof that his execution was a success. No one could fool him. You can leave. Call Dragon 14 and his comrades in. Wang Ting waved his hand. He would plant more enchantment seeds in Dragon 14 and his comrades. 2 hours later, Wang Ting and his team arrived at the main base. The battlecraft landed on the field. Then, the team alighted. Before they reached the main base, Wang Ting released Wendell and the others. He activated the enchantment seed planted in them. Now they were his slaves. It was time to start his plan. By planting a nail today, he would receive many nails in the future. Wang Ting chuckled in his heart. Di Qi and the others didn't understand what Wang Ting wanted to do. They only knew that he released the captives after talking to them. No one knew what happened in the room. Did they reach an obscure agreement? Di Qi was extremely curious, but no matter how he asked, Wang Ting just replied to him with a mysterious smile. He was aching to know but couldn't do anything. Although Peggy and the others were curious too, they didn't ask. They would always carry out Wang Ting's orders firmly with trust. The moment Wang Ting came back, General Cameron wanted to meet him. However, they didn't meet in his office. They headed to another place. Wang Ting followed behind Adjutant Song and asked, "Adjutant Song, why is General Cameron meeting me in another place?" "You'll know when you get there." Adjutant Song gave an ambiguous smile. There seemed to be a tinge of envy in his eyes. All right. Wang Ting knew that he wouldn't get anything out of him, so he shook his head and kept quiet. Chapter 1246. By planting a nail today, he will receive many nails in the future. 3. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a large door. Adjutant Song knocked on it. "Come in." General Cameron's voice came from inside. Adjutant Song opened the door and raised his hand to invite Wang Ting in. Wang Ting tidied his uniform and stepped inside. He glanced around him and realized that he was in a spacious hall. The white lights lit up the entire hall brightly. There was a long wooden table in the middle of the hall. Many figures were sitting properly around it. Wang Ting was stunned by this scene. What was going on? Why were there so many people? He didn't recognize anyone beside General Cameron. The people in the hall were sizing up Wang Ting too. Their gazes were all different. Curious, intense, disdain. They were dumbstruck by Wang Ting's appearance. He was too young. Insanely young. Was he honestly so powerful? But his aura was indeed exceptional. One could feel his confidence and composure even though he was just standing there. "Major Wang Ting, please come in. We're all waiting for you." General Cameron was sitting in the host's seat. He had a small smile on his face when he looked at Wang Ting. Everyone was astounded when they saw his expression. The serious and starchy General Cameron smiled because of Wang Ting. This was unbelievable. Wang Ting didn't feel anything. He had regained his composure by now and walked calmly into the hall. "Have a seat." General Cameron pointed at an empty seat at the end of the table. There were 3 seats there. A middle-aged man was already sitting on the seat to the left. The middle and right seats were empty. "Come and read on our website Wuxia World site." Thanks. Wang Ting sat in the middle seat. The middle-aged man sat properly while facing the front. Even when Wang Ting sat down beside him, he didn't show any signs of curiosity. He continued facing straight. "General Crofts, is Wendell back?" General Cameron nodded at Wang Ting before turning to ask the elder sitting on the 7th seat to his right. Crofts remained expressionless, but he was raging in his heart. He knew that Wendell would attack Wang Ting. Since he came back safely, it meant that Wendell had failed. How could he not be angry? This plan was supposed to be foolproof, but look at the result. Useless. Useless. A bunch of useless idiots. He took a deep breath and got up. Please pardon me. I'll come back immediately. Looks like you're going to contact the other candidate. General Cameron nodded. Wang Ting squinted and looked at Crofts. From Crofts and General Cameron's conversation, he knew that this guy was the spokesperson for the Parkers on Number 29 Defense Planet. At the same time, he was the mastermind behind sending Wendell to attack him. Crofts walked out of the hall and came back quickly. He continued to put on his poker face, but everyone could feel his suppressed emotions. Wendell dropped out, he said. Oh? General Cameron glanced at him in shock. He gave up? Crofts was determined to get the commander's position for the Tiger Strike Force. Why did he give up so easily? Dropped out? The other people were flabbergasted too. They stared at Crofts in bewilderment, wondering what reason he had to give up this fight. The man sitting beside Wang Ting raised his head and finally revealed a hint of astonishment. His calmness was gone. As for Wang Ting, he had a strange smile at the corner of his lips. Chapter 1247. Are you sure? 3 candidates. Everyone was surprised by the sudden withdrawal of one of the candidates. The smile on Wang Ting's face disappeared within a split second. No one noticed it. General Cameron was attracted by this piece of news, so he didn't notice Wang Ting's expression either. If he did, he would guess that it had something to do with him. Crofts went back to his seat silently after announcing the news. Although this fight had nothing to do with the Parkers now, it would be impolite and inappropriate to leave immediately. Besides, Wang Ting was still one of the candidates. The other candidate was the deputy regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force, Huachia. He was a favorable candidate. It was still not confirmed if Wang Ting would get the commander's position. Crofts had the right to vote. He could vote for Huachia and make some trouble for Wang Ting. Everyone, since Wendell has given up the chance to fight for the commander's position, we will decide between Major Wang Ting and Colonel Huachia, General Cameron said after coughing to attract everyone's attention. No one had any objections. Wang Ting scanned their surroundings. He finally knew why so many people were mobilized. It was to find the commander of the Tiger Strike Force. General Dart had told him about this matter in the past, but Wang Ting didn't think that it would happen so quickly. He thought that he had to wait for some time. Moreover, he was one of the candidates. He blinked and understood why Wendell decided to act on his way back to the main base. It was for this. Wendell knew his ability, so he had no confidence. That was why he chose to take the risk and find someone to get rid of him. If he succeeded, with the help of the Parkers, he would have an 80% chance of getting this position. Brutal. Wang Ting snorted in his heart. After experiencing all these situations, he understood how filthy and despicable these noble families were. Never take any chances with them. Wang Ting warned himself. So based on what we have decided, Major Wang Ting and Colonel Huachia will have a duel. The winner will be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force, General Cameron continued. Duel? Wang Ting was stunned. Why are we using such a method to decide the commander's position? This is like child's play. We have seen your resume. Both of you have pros and cons. That's why we agreed to let your abilities be the deciding factor, General Cameron explained. He understood what Wang Ting was thinking. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. Since there's no objection, let's head to the arena, General Cameron said. Wang Ting and Huachia had no objections. Everyone left the spacious hall and headed to the field. The group attracted many people's attention on their way. The martial warriors around them stopped walking and saluted, sending them off with their eyes. It's hard to see these generals normally. Why are they together today? Is there something happening? Look, isn't that the deputy regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force? It's him. I heard that the commander of the Tiger Strike Force has been promoted. Are they competing for the commander's position? The martial warriors around them discussed in low voices. They quickly found the reason behind the gathering and got excited. Hence, they followed the crowd. Soon, they arrived at the field. General Cameron and the others didn't stop the martial warriors from looking on. Watching a duel between powerful martial warriors was invigorating and could lift the morale of military martial warriors. Also, this duel would decide who would be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force. Having more martial warriors as witnesses would help the winner in controlling the Tiger Strike Force in the future. There were many arenas in one corner of the field. These were for normal duels. Wang Ting and Huiqia stood opposite each other in an arena. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, a pile of martial warriors was gathered around them. They were burning with excitement. However, many of them were unfamiliar with Wang Ting, so discussions were heard continuously. That's Major Wang Ting, right? Wang Ting? Major? Who's that? I don't know him. I know. I just came back from the third front line. Major Wang Ting made a name for himself this time. F***K, tell me more. How did he make a name for himself? Come closer. I'll tell you secretly. What do you want to do? I'm not gay. If there's something, tell me directly. Don't whisper into my ears. Silence. Weird conversations were heard occasionally. It sounded a little inappropriate, but Wang Ting's achievements started spreading through the crowd like wildfire. Many people widened their eyes in disbelief. He helped General Dart from the third front line kill a mid-tier Devil Emperor. Was it true? Major Wang Ting seemed to be a celestial stage martial warrior. How could a celestial stage martial warrior threaten a mid-tier Devil Emperor? This sounded absurd. Emotions were ignited after the news spread. The atmosphere became even more heated. Some believed while others were in doubt. Discussions filled up the field. But as more and more people confirmed his achievements, the crowd started to believe it. There was no point in hiding such matters. No one would make a joke about this, so the reliability was quite high. The strong were always respected by the martial warriors. Everyone started to look at Wang Ting in a different light. This young major looked like a formidable character. Huiqia stood opposite Wang Ting. He didn't know anything about Wang Ting's abilities or achievements. Hence, when he heard that he was fighting for the commander's position with a newbie who had only executed 3 missions, he got furious. He felt humiliated. He had been the deputy regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force for a long time and made many great contributions to the military. He was also extremely familiar with the troop. By right, after the commander left, he was the best choice. He didn't expect these 2 airdrops. One was from the Parkers, so his background was powerful. He didn't hear about the background of the other person, but he was a newbie. If he could have a place in this fight, it meant that his connections were not bad either. He would stand on his hands if Wang Ting didn't have any connections. Huiqia couldn't get over it. When Wendell gave up his chance, he was surprised because he didn't understand his decision. But at the same time, he was furious. He came and left whenever he wanted. What did he treat the Tiger Strike Force as? Huiqia had put a lot of effort into the Tiger Strike Force, so he had strong feelings toward it. That was why he detested Wendell and Wang Ting, who treated the Tiger Strike Force as something to play with. When he heard the discussions of the people below, he was stunned. How could a martial warrior who killed a mid-tier Devil Emperor be a newbie? There seemed to be some misunderstanding. What did he say just now? Did he say he would stand on his hands? No, he didn't say that. Huiqia shook his head to clear his random thoughts. Since this young man was powerful, he mustn't let down his guard. He couldn't hand over the Tiger Strike Force to another person. I don't care who you are or what background you have. The commander of the Tiger Strike Force can only be me, Huiqia said to Wang Ting. So? Wang Ting replied calmly. So, I will defeat you. Huiqia stared at Wang Ting intently. I'm at the 7th level of the Cosmos stage, but my combat prowess is much higher. You're only at the celestial stage. You won't have a chance no matter what methods you use. Are you sure? Wang Ting smiled. 7th level of the Cosmos stage? He just defeated 3 martial warriors at the peak of the Cosmos stage. Furthermore, one of them possessed the Ultima. How was Hua Qia compared to them? Chapter 1248. Oh no, I used a bit too much force. Are you sure? Diqi, Peggy, and the others also received the news that Wang Ting was dueling with Hua Qia, so they rushed over quickly. This was an important matter. How could they not watch it? The moment they arrived at the arena, they heard Hua Qia and Wang Ting's conversation. They stared at one another with strange expressions. Hua Qia hadn't understood the current situation. He didn't know Wang Ting's achievements, but they did. Honestly, a martial warrior at the 7th level of the Cosmos stage might not be able to defeat Wang Ting. However, Wang Ting had just been through a huge war at the 3rd front line and survived an assassination by Wendell. He had fought 2 hard battles, so he must be quite exhausted. Was it all right for him to compete now? They started to worry. Hua Qia frowned when he saw Wang Ting's calm expression. Was he looking down on him? Conceded. Your ability will speak for you. Hua Qia snorted. He stopped wasting time and took off his outerwear. He wasn't wearing armor, so his muscular upper body was revealed. Boom. Suddenly, an intense aura erupted from his body. He seemed like a ferocious tiger that was let out of its cage. The muscles on his body bulged out and expanded many times. His height rose too. Hua Qia was originally 59 inch. This was the height of a normal person. Yet, he had grown to more than 13 feet tall now. He was akin to a little giant. His arm alone was thicker than Wang Ting's thigh. Veins popped up on his face, and hot air was blowing out from his nose. He huffed and puffed, just like a steam locomotive. Damn, shape-shifting. Wang Ting stared with surprise. He didn't expect that Hua Qia was also a martial warrior who focused on cultivating his body. This is interesting. It's here. It's here. That's it. What's that? It's Hua Qia's strongest battle technique, Savage Elephant Form. You don't know this? Your news source is too outdated. Savage Elephant Form. It looks really powerful. Of course it is. Hua Qia has never been defeated by anyone of the same stage. Others will be thrashed by him once he starts using Savage Elephant Form. It is said that Hua Qia defeated martial warriors at the peak of the Cosmos stage using Savage Elephant Form. The opponent was even beaten into a pulp and almost cried. Major Wang Ting is done for. He's just a celestial stage martial warrior. I heard that Major Wang Ting relied on a sneak attack to defeat the mid-tier Devil Emperor using his ultimate move. Something like that definitely requires a charge-up time. In a duel like this, Hua Qia wouldn't let him have the time to prepare such an attack. He's probably finished. Many people knew Hua Qia well, and were even familiar with his famous battle technique. Seeing that Hua Qia was using his strongest battle technique as soon as he went up, they couldn't help but mourn for Wang Ting. They all looked down on him and believed that he had no chance of winning. Any normal person would make a similar judgment. After all, the difference between a 7th-level Cosmos stage martial warrior and one who was at the peak of the celestial stage was too huge. On the other side, the few powerful generals were discussing the duel as well. Hua Qia is really strong. He's cultivated his Savage Elephant Form to a high level. General Qi Yuanju nodded in approval. Savage Elephant Form cultivates the body. Hua Qia has immersed himself in this technique for several years and has already trained his body to extremes. Even martial warriors who have just advanced to the heaven stage would have to spend effort in breaking his defenses. This Wang Ting, the man who spoke, was an old man. He was also a major general. He shook his head and didn't think much of Wang Ting. General Yukari is right. After all, Wang Ting is just a celestial stage martial warrior. A female martial warrior commented. General Crofts, what do you think? General Chi Yuanju suddenly turned his head and asked Croft. "I'll just stand and watch." Croft's face was void of emotion. He was uncertain about Wang Ting's strength now. He had sent dozens of celestial stage martial warriors and 3 peak cosmos stage martial warriors to kill him, but they all failed. Coupled with the report that was provided previously by the family, he wasn't sure of his true strength. Everyone! Bang! At this moment, a loud noise came from the arena. Huichia stomped hard and disappeared from his spot, charging at Wang Ting. Here we go! Everyone was invigorated and looked over intently. In that instant, Huichia was like a colossal mammoth as he came crashing over, generating a huge impact. Wang Ting, who stood in front of him, had the strongest feeling. Huichia's aura was surging toward him. It wasn't just a simple aura that emerged from his powerful body. There was an overpowering battle intent in it. Huichia had been through countless battles, which was why he could accumulate his battle intent to such a terrifying level. If ordinary martial warriors faced such him, their bodies would become stiff, and they might even shake controllably. However, it wasn't enough to affect Wang Ting. Since his time on Earth till now, he had been through many battles as well and had already accumulated countless battlefield awareness attribute bubbles, even perfecting them. For a person with perfected battlefield awareness, battle intent was nothing to be afraid of. Wang Ting was thinking about another problem. Should I use Dragon Blood Battle Physique? Or Ancient God's Body? How about both? Both battle techniques were powerful, but he had never used them together. Huichia specialized in physical strength, and he was a 7th-level Cosmos Stage martial warrior as well. His body was extremely strong. This was the first time that Wang Ting had encountered someone like him. He was a little excited. "I'll just use both together." Wang Ting made a decision. "Where are you looking?" Just at this moment, a fierce roar was heard. Huichia had already closed the gap and rushed in front of Wang Ting. He then stomped down 5 meters away and leaped into the sky. The huge body cast a shadow that shrouded Wang Ting. He clenched his right fist, and a yellow fist condensed and mercilessly blasted down toward Wang Ting's head. Bang! There was a sonic boom. Wang Ting raised his head, and the terrifying wind blew his hair to the back. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, however. His eyes were unwavering and his face was calm as before, without showing any signs of panic. Ancient God's Body, activate. Dragon Blood Battle Physique, activate. Almost instantly, Wang Ting activated the 2 physique. There was a loud roar. Flames swept out of Wang Ting's body and coiled around him like a green dragon. The emerald glazed flame. And on the body of the green dragon were 3 special flames that covered it like they were its scales. Star Phoenix Flame, Scorching Beast Flame, Ocean Whale Flame. The onlookers were stunned. The green dragon let out a bellow as it soared into the sky. It then swooped down and merged into Wang Ting's body. Wang Ting's figure then slowly emerged. There were dragon-like flame patterns on his whole body, including his face. The patterns covered his clothes and lower body as well. There was only one exception. There was a mysterious mark between his eyebrows. The patterns formed by the emerald-glazed flame were different. The mark between the eyebrows was golden, which was extremely striking. Croft's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Why was the battle technique displayed by Wang Ting so similar to their family's Dragon Blood Battle Physique? He couldn't be sure. Although it looked similar, there were some differences, especially the golden mark between Wang Ting's eyes. Their family's Dragon Blood Battle Physique didn't have that. The duel below didn't stop, no matter how shocked Crofts was. It might seem long, but all these changes only happened in the blink of an eye. Before Huichia could land his fist, He noticed Wang Ting's changes and the horrifying aura that erupted from his body. His expression changed suddenly, and his pupils shrank. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. However, there was no turning back. He couldn't stop. He howled in anger and mobilized all the strength in his body to gather on his fist before slamming it down. A green flame flashed in Wang Ting's eyes as he gazed directly at the fist. His own right fist suddenly erupted into flames, condensing into a green flaming fist. There was a little golden light on the flaming fist, along with red and blue intertwined in it. He then punched out. Boom! The green flame collided with the yellow fist that blasted down from above. There was a huge explosion, and terrifying force swept across the surroundings, causing the defensive cover of the arena to shake continuously. It seemed as though it might not be able to withstand the powerful force of the impact and would shatter. Everyone gasped and widened their eyes. Oh my God! General Cameron and the others were also shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Boom! The yellow fist couldn't withstand the force from the green flaming fist and shattered. There was an explosion. A figure flew out and slammed hard on the defensive cover. The body then rolled down and hit the hard arena ground with a loud bang. Silence. There was dead silence all around. Everyone stared blankly at the figure that flew out. Their brains couldn't work for a while. It was Huochia. He was sent flying into the air. And he was sent flying just by pure strength. This wasn't right. Didn't they say that he was strong and frighteningly powerful? That was it? Who was the Cosmos Stage martial warrior? They even suspected that Huochia and Wang Ting had swapped bodies and looked different. Otherwise, how was Wang Ting, a celestial stage martial warrior, able to have such terrifying power? Thud! Footsteps were heard. Surrounded by green flames, a figure walked out from the aftermath. It was like the fire god had descended. Oh no, I used a bit too much force. Wang Ting looked at Huochia on the ground. Everyone! This sentence wasn't offensive, but it was extremely insulting. Everyone was speechless. He used a bit too much force? Did he misunderstand the meaning of those words? So, what do you think of Wang Ting's ability? General Cameron smiled as he asked the people beside him. Chi Yuanzhu, Yukari, and the other generals were speechless. The muscles on their faces twitched uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, they were saying that Wang Ting had no chance and he wasn't Huochia's match. Look at the result. Slap. This was a tight slap in their faces. The generals felt their faces turning red. They wished they could retract their words. Croft's face was black. He glared at the young figure in the arena in astonishment. Why was this young brat so strong? He couldn't accept this reality. He finally understood why Dragon 14 failed in his mission. With his ability, it was possible for him to resist a martial warrior at the peak of the Cosmos Stage. Wang Ting couldn't remain alive. It would be a catastrophe for the Parkers if he went on to become a Heaven Stage or a Universe Stage martial warrior. Chapter 1249. That didn't look like a proper weapon. In the arena, one was standing and one was on the ground. They formed a stark contrast. But the person on the ground wasn't Wang Ting, whom everyone expected. It was Huochia. Everyone was flabbergasted. Cough, cough. Huochia suddenly moved and struggled to climb up from the ground. There were traces of blood at the edge of his lips. Only a few seconds had passed since he was thrown to the ground. He had regained his senses. Look, Huochia is up again. He hasn't lost. Does he still have a chance? But he got thrown off his feet with a single punch. The difference in ability is too wide. Who knows? What if Major Wang Ting only has a powerful punch? Everyone regained their composure and started discussing upon seeing Huochia stand up. Because of Wang Ting's sudden outburst of power, this competition became full of suspense. Everyone was filled with excitement too. Huochia stumbled as he tried to get up. There were some burnt marks on his body and an obvious fist mark on his chest. He looked down at the fist mark in astonishment. Then, he raised his head and looked at Wang Ting. "Why are you so strong? Really? I only use a third of my strength," Wang Ting replied calmly. Huoqia. Was he acting? He threw him back with only a third of his strength? What did that make him? General Cameron was speechless. This young man was powerful but a little boastful as well. He wasn't mature enough. Was he saying that he defeated a Cosmos stage martial warrior with only a third of his strength? It didn't matter if others believed him. He didn't. But I'm surprised that you can still get up. Wang Ting looked at Huoqiao with interest. These were his honest thoughts. He had used 2 physiques just now, but he only managed to throw Huoqiao off his feet. He wasn't defeated. This meant that Huoqia's physique was powerful. Huoqia's face turned black when he heard his words. Look at what he was saying. He was being looked down upon by a celestial stage martial warrior. This was infuriating. He took a deep breath to calm down. Then, he spoke in a low voice. I've put you in a high position, yet I still underestimated you. However, if you think this is all I have, you're wrong. Boom. The instant he finished speaking, the aura around his body surged, and a frightening yellow force erupted. Boom. The yellow force shot out from his body. It was thick and bulky. From a distance, Huoqiao looked as if he was standing inside a mountain. Then, as the force flowed out, Huoqia's eyes started to give off a yellow glow too. Wisps of wild beast aura streamed out from his body. At the same time, the yellow force started changing. It quickly gathered to form the outline of a giant elephant. The elephant looked extremely real. It gave off a barbarous and savage aura as if it had traveled here from prehistoric times. Wang Ting frowned. He shouldn't underestimate Huoqia. Although he was at the 7th level of the Cosmos stage, his aura was as powerful as Dragon 14. Even though the savage elephant form seemed to exhaust his energy, the battle power it released was terrifying. A normal martial warrior at the peak of the Cosmos stage might lose in front of him. What a terrifying aura! Peggy and the others, who were watching the match, started to get nervous. This is the real power of the savage elephant form. Will Wang Ting be able to beat him? Diqi said gravely. Even he felt threatened by this aura. The opponent was very powerful. You should be proud even if you lose because you've forced me to release the full potential of my savage elephant form. Huoqia stood within the outline of the elephant. His voice echoed in the air. Bang! The elephant's shadow around Huoqia gave an ear-shattering roar and stomped its feet. It charged at Wang Ting. Wang Ting shook his head and smiled calmly. There was no fear in his expression. Let's play with you. He turned into a green ray of light and shot toward Huoqia. Flames surrounded him. Boom, boom, boom. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Both of them hurled punches at each other. One was as tall as a giant while the other was the height of a normal man. The difference was obvious when they stood together. However, these two people were on par in strength and they were using such a simple and brutal method to fight. A thunderous explosion occurred in the arena. Waves of force fluctuation swept through the air as the eruption resounded in the sky. This aggressive collision startled many of the onlookers. They were so fierce. This duel was brutal, but they had to admit that they were all heated up watching this fight. Their emotions were aroused following the exchanges of blows. Everyone's pupils moved according to the positions of the two figures. No one dared to blink. They were afraid of missing any part of this battle. It was rare to see such a fascinating battle. After releasing the full potential of his savage elephant form, Huoqia's power rose tremendously, especially his strength. He had become almost indomitable. However, he soon realized that Wang Ting managed to keep up in strength. Was he speaking the truth earlier? Did he honestly use only a third of his strength just now? An absurd thought floated into Huoqia's mind. He was appalled and couldn't control his emotions. The others were also dumbstruck when they noticed this situation. They thought that Huaqiao would at least gain some advantage after executing the savage elephant form, even if he couldn't suppress Wang Ting. Yet, the situation took an unexpected turn. Wang Ting's ability exceeded all their expectations. Boom! Huaqiao and Wang Ting exchanged a punch and separated quickly at the speed of lightning. They flew back for more than 10 meters. Huaqiao turned grim. He clenched his fist, and a giant battle mace appeared on his humongous palm. He was 15 feet tall, so his palm was the size of a fan. Yet, the battle mace didn't look small in it. It seemed to be customized for him. Huaqiao waved his hand, and the battle mace swung through the air. A loud sonic boom was heard. It almost deafened the crowd. Wang Ting was stunned when he saw the giant mace. This is against the rules. If he got hit with that enormous mace, he would turn into minced meat. Wang Ting looked through his weapons. There was nothing bigger than the mace in his collection. Wait, I think I found something. The next instant, a brick appeared in his hand. No, it was a square seal. It had been gathering dust for a while, so it was about time to take it out for a cleanup. The people below were staggered when they saw the ordinary-looking square seal. This weapon was a little strange. Was Wang Ting planning to use this small square seal to fight Huaqiao's giant mace? Everyone's expression turned strange. Even Huaqiao was stunned. He sized up the seal in confusion. Could this weapon injure people? It wasn't even as big as his palm. However, it did look a little scary as there were occult purple patterns on it. It was neither fish nor fowl. It didn't look like a brick, but it didn't look like a seal either. It didn't look like a proper weapon. General Cameron's expression changed. He recognized the weapon. This was the seal Wang Ting used to resist the lightning calamity. This wasn't an ordinary seal. Regardless of what everyone thought, Wang Ting lifted the seal and released his spiritual power. Boom! The lightning slap flew into the sky like a bolt of purple lightning and struck down on Huaqiao. Everyone shook their heads. The square seal was like a toy compared to Huaqiao's large body. It couldn't even bruise him. Huaqiao remained indifferent. He stared at the normal palm-sized square seal calmly as it flew toward him. He swung his giant mace down. Clang! The giant mace smashed onto the square seal, giving off a loud metallic sound. He seemed to have stopped the square seal, but there was a change in Huaqiao's expression. Chapter 1250. Can you give me a chance to surrender? 1. Huaqiao's eyes turned round as if he had seen something unbelievable. Boom! The square seal, which was originally palm-sized, started to release dazzling purple lightning. Beneath the lightning, the square seal grew larger at a visible speed. Within a split second, it became bigger than Huaqiao's mace. This time, it wasn't Huaqiao who had a change in his expression. The onlookers were astounded too. F***K. The square seal can grow bigger? Wang Ting's weapon isn't right. Sir, is he cheating? The generals didn't know what to say after hearing the discussions. They were experienced people, but the majority of them had never seen a weapon that could expand or shrink at will. They were all stunned. Especially General Cameron. He only knew that the square seal had lightning power, but it looked like there was more to it. Have you seen this weapon before? General Chi Yuanju asked after some hesitation. No, I've never seen anything like it. General Yukari shook his head. I've seen one in the past. A muscular female martial warrior paused for a moment before replying. Oh? General Kimberly, you've seen it before? Everyone looked at her in surprise. Quick, tell us more. I've seen something similar. It was the weapon of a divine spirit master. I was lucky to see it when I was traveling around the universe in the past. His weapon was a small mountain that turned into a real mountain when he attacked. No, it was bigger than a real mountain. It could crush a small planet. I was appalled when I saw it at that time. General Kimberly recalled. That means that Wang Ting is a divine spirit master. General Qi Yuanju caught the crux of the issue. He was astounded. When Wang Ting attacked, they thought that he threw the seal out with his force. After General Kimberly's explanation, they started to think otherwise. Yes, he's a divine spirit master. He has reached the celestial realm. General Cameron looked through Wang Ting's information and nodded. Gasp, a celestial realm divine spirit master? That's the same as a cosmos stage martial warrior. What's more, his physical body is powerful. Huoqia is in danger. General Yukari gasped and said solemnly. The others agreed with him. The lightning slap was already a few hundred times bigger than it was at the start. It was twice as large as Huoqia's giant mace, and the purple patterns shone brightly. Sparks of lightning could be seen dancing within. What do you think? Is my baby big? Wang Ting looked at Huoqia and smiled proudly. Silence. There was an abrupt moment of silence. What was he saying? They felt that there was a different meaning behind Wang Ting's words. It sounded a little inappropriate. The men wore strange expressions on their faces, as if they heard something familiar. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. The ladies blushed and clicked their tongues. They were familiar with these words too. Cough, this young man is ill-mannered. We need to educate him. General Cameron coughed awkwardly and said. Yes, we need to educate him. General Qi Yuanju agreed with a weird expression. He's still young. It's understandable. General Kimberly laughed heartily with her loud voice. Huoqia didn't feel good after hearing this sentence. A layer of goosebumps appeared above his bulging muscles. What kind of strange experience was this? Why was a man asking him if his baby was big? He felt that he had just suffered the worst humiliation in the world. Move! Huoqia shouted as he widened his eyes in anger. He lifted his giant mace and threw it out. Bang, bang, bang! Loud explosions were heard. The large mace clashed with the oversized lightning slap. Fierce. Looks like it isn't big enough. I will let you admit that mine is bigger than yours. What's more, it's much bigger. Wang Ting frowned. Silence. Everyone felt speechless. What kind of obsession was this? Wang Ting didn't know that everyone's thoughts were running wild. He released his spiritual power, and the purple glow blossomed on the lightning slap. It expanded again until it was the size of a small metal hill. It hung over Huoqia's head. Gulp! The people below swallowed their saliva unconsciously when they saw the terrifying metal hill. What the F******K? What the hell was this? They could still accept the size of it before, but this current size was beyond their imagination. How could a palm-sized square seal turn into a mountain? This didn't make sense. Even a Grandmaster-level weapon didn't have this ability. The generals turned to look at General Kimberly. They remembered her description. It was similar. Right, this is it. General Kimberly nodded. Huoqia looked up and squinted. He felt like cursing. This fellow was a bug. Go! Wang Ting pressed his hand down, and the lightning slap hurled down at Huoqia. The sound of wind echoed in the air. The air was compressed until sonic booms were heard. Boom! Huoqia's expression changed entirely when he saw the enormous seal. He hurriedly released his strength of Ultima and instilled it into his giant mace. Chapter 1251. Can you give me a chance to surrender? 2. Endless strength surged out of his body and congregated around his giant mace. Boom! As the immense energy poured into the giant mace, a shadow started forming around it. Terrifying fluctuations were felt and spread out from within. Savage Elephant Mace. The yellow glow in Huoqia's eyes shone brighter. They were like two lanterns. The ancient and barbaric aura around him grew intense, and an infuriated bellow escaped from his throat. Boom, boom, boom. He stomped his feet on the ground and shot into the sky like a beam of light, heading straight for the lightning slap. Bang! The shadow of the elephant around him raised its head and bellowed into the sky. Then, it flung itself at the lightning slap, pressing down on it. "Oh!" Wang Ting exclaimed. He felt a familiar Ultima fluctuation from Huaqia's attack. He released his own strength of Ultima and instilled it into the lightning slap along with his spiritual power. Boundless spiritual power seeped into the lightning slap. It grew quickly in size and gave off a glaring purple glow. It plummeted from the sky. Boom! The purple and yellow beams of light were both swift and violent. They collided like two meteorites within a split second. A powerful and rampant force fluctuation swept out from the center of the collision. The floor of the arena cracked under its powerful force. Lines as thick as an arm were seen. Mind you, the ground of this arena was made from a special stone. There were even strengthening runes carved into it, so it was extremely tough and sturdy. Yet, it cracked from the collision of these two martial warriors. One could imagine how terrifying the impact was. Even the protective shield started trembling violently. Tiny lines appeared, and there was a cracking sound. It was about to break at any moment. "Oh shit!" Everyone's expression changed. General Cameron hurriedly waved his hand, and a powerful force fluctuation flowed out from his body. It merged into the defense shield. If this defense shield broke, the residual force inside would injure many onlookers. Following the addition of General Cameron's force, the cracks on the defense shield gradually disappeared, and it stabilized. He was a universe-stage martial warrior. No matter how powerful Wang Ting and Huaqia's attacks were, they couldn't injure a universe-stage formidable warrior. Huaqia wore a stern expression, and his face was a little pale. He felt the frightening energy compressed within the square seal clearly during that exchange of blows. It felt like a real mountain pressing down on him. Even if he executed his savage elephant form, his bones still made a cracking sound. Interesting, he managed to resist it. A strange glow flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. Spiritual power surged out and went into the lightning slap. Boom! The purple light shone brightly again, along with bolts of lightning. Boom! Huaqia noticed something amiss, but it was too late. The lightning struck him using his giant mace as its medium. Calamity lightning. The power of the calamity lightning was hidden within the lightning slap. Since he couldn't win by strength, Wang Ting decided to add some other ingredient. The calamity lightning was the real trump card of the lightning slap. Huaqia might have a powerful physique, but he still trembled violently as if he was having a seizure when he got struck by the calamity lightning. A burnt smell came from his body, and his hair stood on end. His huge face, which had grown bigger when he enlarged himself, had turned entirely black. Puff! A wisp of black smoke came out from his mouth. At the same time, the savage elephant form couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and collapsed with an unwilling loud roar. Boom! The lightning slap fell on Huaqia, pressing him onto the floor of the arena. The entire arena trembled. The tremor even escaped the defense shield and caused the ground outside to shake. Everyone took some effort to stabilize themselves before they saw the situation in the arena. The square seal landed right in the arena, leaving no gap between it and the floor. There was no sign of Huaqia. Gulp! Someone swallowed his saliva uncontrollably. Did he get crushed? Wang Ting stood in the air and pulled his hand back. The lightning slap shrunk and landed on his palm. Everyone finally saw what was below the square seal. There was a human-sized hole in the middle of the arena. Huaqia was etched inside. He looked miserable. Gasp! There was an uproar. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, Major Wang Ting 1. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. It felt like a dream. Huaqia, who was a 7th-level Cosmos Stage martial warrior, was defeated. Moreover, he got defeated by a Celestial Stage martial warrior. This was unbelievable. Everyone looked at Wang Ting in astonishment. They couldn't calm down. Suddenly, Huaqia moved. He was trying to crawl out. Huh? He can still move? Wang Ting was surprised. Martial warriors who trained their physique were indeed different. Huaqia's body was amazing. He could still crawl at this stage. Wang Ting wouldn't allow him to crawl up. He moved and appeared beside him. When he crawled up just a little, he slammed the lightning slap on the back of Huaqia's head. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds resounded in the arena. Huaqia wanted to crawl up and surrender. He recognized the difference between him and Wang Ting and knew that he had no chance of winning. But before he could open his mouth, he was hit in the back of his head. He could hear a ringing in his mind. His vision turned black and his head turned numb. This was the power of lightning. F***K, you can hit my head, but why do you have to use lightning? That's vicious. He knew that this was Wang Ting's doing without thinking. This fellow was brutal. He wanted to raise his hand and surrender, but Wang Ting didn't give him any chances. He kept beating his head, as if he wouldn't stop until he fainted. Huaqia couldn't speak. He had never felt so frustrated. He felt his head swelling. Based on the strength of his physical body, this shouldn't happen. But he couldn't resist. His only hope was the generals. He wished they would realize his situation quickly and stop this devil. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, do you admit defeat? Wang Ting asked while he hit him. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, Huaqia raised his trembling hand. What? You don't want to surrender? Wang Ting was shocked. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, Huaqia clenched his fist. Are you still trying to hit me? Wang Ting was surprised. He respected the other party's toughness. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, the dull thuds were accompanied by the crackling of the lightning. It resounded in the arena, making the onlookers flinch. Some felt their hearts skipping a beat. This young man was vicious. What's more, he didn't show any signs of releasing his opponent because he asked as he hit him. They automatically placed Wang Ting on their list of people they shouldn't offend. Look at how smooth his actions were. He must be experienced. They couldn't afford to provoke him. They couldn't. Huaqia was going crazy. His consciousness was getting blurry and he couldn't move his mouth. There was only one thought in his mind. Wang Ting, go to hell. Can you give me a chance to surrender? General Cameron couldn't bear to see this any longer and removed the protective shield. He coughed and said, Major Wang Ting, stop beating him. You won. I won. Wang Ting stopped and asked. Yes, you've won. Stop hitting him. General Cameron glanced at Huaqia and nodded profusely. He was an unbearable sight. But he hasn't admitted defeat. Wang Ting hesitated. He weighed the lightning slap in his hand. Don't. Well, surrender for him. General Cameron hurriedly stopped him when he noticed he wanted to continue. His tone was firm. Yes, well, make the decision for him. General Chi Yuanju agreed. They mustn't continue to fight. That's right. We have a good understanding of your ability now. There's no need to continue fighting. General Kimberly wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. You should have said so earlier. My hands are sore. Wang Ting kept his lightning slap. General Cameron. General Chi Yuanju. General Kimberly. This fellow was a little irritating. Chapter 1252. He felt troubled that he was a genius. The battle ended in an unexpected manner. Huaqia was carried out of the arena. No man could withstand this suffering, no matter how tough they were. He started doubting his life. When he was carried down, Huaqia used all his energy to open his eyes and looked at Wang Ting, who was standing in the limelight. You're inhumane. You're vicious. Wang Ting was surrounded by the generals when he suddenly felt a bitter gaze landing on him. He turned around involuntarily. Good riddance, did he beat him up so badly? He was too focused on hitting him and didn't notice his strength. He almost couldn't recognize Huaqia from his swollen face. Wang Ting felt apologetic. The corners of their lips twitched when the generals saw Huaqia. They wondered if he regretted participating in this fight. Wang Ting took the chance when everyone was distracted by Huiqia to collect the attribute bubbles around him. Constellation Force, Earth. Asterisk 2500 Strength of Ultima asterisk 1200 Savage Elephant Form asterisk 600 Savage Elephant Mace asterisk 900 Constellation Force, Earth. Asterisk 2200 Imperial Level Earth Talent asterisk 3000 Celestial Realm Spirit asterisk 600 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment asterisk 1200 Wang Ting's eyes glimmered. He felt delighted. Huiqia was an Earth Element martial warrior, so naturally, he dropped Constellation Earth Force attribute. There were 11,000 points of it. Wang Ting's Celestial Realm Earth Force was stuck at the bottleneck of the 7th level of the Celestial stage, so this addition helped him achieve his breakthrough. Constellation Earth Force 5300/80,000 Celestial Stage 8th level. The 8th level. This was a small surprise. Next, there was the Strength of Ultima. Wang Ting's Strength of Ultima rose very slowly because not many people had it. Thus, he didn't have attribute bubbles to pick. This time, Huiqia had provided him with a good sum. There were 4,300 points. Wang Ting's Strength of Ultima rose by a level. Strength of Ultima 800/6000 6th level. Enlightenment of the Strength of Ultima flashed through his mind, sending ripples to his heart. The image of an elephant appeared in his mind. Wang Ting felt as if he had become a giant. He possessed the indomitable power to pluck stars and destroy moons. In that instant, his eyes were sparkling with a strange light. After some time, he let out a soft sigh. A smile crept up his face. His Strength of Ultima just broke through to the 5th level not long ago, but now, his understanding of it had deepened again. His luck was not bad. After the enlightenment of the Strength of Ultima, another memory appeared in Wang Ting's mind. This was regarding the savage elephant form. Wang Ting turned into an ancient wild elephant. He was gigantic in size and could almost touch the sky. The giant elephant galloped on the ground. It bumped into mountains to harden its skin and swam through flood waters to train its body. It continued to do this day after day, year after year. Its body grew bigger and indomitable. It raised its head as it stood on the barren ground and trumpeted into the sky. The shadow of an elephant flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. He had a brief grasp of the savage elephant form and was at the foundation stage. Savage elephant form. 600 of 1,000 foundation. What startled him was, this savage elephant form was a physique training skill that could go all the way up to the universe stage. After practicing it, his body would become as tough and formidable as the ancient elephant. This also meant that the attribute was harder to raise. Just the foundation stage alone required 1,000 points. The 600 points he received from Huiqia weren't enough for a breakthrough. But Wang Ting didn't care. The savage elephant form was the icing on the cake. He possessed the ancient god's body, which was a stronger physique training skill compared to the savage elephant form. Of course, if he mastered this skill, there would be an additive effect and Wang Ting's physique would be even stronger. Looks like Huiqia only reached the small achievement stage of this savage elephant form. If he were at the big achievement, I wouldn't have been able to break his defense without using an ultimate skill. Wang Ting touched his chin as he wondered to himself. Soon, another round of enlightenment swarmed in. Savage Elephant Mace. This was the mace battle technique Huiqia executed some time ago. With his Strength of Ultima, he was able to resist the lightning slap controlled using spiritual power. Mind you, Wang Ting's spiritual power was at the peak of the celestial realm. This meant that he had the battle power of a martial warrior at the peak of the cosmos stage. Yet, even when he used it on a powerful weapon like the lightning slap, Huiqia managed to withstand it. This proved how extraordinary the savage elephant mace was. Wang Ting finally understood the reason after going through the information about this battle skill. The Savage Elephant Mace was an Ultima battle technique too. One needed to possess the strength of Ultima to execute this Ultima technique. Wang Ting was elated. This was the second Ultima battle technique he received, and it required the strength of Ultima. This was rarer than a normal Ultima battle technique. This was a huge gain. Savage Elephant Mace. 100 out of 1000 specialized. 900 points of this attribute raised the Savage Elephant Mace to the specialized stage. The points required to advance were the same as the Roaring Flame Lion Spear. Looking at how powerful this battle technique was, he would be able to kill a Cosmos Stage martial warrior with it. Lastly, there were 3,000 points of Imperial-level Earth Talent, 2,400 points of Celestial Realm Spirit, and 36,000 points of Cosmos Realm Enlightenment. Huaqia's Earth Talent wasn't weak. No wonder he was so powerful. Wang Ting's Earth Talent was also at the Imperial level, so this gain increased his ability greatly. His spirit and enlightenment increased slightly too. Overall, the gains were sizable. It was worth his effort. Wang Ting collected the attribute bubbles, while General Cameron comforted the tragic-looking Huaqia. Then, Huaqia was sent to the medical center. Major Wang Ting, you've offended Huaqia terribly this time. He's the deputy regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force and is extremely familiar with it. You'll need his help in the future, General Cameron walked over and said in a meaningful tone. He won't use his influence for a private grudge, right? Wang Ting felt a little guilty. He said in embarrassment. He should have surrendered earlier. It's not my fault. Why are you still pushing the blame? General Cameron rolled his eyes uncontrollably. All right, this is your own matter. You'll be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force from now on. You can deal with this however you see fit. So, I'm the commander of the Tiger Strike Force now? Wang Ting asked. Yes. Your appointment letter will be sent to you soon. Remember to open it. General Cameron nodded. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. At this moment, General Qi Yuanzhu and the other generals gathered over and introduced themselves. Wang Ting was stunned. These were people with real power on the number 29 defense planet. Major Wang Ting is young and promising. You surprised me with your ability, General Qi Yuanzhu commented with a smile. You're speaking too highly of me. I was just lucky to be able to defeat Huaqia. Wang Ting looked at his rank and knew that this was a major general. Hence, he treated him politely and replied in a humble tone. Ha ha ha, that was not what you said just now, Qi Yuanzhu teased him. Cough, I was a little quick and thoughtless in my speech. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. But this is the first time I saw a celestial stage martial warrior possessing such abilities. General Yukari smiled and exclaimed. Actually, a talent like Major Wang Ting should seek a wider stage in the universe and not risk his life on our life planet, General Kimberly said. The defense planet is a training for me too. My ability increased after spending time here, Wang Ting replied. He was speaking the truth, but the generals didn't believe him. They felt that he was just being polite because they knew he had only been on the planet for a few days. How could his ability increase so easily? Was this a game? That's not right. The military places a huge emphasis on the grooming and development of talent. A genius like you will not be buried, General Cameron said. The League of Talents is happening soon. I'll send an application for Major Wang Ting to represent our military. The League of Talents. Wang Ting was staggered. He didn't expect to hear about this competition from General Cameron. He originally planned to participate in this competition, but if he could represent the military, he would be able to get more benefit. With your ability, you will be able to get a good ranking for this League of Talents. General Qi Yuanzhu's eyes lit up. He nodded in approval and said, Count me in. I'll support your decision. Ha ha ha, let's send the application together then. General Yukari smiled. General Cameron glanced at them speechlessly. A bunch of sly old foxes. He knew what they were thinking. His recommendation was enough to get the approval for Wang Ting to become the military's representative. Their participation wasn't necessary. But they wouldn't give up this good chance to display their kindness to Wang Ting. To them, Wang Ting wasn't just a light element martial warrior who knew a light force treatment. He was a genius with great potential and worth befriending. Wang Ting felt their overwhelming enthusiasm. When did he become so popular? Wang Ting wondered to himself. Then, he asked, what does being a representative mean? If you gain a good ranking as the military's representative, you'll receive rewards, promotion, military contributions, and resources from the military, General Cameron explained. Wang Ting was elated. He was right. There were benefits to gain by participating as the military's representative. Sigh, he felt troubled that he was a genius. He received special treatment wherever he went. Croft's face turned black when he heard their discussions. This fellow was getting more and more out of control. The League of Talents. If Wang Ting participated in this competition as the military's representative, his family would have a harder time dealing with him. Chapter 1253. This was the end of him. Wang Ting's spirit was powerful, so he was extremely sensitive to people's evil gazes. Besides, Crofts was just nearby, and he didn't hide his evil intentions. Wang Ting turned and glanced at him. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Crofts' heart sank. He had a bad feeling. That was a sinister smile. General Cameron, I have something to report, Wang Ting said abruptly. Oh, what is it? General Cameron asked, feeling surprised. I was attacked by a bunch of martial warriors on my way back. What? General Cameron was appalled. Are you sure? The other generals' expressions also changed. They looked at Wang Ting simultaneously. Someone attacked a military martial warrior with military contributions on the number 29 defense planet? Who did it? Croft's gaze flickered, but he didn't reveal any emotions on his face. The instant he received the news that Dragon 14 had failed, he ordered them to leave. They should have left the number 29 defense planet now. Wang Ting wouldn't have the chance to expose him. Crofts smirked in his heart. He's just a young brat. He had no chance of bringing him down. Of course. I've killed the assassins, but the 3 leaders escaped, unfortunately, Wang Ting replied. Bastards! General Cameron was infuriated. Audacious. Extremely audacious. General Yukari shouted in rage. Impudent. How dare they attack a man of merits on the number 29 defense planet? We must find this person and punish him without any mercy, General Qi Yuanju said in a cold voice. Anger burned in his eyes. All of them had high hopes for Wang Ting. Thus, they were enraged when they heard that someone attacked him. Moreover, they attacked him on the defense planet. This was an outright provocation to them and the military. Crofts didn't care about their anger. He placed his hands behind his back and looked down. So what if they were angry? They had no evidence, so they couldn't do anything to him. Wang Ting glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. This old man seemed quite composed. He didn't appear worried at all. Disgusting maggots are present everywhere. General Kimberly loathed. This time, Crofts couldn't maintain his poker face. The corners of his eyes trembled a little. He was a general, but he was called a maggot. He would be lying if he said he wasn't angry. No amount of cultivation could suppress his anger. But he couldn't retort. He would be confessing his crime if he did. This was frustrating. Wang Ting wanted to laugh. General Kimberly did a good job. Although she looked rough and bulky, Wang Ting found her extremely pleasing to the eyes. Major Wang Ting, do you know who attacked you? General Cameron asked. He glanced at Crofts involuntarily when he said this. Wang Ting's greatest enemy was the Parker's family. There was no one else. Furthermore, when Wang Ting came back from the third front line was when they were discussing who should be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force. The Parker's family had a huge motive to make their move then. He remembered Wendell's renunciation. Things seemed to link up. The recording device on my battlecraft recorded what happened. Please take a look. Wang Ting didn't say who it was. Instead, he brought out the evidence directly. Croft's expression changed again. Didn't they use signal disruption devices? Why was there still a recording? Damn it. How did they complete their task? They couldn't do anything right. He would be in trouble if Wang Ting was speaking the truth. Many thoughts ran through his mind as he tried to come up with a solution. That makes things easier. General Cameron was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Wang Ting in surprise before looking at his surroundings. Let's talk after we go back. You're right. This isn't the right place to discuss such matters. The other general nodded in agreement. Everyone left the field and went back to the command hall. The crowd watching Wang Ting and Huaqia's match dispersed gradually. However, their duel was constantly talked about. Wang Ting's fame grew. It seemed to have spread to every corner of the defense planet. A defense planet was neither big nor small. But the special environment here meant that it was sparsely populated and most of the people lived on different bases. Hence, news spread quickly. After Wang Ting and the generals arrived at the command hall, he took out the video he recorded. The signal disruption devices did affect the operation of the recording device, but it wasn't hard for an intelligent lifeform like Round Ball to record a video. Crofts threw away all his hopes upon seeing the video. He wondered if there was any substantive content inside that could threaten him. The video was played and the generals watched it seriously. Their expressions turned grim gradually as if they were suppressing their anger. They were in a bad mood. The video started when Dragon 14 and his comrades appeared. Wang Ting lured the other party into revealing their identity, and Dragon 14 didn't hide any information because he thought he could kill Wang Ting successfully. Croft's face turned green. F***K, were they idiots? Why didn't they go and die? Why did they come back? These idiots were a waste of the Parker's family's resources. At this moment, everyone was looking at Croft. The atmosphere in the hall tensed up. It felt chilly. General Kimberly and the others were staring at him with contempt in their eyes. Wang Ting sat calmly in his seat and smiled at Croft. Aren't you very composed? Continue to be composed. Why are you nervous? Wang Ting felt refreshed when he saw the other party's response. He felt as if he drank a mouth of ice-cold Coke in the hot summer. General Crofts, do you have anything to say? General Cameron asked calmly. Nonsense! Crofts shouted. General Cameron, are you saying I'm the mastermind just because of this video? Isn't it so? General Cameron asked coldly. General Crofts, do you think we're blind? General Kimberly scoffed. These people revealed their identity too easily. They're trying to frame me, Crofts said agitatedly. Everyone frowned. What Crofts said was possible, but the chances of it weren't high. From this video they could tell that the other party revealed his identity because he felt that he could kill Wang Ting. Of course, Wang Ting also baited him using his words, so they didn't say it voluntarily. This meant that his words were highly reliable. But Crofts insisted that the other party was framing him. If Wang Ting didn't have any substantive evidence, they couldn't do anything to Crofts. Humph! A snort was suddenly heard in the hall. It was filled with disdain. Everyone turned and looked at Wang Ting, who laughed out loud. Why are you laughing? Crofts frowned. Nothing. Continue acting. I'll bring out the evidence after you finish acting, Wang Ting replied calmly. Crofts fumed for no reason when he heard Wang Ting's calm and contemptuous tone. He wished he could slap him to death, but he couldn't. Wang Ting seemed confident. Crofts felt puzzled and nervous. He said in a cold voice, Take out your evidence if you have it. I'm innocent. Am not afraid of others framing me. I didn't know that you were such a good actor. Wang Ting smirked. Crofts. F***K, every sentence this brat says makes me feel like hitting him. All right, Major Wang Ting, show your evidence, General Cameron said. All right. Wang Ting nodded. He took out a piece of token and placed it on the table. This token fell from one of the 3 leaders when I was fighting with them. I think General Crofts will recognize it. Of course, this didn't fall from the leader. Wang Ting found it on Dragon 14 when he caught him. Crofts' expression changed entirely when he saw the token. This was the identity token of the Parkers. The blood mark of the family member was etched on it. A single test was enough to prove its authenticity. He has no room to refute. But he didn't understand how Wang Ting got this token. The token would shatter once the owner died. It was impossible to land in other people's hands. Besides, who would carry their token around with them on their bodies? Wouldn't they keep it in their space equipment? Fell from his body? This was bullshit. Many thoughts went through Crofts' mind. In the end, he came up with one possibility. Dragon 14 and the others were caught. But after getting what he wanted, Wang Ting released them. What did he want to do? Crofts stared intently at Wang Ting with an ugly expression. He realized that he underestimated him. This brat was like a poisonous snake hiding among the bushes. He would strike and bite him whenever he let down his guard. One bite was enough to injure his core. General Crofts, aren't you going to continue your act? Wang Ting smiled at Crofts. He didn't care what the other party was thinking. Or rather, this was what Wang Ting wanted him to see. Dragon 14 and his comrades would be abandoned anyway. Their role was to cover up for Wendell. Wendell was the nail Wang Ting wanted to bury. General Crofts, well, meet in the military court. General Cameron glanced at him coldly and left. The other generals got up and left without sparing Crofts another glance. In the blink of an eye, only Crofts was left in the hall. He seemed to have aged within a few seconds as he sat in his seat, dejected and filled with unwillingness. This was the end of him. Chapter 1254 Buddha's Sutra. There wasn't any suspense about Crofts' ending. There was no room for redemption if he was court-martialed. The military court was the highest authority in the Great Qian Empire's forces, and it couldn't be trampled on. It was impossible for anyone, not even someone from the Parkers family, to ignore the majesty of the military court and attempt to rescue Crofts. Crofts' career in the military was over. He would lose his position, rights, and maybe even his life. The war had just ended. Assaulting and trying to kill a martial warrior who had made great contributions was a violation of the military code. Moreover, something like this couldn't be kept under the sheet. Once it was made known, it would enrage countless martial warriors enlisted. They fought against dark apparitions on the front lines with their lives on the line. But now they were getting attacked by their fellow humans. What was the logic behind this? Although they weren't the ones being attacked, they shared the same hatred. Once a precedent was set, there would be many future occurrences like this one. Given the circumstances, leaving Crofts unpunished would never defuse the anger felt by those in the military. General Cameron and the others left, then Wang Ting got up and also left the hall. His expression was calm, so calm that Crofts found it hard to accept. Shouldn't Wang Ting be happy now that he had brought down a great enemy? Why does he seem like he only did a small thing? Crofts was unable to stomach such contempt. This only meant that Wang Ting didn't take him seriously at all. Being underestimated by someone he considered inferior was undoubtedly the biggest blow to a failure like him. Wang Ting returned to his residence and was ready to get a good rest. He would have been unable to hold on after repeated battles if it wasn't for his ability to speed his recovery by picking up attribute bubbles. However, his spirit was a little tired, even if his body could last. He didn't do anything. He took out a pile of delicacies to eat and slept after that. It wasn't a long while before a soft snoring could be heard. Round Ball appeared beside him and shook its head. There was a little concern in its eyes. Wang Ting slept soundly this time. His body and mind were relaxed. Waking up the following day, he felt that his entire body was cleared of any fatigue and felt extremely comfortable. Looks like you have to balance work and rest. It's not good to push too hard. Wang Ting shook his head and smiled bitterly while he stretched his back. Wang Ting, you have a few messages. Round Ball's voice could be heard in Wang Ting's mind. Let me see. Wang Ting nodded. There were 3 messages in total, the first being from General Cameron. It was a letter of appointment as the Tiger Strike Force's commander. He was also informed to collect his military uniform from the logistics department within 3 days and to show up for his new post. 3 days. There's no rush then. Wang Ting took a look at the second message, which was from Peggy. She was asking how he was doing. Based on the words, it wasn't difficult to see that she was a little concerned about him. After all, not everyone could stand such an intense battle. Wang Ting, looks like your adjutant is interested in you. Round Ball snickered. I'm handsome. I'm loved wherever I go, Wang Ting said shamelessly. Round Ball was rendered speechless after having underestimated his unabashed nature. Wang Ting hesitated for a bit, but still replied to Peggy with a short message. In any case, she was concerned about him. He couldn't just pretend he didn't see anything. On the other side, a pretty smile appeared on Peggy's mouth as she received Wang Ting's message. She usually had a serious and cold appearance. The sudden appearance of a smile was quite breathtaking. It was a pity that no one could see it. Peggy didn't reply to the message, simply closing her eyes and resuming her cultivation. She already felt the gap between her strength and Wang Ting's. Catching up was basically impossible, but she still had to work hard to shorten the distance. Otherwise, she might not even be able to see his back in the future. The third message was from Di Qi, who also asked about his condition. Wang Ting replied casually, not bothering much about it. At this time, probably due to the relaxed state of both body and mind, he felt that the inherited memory from the devouring nihility beast had loosened up. Many memory pieces were naturally integrated into his mind and digested by him. He then sat cross-legged on the bed and shut his eyes. Time passed little by little. His eyes opened about 3 hours later. A strange light flashed in his pupils. Buddha's Sutra. Divine Talent, World Devourer. He had a wide smile as he tapped into the newly acquired information. His heart overflowed with joy. Buddha's Sutra was a scripture. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, a spirit scripture. It was something that Wang Ting had always wanted. The devouring nihility beast didn't disappoint him in the slightest. Moreover, the Buddha's Sutra was not any ordinary spirit scripture. It was an extremely mysterious and ancient knowledge in the universe. This scripture seemed to have existed since the beginning of the universe. No one knew its origins. Only a few powerful martial warriors had obtained it, and with it leaving a great mark throughout the cosmos. The most recent martial warrior was born 30,000 years before and reached the eternal stage. Then he disappeared without a trace. However, the Buddha's Sutra was well known. The cultivation method would aim to strengthen one's spirit and form a 9 treasures pagoda. The use of the sutra would manifest the artifact. It was extremely recognizable. The 9 treasures pagoda was actually a powerful means with both offense and defense capabilities. Once formed, not only could Wang Ting use it to attack his opponent's spirit, but his own spirit defense would also be greatly enhanced. It would be difficult for any spirit attack to harm him in the future, unless it was too far from his current stage. However, it wasn't easy to cultivate the Buddha's Sutra. Many more martial warriors would have successfully practiced it, instead of just a few. The spirit scripture was different from the ordinary kind, as it required an extraordinarily large amount of spiritual power to cultivate it. A vast amount of spirit was needed for a pagoda to form. It was just like building a house. If there weren't enough bricks, the house couldn't be built to completion, and it would be useless. Likewise, if the spirit wasn't enough, the 9 treasures pagoda wouldn't be finished. Fortunately, it wasn't a problem for Wang Ting. If his spiritual body wasn't considered strong, then no one would be stronger than him. It could even be said that his spirit was probably the strongest among the seniors who had obtained the Buddha's Sutra in the past. If word of this were to spread, people would probably think that Wang Ting was full of himself. Those seniors were all at least at the eternal stage. Back when they had a celestial stage cultivation, were their spirits weaker than Wang Ting's? It was indeed so. Wang Ting's spirit stopped improving upon reaching the celestial stage. However, he kept acquiring more spirit attributes which strengthened his spiritual body. Accumulating spirit like this was not something that could be compared to geniuses born with a strong spirit. Besides, there were more challenges when cultivating the Buddha's Sutra. The practitioner would need to endure great pain during the cultivation process. The entire thing was like having your spiritual body bashed with thousands of hammers to purify it. Even worse, this wasn't just a one-time process. It lasted for a long time. If he gave up halfway, the 9 treasures pagoda would collapse, and all his previous efforts would go down the drain. No one would even dare without having a strong willpower. The more powerful a spirit scripture was, the more painful it was to cultivate it. Considering the scripture's power level, the pain would be 100 times more than with ordinary spirit scriptures. A wry smile appeared on Wang Ting's face. There would be suffering in the future. He didn't cultivate immediately and went deep into procrastination. It wasn't because he was afraid of pain. It was because the Buddha's Sutra wasn't complete. The devouring nihility beast's memory only contained 3 levels of the scripture. There were 12 levels in total, enough to reach the eternal stage. However, Wang Ting's Buddha's Sutra had parts missing, and he had found this out. Still, he could advance to the universe stage with the first 3 levels. Wang Ting didn't know how many levels his seniors had obtained in the past. However, he was sure that none of them had the complete set. The Buddha's Sutra was too mysterious. Wang Ting shook his head and thought for a moment before making a decision. Forget it. Let's cultivate first. At least I can advance to the universe stage. I can just switch to something else if I can't find the rest by then. Switching scriptures wasn't an easy thing to do for others. The Buddha's Sutra was powerful, and its 9 treasures pagoda was naturally strong. If he were to switch later, he would have to destroy the pagoda. This would equate to self-harm for an ordinary person, as it was formed by their spirit. Spiritual damage was extremely troublesome. If careless, there would be unimaginable consequences that would affect future cultivation. It might even lead to the death of their soul. However, Wang Ting wasn't worried. He only needed to prepare large amounts of spirit attributes, which would be enough to mitigate the damage from destroying the 9 treasures pagoda. He could also look for medicine that could nourish and repair his spirit. He was more than able to prepare himself for it. Of course, those were things to worry for later. Maybe he would have a chance to find the other parts of the Buddha's Sutra. Wang Ting felt that he had a lot of luck by his side. Chapter 1255 A Message from Veblen. The Light Velvet Race. Once he made his decision, Wang Ting shifted his focus to another legacy. Divine Talent, World Devourer. This sounded impressive, and it was indeed truly impressive. Everyone knew that the devouring nihility beast was powerful because it had the insane ability to devour everything. World Devourer, a divine talent, was the key to its engulfing ability. This enabled the creature to absorb anything, be it plants, rocks, metals, or life forms. Even mystical bodies could be devoured. The universe stage martial warrior who pursued Wang Ting fell victim to this ability and was still trapped in the devour space of the nihility beast. What exactly was a divine talent? It wasn't ordinary for sure. Divine talents had such a name because they were extremely powerful battle technique. Only those with pure bloodlines and born with powerful traits could possess them. In fact, a divine talent surpassed ordinary battle techniques. Otherwise, the Cosmos stage devouring nihility beast would have been incapable of devouring the universe stage martial warrior. Wang Ting was overjoyed after learning how powerful World Devourer was and started thinking of farming more attribute bubbles. It would be a waste to give up on such a powerful divine talent. He would be able to farm on his own. Wang Ting could actually use World Devourer through the devouring nihility beast, but using it himself was much cooler. Still, what if it wasn't around him and was busy with errands? What would happen then? So, for the sake of convenience, Wang Ting decided to farm World Devourer attribute. It was fine if he didn't run across this talent. But now that he did, he couldn't let it pass. He did whatever came to mind. Wang Ting immediately entered the dark devour space and floated in front of the devouring nihility beast. First, he sensed the aura of the universe stage martial warrior to gauge his condition. Even an expert like that would be in dire straits when plunged into that place. The results surprised him greatly though. Saleh's life force was very strong. The devouring creature had absorbed less than 1% of his force thus far. It looked like a tough bone to nibble. On the other hand, the small world he was in was showing signs of collapse. A small world was the universe stage martial warrior's first line of defense. Once devoured, his body would be next. Wang Ting was astonished. Universe stage martial warriors were indeed deserving of their reputation, tenacious even in that situation. He shook his head and looked at the devouring nihility beast's body. He then issued an order. The beast looked at him. Wang Ting was taken aback and slapped his forehead. He couldn't use World Devourer inside the Devour space. He forgot about this matter altogether. He could only return to reality and put aside the thought about farming attribute bubbles for a while. Defense Planet number 29 wasn't a suitable place to use World Devourer. He had to wait for a better opportunity. Wang Ting shook his head in disappointment and curbed his enthusiasm. With nothing else to do, he decided to see Veblen and take a look at the research progress of the Devil Ovum and Devil Mind race. The nearby martial warriors recognized him as he walked over to Veblen's laboratory. Some were enthusiastic as they greeted him, and some gave him curious looks, while others were murmuring amongst themselves. Wang Ting felt he had become the focus of everyone's attention. The sensation of being respected made him feel like he had returned to Earth. He didn't dwell upon it though. He reached Veblen's laboratory soon after. Veblen was observing a devil mind dark apparition kept in a glass enclosure. Once the latter saw him arrive, he said with sarcasm, "Great hero, how did you find the time to come here today? I'm here to see if you've made any progress." Wang Ting rolled his eyes. "Well, there's a bit of progress." Once he said that, Veblen immediately switched to a serious demeanor. "Oh, what did you discover?" "I found something interesting." "Guess what it is?" Veblen looked at Wang Ting. His eyes seemed to be telling him something. "How would I know?" Wang Ting was speechless. "The Devil Ovum seems to have turned into an empty shell. The origin of darkness that should be inside has disappeared," said Veblen in a casual tone as he looked into Wang Ting's eyes. "Come and read on our website Wuxia World site." Thanks, the latter's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't let his emotions show. He chuckled. "If you want to kill the Devil Ovum, you have to get rid of its origin of darkness." Veblen's expression changed. He approached him like a curious baby and probed, "Then, what method did you use to get rid of the origin of darkness? Can you tell me?" Moira was next to him. She glanced over and looked at Wang Ting curiously. Wang Ting felt a sense of relief. It turned out he wasn't suspected of absorbing the origin of darkness. Scary. He was speechless when he saw both of them behaving that way. He then spouted some nonsense. It isn't much of a secret. I mastered a special light element battle technique that is able to destroy the origin of darkness. That's it. Veblen rubbed his chin and exclaimed, a light element battle technique able to destroy its origin of darkness without harming the shell? That is not an ordinary battle technique. Wang Ting changed the subject. By the way, you promised to tell me how light force could be improved after I was done dealing with the devil ovum. Now it's time to speak. That was the main reason why he was there. Did I? Veblen's eyes flickered. He turned his head and tried to feign ignorance. Wang Ting was speechless. Hey, how can you be so shameless? Do you want to ruin your reputation as a wise man? Moira was caught between laughter and tears. She knew that her teacher was trying to go back on his word. He had surely made an agreement with Wang Ting, but now he wanted to deny it. That guilty look of his was too obvious. But Wang Ting said he wanted to improve his light force. Was that the reason? Moira suddenly realized why her teacher was being like that. Veblen's expression worsened when he heard Wang Ting's words. He had agreed too hastily, even putting the reputation of the Intelligence Nativity clan at stake. Now, he was filled with regret when he thought about it. What do we do? Veblen the wise man. Wang Ting emphasized the words wise man on purpose. All right. I'll tell you. Veblen waved his hand in despair and said seriously, but before that, you have to promise me one thing. I still have to promise you something? Wang Ting frowned in displeasure. The man had agreed to tell him once the devil ovum was handled, and now, he was changing his tune. He wasn't that easygoing. Teacher. Moira seemed to have sensed the latter's annoyance and nudged Veblen. Hear me out. Veblen rolled his eyes. It was hard to keep a woman at home. Wang Ting glanced at Moira and said, I'll do that for Moira's sake. But don't blame me for not playing along if your request is ridiculous. Moira blushed instantly. It didn't feel right. Why am I involved in this? She just didn't want the two to become enemies for no reason. However, she didn't know why she felt a little happy when the fellow said that. Veblen saw that something was going on with their eyes and quickly took a step forward to block their eye contact. I'm not asking you to do anything. It's more of a request. I underestimated you back then. I didn't expect that you could really deal with the devil ovum. I shouldn't have told you about it, lest someone disturb their peaceful life. But now, he sighed in helplessness. Forget it. As long as you promise me you won't do anything to hurt them, I'll tell you. Them, Wang Ting said, you have to tell me who they are. That place is a special planet with a very dense light force. They are natives of that planet, Veblen explained. I see, so the natives are still weak. Wang Ting understood. That's right. Veblen nodded. An underdeveloped planet. No wonder you're so worried. What stage is their strongest martial warrior? Wang Ting asked. The strongest is their elder, a planetary stage martial warrior. Planetary stage martial warrior. That's not right. You said you know them, why don't you help them? Wang Ting was suspicious. It's because those life forms are very special and I can't help much. But I have helped them collect many light element scriptures in recent years. However, their cultivation methods are different from the traditional sort. They can't cultivate the ones I've obtained for them, Veblen replied. There's such a thing? Wang Ting frowned and asked curiously, special? How special? They belong to the light velvet race, not the human race. Veblen suddenly realized something. You haven't promised me yet. I can accept your condition. Of course, on the premise that they don't attack me, Wang Ting responded. Don't worry. I'll let them know in advance. They wouldn't do anything to you for my sake, Veblen assured. I hope so. Wang Ting nodded and said with joy, a planet with dense light force. That's rare indeed. It'll definitely help me a lot. That place is a holy land for light element martial warriors. Perhaps you'll be noticed by them, given your light talent, Veblen said. Wang Ting didn't care whether he would be recognized. He was just going there to farm attribute bubbles. A planet with dense light force would definitely have heaps of light attribute bubbles. Chapter 1256 The Confidence of a Bug. Veblen didn't know what Wang Ting was thinking. He also didn't know that the best resources for Wang Ting were attribute bubbles. Anything else came second. Hence, his worry was unnecessary. Wang Ting wouldn't harm the other party for no reason. However, Veblen was still worried, so he signed a spiritual contract with Wang Ting in the end, all to ensure that nothing would happen. Wang Ting signed his name without any hesitation. All right, I'll send you the coordinates of the Light Velvet Race's planet. You can search for it yourself, Veblen said as he operated his wristwatch. He was satisfied with the young man's attitude. Okay, I got it. Wang Ting looked at his wristwatch and nodded. When are you planning to go to the Light Velvet planet? Veblen asked. The Light Velvet planet was the light creature's home. The Light Velvet planet? What a sloppy name. Wang Ting gave Veblen a strange look as he complained. I didn't name it. The Light Velvet race named it themselves, Veblen replied angrily. He had trouble finding words as he felt Wang Ting's contemptuous gaze. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and brought the topic back. Cough, I can't go there right now. I'll head there after a few days. Tell me when you're going. I'll inform the Grand Elder, Veblen replied. Wang Ting nodded. He was about to leave. Go now, quick. Your face makes me mad. Veblen waved his hands in disdain. Wang Ting laughed. He was elated because he had received many benefits. Moira showed him to the door. She hesitated for some time before saying, Wang Ting, the Light Velvet race is kind-hearted. I hope you can treat them the same. Do all of you think that I'm a bad guy? Wang Ting didn't know what to say. Moira couldn't hold back her smile when she saw his reaction. We're just worried. If other people knew of their existence, they could suffer a devastating blow. My master and I have confidence in your character, but we're just worried. That's why we are naggy about the subject. I hope you don't mind. Don't worry. I'm not a greedy person. I won't do anything to them, Wang Ting promised. He understood their feelings. Earth went through something similar in the past as it entered the universe stage. Back then he was worried that formidable powers would lay their eyes on them and turn all Earthlings into slaves. That would be tragic. The Light Velvet race was more valuable than the Earthlings. Light element martial warriors were rare in the universe and resources for that element were just as scarce. If they were found, martial warriors would flock to them. Their planet had a great amount of light force, so there had to be an abundance of light element resources. The Light Velvet race itself was one of those resources. Many people would see them as money. Not everyone could resist such temptation. It was understandable why Veblen was cautious. Wang Ting was about to leave when a question popped up in his mind. Oh right, did you get your light element armor from them? Well, he kind of liked the armor. Moira glared at him with disdain. Didn't he say that he wasn't greedy? He exposed his true character within the blink of an eye. This fellow doesn't bother hiding his thoughts. Cough, don't be nervous. I was just asking. I can offer something in exchange for the armor. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. He felt a little guilty after seeing Moira's gaze. Yes, we received it from them. The Grand Elder gave many items to my master as a way to thank him for his help. My master made the armor with those materials. Moira nodded. How lucky, Wang Ting lamented. The materials aren't cheap. How could the Grand Elder give them away so easily? Wang Ting wondered. The Light Velvet race probably didn't know the value of those materials in the rest of the universe, and Veblen got them for peanut. What do you mean by lucky? Moira glared at him. She seemed to know what he was thinking and said angrily, "We told the Grand Elder that the materials were rare, but she insisted on giving them to us. To make up for it, my master kept on helping them. That is why they're able to maintain such a long and good relationship." Wang Ting felt a little embarrassed. He gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. Moira was indeed smart. She knew what he was thinking. She had both a good figure and a good brain. "Don't be angry. I'm the one at fault." Wang Ting smiled and apologized hurriedly. "All right, I'm going back to work if you have no more questions." Moira rolled her eyes in a beautiful manner and turned to walk away. "Wait, I have one last question." Wang Ting pulled her back quickly. "Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site." "Thanks, why do you have so many questions? What is it?" Moira felt helpless. "Haha, well, what does the light velvet race like? I can offer them some gifts to gain their favor," Wang Ting said in a fawning tone. "How shrewd of you!" Moira shook her head. She didn't know how to react. "Well, they do like light element items. They love to plant, so you can find some light element spiritual herbs or light element materials." "They surely have an abundance of that," Wang Ting said. "That's true." Moira found Wang Ting's helpless expression a little funny. "But you can search for some unique resources that they might not have on their planet. Also, their biggest problem is cultivation. You could become their guest of honor if you're able to solve this issue for them. Your status might even surpass my master's." Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. He felt that it was a good option. Forming a new cultivation method would be extremely hard for an ordinary person. They might not be able to achieve it in a lifetime. But nothing was impossible for Wang Ting. As long as he had enough scriptures, he could use them as reference, along with many trials and errors, all to form a new scripture. This was the confidence of a bug. The main point was, he needed to go through many trials and errors. He wondered if the light velvet race would cooperate with him. Wang Ting didn't have any more questions, so he left. He threw the light velvet planet to the back of his mind once he got back to his lodging. He couldn't leave Defense Planet number 29 for now. It was useless to think too much about it. He sat cross-legged and started cultivating the Buddha's Sutra. Although his spirit was very powerful and pure, it was messy. He wanted to refine it, but he didn't have the scripture. Now, having the Buddha Sutra, he could proceed with the refining. As for the pain of the refining process, he was afraid. Wang Ting closed his eyes and read through the first level of the Buddha Sutra, then started to cultivate once he was done. He needed to form 100 spiritual hammers at the entry level. The tools would be used to hammer himself. It felt painful just thinking about it. The hammers couldn't be ordinary either. Well, he could choose the ordinary kind, but the spiritual body refined would be of the lowest class. No one would use ordinary hammers if they possessed an incredible scripture like the Buddha's Sutra. However, creating a powerful hammer was difficult too. Spiritual hammers would be created through visualization. For that, he needed an object for him to visualize first. The more powerful the visualized object, the stronger the spiritual hammer and the more dangerous it would be. If the hammer was too powerful, it could crush the martial warrior's consciousness, which was lethal. However, a stronger spiritual hammer would also mean a more powerful spiritual body. That would be the foundation for the 9 Treasures Pagoda. The sturdier the foundation, the stronger the building. Wang Ting entered the virtual universe. Round Ball appeared beside him. Wang Ting had a lot of money, so he bought a property in the virtual universe. Later, he appeared inside his own house when he entered the virtual universe. "Round Ball, help me find the strongest hammers and maces in the universe," Wang Ting said. "So you're going for the most powerful ones?" Round Ball knew that Wang Ting wanted to practice the Buddha's Sutra. At the same time, it also knew how dangerous it was, which made it feel concerned. It wasn't a joke. A single mistake could be horrendous. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing," Wang Ting replied. Round Ball stopped persuading, seeing how adamant the guy was. It started searching. Soon, a screen appeared in front of Wang Ting. There were 8 different kinds of hammers and maces on the screen. They had one similarity: all of them were ancient. He wasn't looking at the real weapon, but Wang Ting could still sense the ancient vibe they gave off. This proved that they had been around for centuries. These weapons have astonishing backgrounds. They are the most powerful maces and hammers acknowledged publicly, but they're scattered all over the universe. Some belonged to formidable warriors while others went missing. I can only show you their images. It's fortunate that their appearances were captured. You can even sense their aura. I think they're enough for your visualization, Round Ball said. Yes. Wang Ting nodded, attracted by the weapons. Let me introduce them to you. The mace is the Savage Hammer. It is said to have been created by a divine-level blacksmith from the dwarf race. Round Ball started introducing the weapons. Wang Ting listened to Round Ball with interest. Just like what it said, all these weapons came from a great background. It felt incredible just listening to their names. Chapter 1257 Reappearance of the Ancient Gods. The Fire God Hammer and the Lightning God Hammer. 1. Round Ball finished introducing 6 out of the 8 weapons. All of them had amazing backgrounds. All 6 weapons had been made by divine-level blacksmiths and were specifically recorded. Divine-level blacksmiths. They were divine-level blacksmiths. Wang Ting wasn't a clueless novice and understood what this meant. They were the highest representatives of the blacksmith circle. Anything with the word divine included equated to having reached a certain peak. It also meant that the 6 maces they forged were of divine rank. The newest among them had been created 8,000 years prior, and the oldest was done 100 millions of years before. No wonder the real thing couldn't be found. The weapons had to be in the hands of formidable martial warriors, usually known as gods. Those gods had escaped the restriction of time and lived eternally, so no one could snatch the weapons from them. The last 2 weapons were somewhat special. They came as a pair. Round Ball turned serious when he talked about the last 2 weapons. These 2 hammers only exist in legends. Honestly, I don't recommend you to use them for your visualization. Wang Ting stared at the last 2 weapons with interest. The first 6 appeared as an image, but the last 2 weapons were just carvings on the wall. For some reason, he felt that the carving style was a bit familiar when he saw them. What is this? Wang Ting asked. This carving was found in an ancient hall made with black stone, Round Ball replied. A black stone hall? Wang Ting frowned. It's a great hall floating in the universe, made of an unknown black-colored material, which is extremely sturdy and mysterious. No one can destroy it. It's strange. Round Ball contemplated before it continued. An eternal stage martial warrior once went in to look around but never came out. The people outside heard agonizing screams from the martial warrior, so he's probably dead. The great hall is constantly moving, randomly appearing in front of people and disappearing without a trace as if it never existed. No one knows where it came from or where it's heading to. The Great Hall has been a mystery since the very first time it made an appearance. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, I didn't know there was such a strange place in the universe, Wang Ting exclaimed in shock. Even the eternal stage martial warrior died when he entered the Great Hall. What's inside it? Who made it? I know what you're thinking, but no one knows who built it. Legends started to sprout trillions of years ago. Trillions of years ago, Wang Ting gasped. How ancient is it? Now you know why these hammers only exist in legends. Round Ball shook his head. Since they're just part of a legend, why are you showing them to me? Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Round Ball refuted in a firm tone. Cough, I filtered them in because you wanted the most powerful hammers and maces. If I don't show them to you and you later find them one day, you could find them more to your liking and get angry at me. Makes sense. Wang Ting had nothing to complain about. Since you're not going to use them, I'll filter them out, Round Ball said. Wait. Wang Ting stopped it in a hurry. Why? Are you planning to use them? Round Ball asked curiously. Calm down. Didn't you say that this is from the Great Hall's wall carvings? They're not the only carving, right? Are there others? Can you show me? Wang Ting asked. Well, I guess everyone would be curious about the carvings in the Great Hall the first time they heard about it, Round Ball replied with a smile. It waved a hand, and a screen appeared in the air again, displaying a few hundred paintings. Wang Ting's interest was piqued as he looked at them carefully. All the powerful races were carved in the paintings. There were humans, fairies, dwarves, orcs, three-eyed races, and many others. All the millions of races in the universe seemed to be recorded. There were even powerful universe behemoths, including the Great Qian Empire's Kunwu beast, the giant dragon of the Parker's family, and the devouring Nihility beast. Numerous divine weapons could also be seen. Swords, blades, battle axes, etc. They seemed to be the divine weapons of the respective races, weapons that only existed in legends. Some did exist while others were covered in mystery, having disappeared from history. Wang Ting was awestruck after he looked at the carvings. He couldn't calm down for a long time. He could feel the past of their civilizations and the immensity of the universe as he saw those carvings. The paintings were like a thick history book. After some time passed, Wang Ting took a deep breath and said, "The person who built this great hall has a purpose." Of course. Unfortunately, no one has managed to leave that place alive, Round Ball replied. Wang Ting shook his head and stopped arguing with Round Ball. His gaze finally landed on the two divine hammers displayed on the carvings. Chapter 1258 Reappearance of the Ancient Gods. The Fire God Hammer and the Lightning God Hammer. 2. He finally understood why he found them familiar. The Ancient Gods. Wang Ting muttered to himself. There was a special race carved in the walls, the Ancient Gods. Huh? You know about the Ancient Gods? Round Ball was surprised. Is it strange? Wang Ting asked. Of course. They disappeared millions of years ago. I wouldn't know about them without doing my research, the other replied emotionally. Oh, said a nonplussed Wang Ting. They were gone, he didn't see any of them when alive. However, he had indeed seen one of their corpses. Still, he didn't want to explain himself. Round Ball felt unhappy. What's with that response? It felt offended. How did you learn about the ancient gods? I saw one by coincidence, Wang Ting replied casually. TSK, you don't have to reply if you don't want to. The little one pouted and returned to the main topic. Which ones are you going to choose? These two. Wang Ting pointed at the last two hammers. The details on the two hammers could be appreciated in the carvings. Even their colors and outline were visible. It wouldn't be complicated to use them for visualizations. The only issue was, he didn't know how powerful they were. As far as they knew, they were but fictitious things of legend. None of them knew a thing about them. However, Wang Ting believed that the ancient god weapons would be anything but weak. That was why he decided to bet on it. Round Ball was stunned. It spoke at length, yet the fellow still chose the last two hammers. Why? It frowned and asked. No reason. I just want to choose them, Wang Ting replied, nonchalant. You? The little one was at a loss. Wang Ting wasn't being rash, but he did it with a light heart. Round Ball couldn't make heads or tails about it. Never mind, it's your choice. It doesn't matter to me. The little fellow disappeared the next instant, feeling it would go crazy if it kept arguing with the human. Wang Ting was confused, but he didn't dwell upon it. Once he chose the hammers, he disappeared from the virtual universe. Reality. He closed his eyes and the images from the pair of hammers popped up in his mind. He started outlining them using his spiritual power. The weapons had no mutual resemblance whatsoever. One was covered in flames, etched with occult crimson patterns all over. It looked mysterious. The flames formed a sharp tip at the bottom of the hammer, like a flame tongue when swung through the air. The other was surrounded by lightning, packed with complex, purple-colored patterns. It would release the power of lightning when swung, striking down from the sky. It was extraordinary. Wang Ting came up with names for them. One was the Fire God Hammer. The other was the Lightning God Hammer. The naming was convenient, easy to remember. Besides, it sounded impressive and classy. Perfect. It wasn't easy outlining the two hammers as their patterns were extremely complex. They weren't runes he knew. The rules of heaven and earth seemed to be embedded within. It sounded deep and profound, and it was. Wang Ting remained patient, slowly outlining the hammers based on his understanding. His theory was strong, so he could sense the power of fire and lightning on those patterns, even though he didn't know what they represented. Their might was similar to the power of origin. He was gradually able to emulate their auras as he drew the hammers with his understanding. Time passed slowly. 2 days passed. Round Ball appeared next to Wang Ting and frowned at him. It mumbled, "Did you fail? I told you not to choose those two hammers, but you went and did it anyway. Seriously? Come and read on our website Wuxia World site." Thanks, however, it didn't have the guts to say it out loud. Being an intelligent life form, it had a self-deprecating feeling. Why am I in this state? It felt inferior. Round Ball floated around Wang Ting twice, feeling worried. Then, it decided to sit in front of him and stare until it received a response. Swoosh! Just then, Wang Ting suddenly woke up. A pair of flashes appeared in his eyes, one red and one purple. The red light was scorching hot while the purple glow sparkled with electricity. The hammer's outlines could be seen within those glows. It was a little strange for them to appear in his eyes. However, Round Ball didn't think too much of it, and stared at Wang Ting in disbelief. "You did it!" Wang Ting was stunned, not expecting the little fellow to be right in front of him. The hammers in his eyes dispersed, and he nodded. "Yes, I just formed them through visualization. Indeed, they are special." "Shucks, you always surprise me," Round Ball exclaimed. Then it urged him, "Quick, tell me how special they are." "They're very powerful. They seem to contain the rules of heaven and earth. I can feel that they're more powerful than the first 6 hammers," said Wang Ting after contemplating for a moment. "Looks like the 2 hammers are exceptional." "You just confirmed the rumors," Round Ball said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, all the people doing research should thank me." Wang Ting laughed. "Unfortunately, these 2 hammers have never made an appearance." "It would be awesome if they did," Round Ball said. "Even if they do appear, it has nothing to do with us. There would be formidable martial warriors fighting for them." Wang Ting shook his head. "All right, I'm going to refine my spirit." "Okay." Round Ball nodded and disappeared. Wang Ting closed his eyes again. Both hammers floated in his consciousness. A special fluctuation flowed around them. He needed to replicate them. Based on Buddha Sutra's first level, he needed 100 hammers for the refining process. Since forming the first ones had been achieved, the only thing left to do was to copy and paste them, which was an easier process. He released his spiritual power and hammers started forming. They all came in pairs, one fire god hammer and one lightning god hammer. Time passed slowly. Finally, the 100 hammers were created, filling up his consciousness. It was a grand sight. No wonder it was necessary to have a powerful spirit to practice the Buddha's sutra. The 100 spiritual hammers had already used up much of his spiritual power. An ordinary person would have had a hard time recreating such a feat. Besides, they were powerful hammers. The stronger the spiritual hammer, the more spiritual power required. The 2 hammers visualized were the most powerful available. Only Wang Ting could make them. Furthermore, he still had an immense amount of spiritual power left after making all those hammers. It was all thanks to the spirit attributes he had accumulated over that period of time. Wang Ting controlled the hammers and used them to bash his spiritual body. Bang, bang, bang. Gasp! Wang Ting's face turned pale. He breathed in deeply. Pain, it was so painful. He almost screamed, even considering his willpower. Regret was surfacing at the moment. Why did he use the 100 hammers right then and there? I should have used one hammer to test first. He was reckless. Too late for regrets, though. He had already started hammering his spiritual body, so he had no choice but to continue. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds echoed continuously in Wang Ting's consciousness. His spiritual body slowly started to solidify. At the same time, the power of rules seeped into his mind, particularly of the origin of flame and the origin of lightning. They flowed down the patterns and merged into Wang Ting's consciousness with each hammer strike. Huh! Wang Ting noticed the power. He was shocked. This is the power of rules of the origin? The Fire God Hammer and the Lightning God Hammer are able to provide the power of rules to build the 9 treasures pagoda. If that's the case, let's add some oil to the flame. Wang Ting had a crazy idea. Chapter 1259, The Unique 9 Treasures Pagoda. Ideas started blooming in Wang Ting's heart after realizing that the Fire God Hammer and the Lightning God Hammer could stir up the power of rules. There was no description in the Buddha Sutra saying that the power of rules from the origins would appear during the cultivation of the 9 treasures pagoda. It could only mean that it came from the 2 visualized weapons. Those special hammers ignited the power of rules. Wang Ting's choice was the right call. The 2 hammers were indeed extraordinary. One was a fire element hammer, while the other harnessed the lightning element. By right, if there were external elemental forces present, the power of the hammers would increase. Coincidentally, Wang Ting had both of them. Divine Flame, Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning. However, activating them was dangerous. Everything was happening in Wang Ting's consciousness. In the likelihood of the weapons exploding, failing to withstand the power of the divine flames and the heaven-earth calamity lightning, it would cause irreparable damage to his mind space. Consciousness, an essential part to all living creatures. Once it collapsed, the person would die, unless the spirit was powerful enough to survive outside the body. Still, Wang Ting decided to take the risk. He was a little mad, but he was clear-headed. He made some preparations before activating his divine flames and the heaven-earth calamity lightning, relocating the 100 hammers into the devouring nihility beast space. The devouring nihility beast was an indomitable universal behemoth, with a consciousness many times stronger than Wang Ting's. It was also tougher. Normal powers couldn't destroy it. Thus, it was better to carry out such risky experiments within the beast's consciousness. The Devour Nihility Beast clone. Asterisk, you're so evil. An intense bitterness swirled around the creature's mind, floating right and left in front of Wang Ting. Don't be like that. Your consciousness is powerful. You'll be fine, Wang Ting said, the tone laced with guilt. Anyway, we're in this together. Let's not dwell on the details. The Devour Nihility Beast clone. He wasn't wrong. After a round of appeasing the other, Wang Ting got serious. He merged the divine flames into the fire god hammer. First was the emerald glazed flame. Good, it didn't explode. Next, the soul of 1,000 beasts flame. It remained intact. Third came the holy flame. Good, nothing happened. Wang Ting wiped some virtual sweat. Lastly, the dark flame. The fire god hammer became a little unstable. The 4 flames had been with Wang Ting for a long time, so they wouldn't rebel. Still, they acted out and became violent when instilled into the fire god hammer at the same time. Wang Ting's heart was racing furiously. Should I remove one divine flame? Fortunately, the fire god hammer didn't burst. It withstood the fluctuations of 4 divine flames. Puff! Wang Ting let out a massive sigh. At this moment, an eruption occurred. Boom! After the flames were infused, the ones surrounding the hammer were no longer illusory. They turned into real flames. Success! Wang Ting was elated. The hammer didn't collapse and became more powerful. This validated his previous guess. The power of rules flowing in from outside became faster when he wielded the fire god hammer. He was invigorated by the feeling. No longer hesitating, he took out his heaven-earth calamity lightning to instill the lightning god hammer. This time, the other weapon showed no signs of exploding. After all, there was only one kind of lightning power, and it was at the first rank. Once the step was made, the purple patterns on the lightning god hammer shimmered brightly. Lightning sparks started to course around the hammer. It looked divine. Wang Ting transferred the hammers into his own consciousness. Bang, bang, bang. Then, he bashed his spiritual body with the hammers. Dull thuds rang in his consciousness again. During the hammering process, the scorching heat produced by the fire god hammer invaded his spiritual body and refined it. The power on the lightning god hammer worked the same way. Tiny bolts of lightning crept into his spiritual body and purified it. The addition of lightning and flames caused the pain to increase. Even his real body started trembling. His face paled while showing a contorted expression. Large drops of sweat dripped down his forehead, drenching his shirt. Groans came out of his throat. There were blood traces at the corner of his lips. Again, Wang Ting didn't stop. He kept shouting in his heart. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks again. Again. The 100 hammers started plummeting down. Only their lingering shadows could be seen. Boom. The pain worsened as time passed and Wang Ting became numb. One could only tell that the suffering continued by looking at the twitching muscles on his face. A mysterious pagoda was slowly being constructed inside Wang Ting's consciousness. It gave off a faint golden glow. Although incomplete, an ancient and majestic aura could already be felt. It was profound, vast, and noble. Red, green, white, and black flames shot up and circled the pagoda, burning violently as if in the process of forging real gold. Purple bolts of lightning struck down from the top of his consciousness. Thunder roared as they struck the building. If someone were standing right in front of Wang Ting, they would be oblivious to the terrifying scenery inside his mind. Amid the magical scene, the mysterious pagoda continued to give off a faint golden glow. It was conspicuous and dazzling, nothing could hide its glamour. The golden glow intensified as the powers refined it. The result was visible, even with the glaring flames and the bolts of lightning. The construction became firmer, and was about to be completed. Wang Ting could finally see the pagoda's appearance. There were 9 levels in the pagoda and was a few hundred meters tall. The 100 hammers seemed to be minuscule before it. The structure was complex. Its pinnacle, eaves, and columns were filled with paintings of divine and mysterious animals. Those creatures were ferocious and scary, as big as giants. They seemed to be ready to leap out from the walls to worship the pagoda. A majestic and stern aura was spread. Wang Ting had never seen those beings, yet he felt that they looked similar to the ancient gods. They were enormous and muscular like giant statues. However, the creatures depicted on the pagoda were even more hideous and savage when compared to the ancient god. They were 2 different breeds. Boom, boom, boom. His entire consciousness was trembling. The 9 Treasures Pagoda was slowly forming with the help of the divine flames and the calamity lightning. Wisps of the power of rules were seeping in from the outside world, merging into the building and giving it an unpredictable strength. The addition of the Fire God Hammer and the Lightning God Hammer caused the 9 Treasures Pagoda to move in an unknown direction. The person who created the Buddha Sutra had never foreseen such a change. Time passed gradually. On the 3rd day at dawn, the pagoda inside Wang Ting's consciousness was finally completed. The 4 divine flames dispersed and the lightning above the pagoda started to calm down. Wang Ting's consciousness settled down again. The Nine Treasures Pagoda floated in his deep consciousness, giving off a gentle and dazzling golden glow. It was vibrant and eye-catching. If placed among a bunch of shining pagodas, people would still notice it first. Wang Ting was exhausted but happy. Success. He finally formed the Nine Treasures Pagoda. He observed the building carefully and noticed the faint presence of red, green, white, black, and purple occult patterns under the golden glow. Those were the colors of his divine flames and the calamity lightning. The patterns weren't obvious, being covered by the golden light. He wouldn't have noticed them if he didn't look carefully. There's no description about this in the Buddha's Sutra. Was this caused by the power of rules? Wang Ting wondered. He could feel the power of rules from the Nine Treasures Pagoda. This allowed it to have a stronger offensive power. If created with the normal process, it could be used to hit other spiritual bodies. However, since it had the power of rules from the origins, the power of flames and lightning could be constrained inside. This was amazing. What were spiritual bodies afraid of? Flames and lightning. Wang Ting's Nine Treasures Pagoda was sturdy, and also possessed the power of flames and lightning. It was a great spiritual weapon. Its defensive ability had also increased. If anyone wanted to destroy the pagoda, they would first have to break the defenses established with flames and lightning. This gave him 2 additional shields. Wang Ting was overjoyed. He let out a sigh. The gains were better than expected. Next, he just needed to continue refining the Nine Treasures Pagoda and make it stronger. The more powerful his spiritual power, the stronger the pagoda would be. Right then, the devouring Nihility Beast clone appeared in Wang Ting's consciousness and sized up the Nine Treasures Pagoda with interest. Wang Ting, make a pagoda for me too. Oh right, I should do that. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He nodded and laughed. That way I'll have 2 pagodas. Ha! The devouring Nihility Beast clone smiled. Wang Ting wanted to forge another pagoda right away, but he recalled it was the day he would take over as regiment commander of the Tiger Strike Force. Hence, he had to put the matter on hold. Right when he was about to leave his consciousness, he noticed that something was amiss. The 2 hammers are still here. Wang Ting stared in surprise at the Lightning God Hammer and the Fire God Hammer. The other 98 hammers had dispersed, but those 2 remained. Wang Ting could tell that they were the first 2 hammers he had created. What is going on? Chapter 1260 Even the dog swaggers when its master wins favor. According to the Buddha's Sutra, visualized objects could dissipate and materialize at any time. Wang Ting dissipated the Fire God Hammer and Lightning God Hammer after creating the pagoda. After all, visualized objects consumed spiritual power. But then he realized that the 2 hammers were still there. This didn't seem right. Did the hammers have self-awareness? The 2 hammers were floating next to the Nine Treasures Pagoda, looking small in comparison, which is why he didn't notice them at first. He stretched out his hands, and the 2 hammers flew to land on his palms obediently. He then tried to sense them. There's no consciousness, but they contain the contract origin. Wang Ting had a weird expression, as if having discovered the reason why the 2 hammers had stayed behind. They appeared to be similar to the Nine Treasures Pagoda. Does this count as buy 1 get 2 free? It doesn't matter. It's a good thing anyway. Wang Ting shook his head. The 2 hammers seemed good for bashing people. Apart from that, he couldn't think of any other uses for the time being. He stopped thinking about it and planned to study them at his own pace later. Reality. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. His complexion was a little pale, and he felt that his facial muscles were a bit stiff as he rubbed them with his hand. The Buddha's Sutra is meant for people to cultivate. It's too painful. Wang Ting muttered, My face is not paralyzed, is it? He hurriedly got off the bed and entered the bathroom. He then saw himself in the mirror and flashed a wry smile. It looked like his face was indeed paralyzed. For something to make him look like this meant that the cultivation process was really painful. Round Ball appeared beside him and circled around him. It then gloated, "Yo, zombie! Get lost!" Wang Ting rolled his eyes. He quickly used the light force in his body to circulate around his face. His facial muscles softened quickly after that treatment. Boring, it's good to change your style once in a while. Round Ball curled its lips. Why don't you change yours, then? Wang Ting ignored him and went to the bathroom to wash up after taking off his clothes. He was drenched in sweat. He couldn't just go out and meet people without cleaning himself up first. Once done, he walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. Your adjutant brought a uniform for you. I asked her to put it by the door, Round Ball said. Wang Ting was drying his hair as he said in surprise, She brought it for me? Hee, she takes good care of you. Round Ball winked at Wang Ting. Shoo! Wang Ting rolled his eyes and opened the door. There was a silver box waiting for him. It was different from the supply box he previously collected. There was a majestic and ferocious tiger logo printed on it. It was like a real tiger about to pounce on him. Wang Ting raised his eyebrow and took the box inside. He opened it and saw his official attire and other things within. He took out the uniform and unfolded it with a slight shake. Wang Ting saw a tiger head logo embroidered on the uniform's chest area. It was black, but the eyes were in a red color, which was exactly the same as the logo on the box. This should be the strike force's symbol. Wang Ting smiled and wiped his body dry before donning it. The garment was a good fit to his tall and straight body. There was a fierce aura emanating from his body, however, it quickly disappeared. Wang Ting had contained it all. Aside from the uniform, there were healing pills, energy stones, and other items in the box. All of them were several levels higher than the previous ones. However, it didn't make a difference for him. He was wealthy. That was how confident he was. Once ready, Wang Ting informed Peggy and the others before he left the room. Peggy and the others had been waiting for a long time. Wang Ting had told them he would make them a part of the Tiger Strike Force. They were excited, really looking forward to it. They would be part of a renowned division. Many people had tried their best to get in but failed. Now, such an amazing opportunity had come their way thanks to Wang Ting. Entering the Tiger Strike Force came with a rise of status. They would receive more resources because of it. At least twice as much. That was common knowledge, and the reason why many people wanted to be a member. Soon, Wang Ting met Peggy and the others in the field. Looks like everyone is happy. Wang Ting smiled. Boss, don't make fun of us. Entering the Tiger Strike Force is a dream come true for us, Arwen said with embarrassment. Peggy looked at Wang Ting and said with gratitude, This is all thanks to you, Major Wang Ting. Even someone like her would be unable to curb her excitement. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, if that's the case, let's hurry. Looks like you can't wait any longer. Wang Ting laughed. That group of subordinates had helped him a lot in the past. He didn't mind supporting them. Everyone then walked toward the place where the Tiger Strike Force was. All the squads of the main base were stationed on the periphery. Once war broke out and endangered the main base, they would act as the first line of defense. The Tiger Strike Force was stationed to the west of the main base. Wang Ting and the others drew many eyes as they made their way over. That's Major Wang Ting. They are going to the Tiger Strike Force, right? They should be. The Tiger Strike Force is over there, but why are there so many of them? It goes without saying that Major Wang Ting is taking his subordinates along. Why else would he do that? No way. They are so lucky to join. Everyone was discussing, trying to guess Wang Ting's thought. There was envy on their faces. Even a dog swaggers when its master wins favor. They were green with envy. They didn't have the luck to join Wang Ting's squad earlier. However, they only felt envious for a while. They knew they had no chance. No one could have predicted that a newcomer like Wang Ting would become Tiger Strike Force commander. No one thought that joining Wang Ting would be a good thing. A while later, Wang Ting got to the place where the Tiger Strike Force was stationed. The first thing he noticed was a flag fluttering in the wind. The flag had the now familiar tiger head logo. Peggy and the others looked at the tiger head symbol in awe, especially when they felt its overwhelming presence. They were inspired by it and fell silent. 5 celestial stage martial warriors were standing guard at the door. They frowned when they saw Wang Ting and the others. Why are there so many people here? One of them walked over and was about to chase them away when he suddenly noticed Wang Ting's uniform. His expression changed right after. "Are you the new commander?" The martial warrior saluted and asked respectfully. Wang Ting nodded. The martial warrior quickly saluted again and shouted loudly, "Greetings, Commander!" Captain Sun Juanda from Tiger Strike Force's Team 13-inch. Wang Ting felt helpless. He could only return the salute. "Commander, everyone is waiting for you at the field," Sun Juanda said. "Take me there." Wang Ting nodded. "They are?" asked Sun Juanda in a hesitant tone as he was about to lead the way, all while looking at Peggy and the others. "They are my subordinates." Wang Ting didn't say much, merely stating the fact and moving forward. Sun Juanda hesitated to speak, but he could only sigh from the bottom of his heart. He could tell what the new commander was trying to do. However, such a move was somewhat against the rules, and the other deputy commanders wouldn't agree to it. Still, he was but a small captain and couldn't speak his mind. He didn't know this commander well yet. It wouldn't be good if he left a bad impression. A new chief would bring in new aides. Going forward, the new commander would have the highest rank in their force. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Sun Juanda could only keep his mouth shut and lead the way obediently. There was a small field at the Tiger Strike Force's camp. 5,000 people waited there, while 5 deputy regimental commanders stood in front as they talked about something. "Huochia, I heard you got beaten up badly by the new commander. Is he that strong?" a burly man asked. Huochia's face turned black instantly. The bastard was rubbing salt on his wounds. He could feel the back of his head hurt when he recalled the scene from 3 days prior. That wasn't all. He was humiliated. A 7th-level martial warrior at the Cosmos stage like him was beaten to a pulp by a Celestial stage martial warrior. It was a source of great shame and a dark chapter in the story of his life. Now, he felt that everyone was talking about him wherever he went. It was extremely uncomfortable. His resentment toward Wang Ting was deep. The humiliation grew after his comrades brought up the subject. He glared at them and snorted coldly. "You can give it a try if you're curious. He am not a fool. I'd be a walk-in apart for him if he was able to defeat you." There was a glimmer in the burly man's eyes as he spoke on the sly. "Don't be a coward, Wei Tong. You're boosting other people's morale and destroying your own courage," said another martial warrior with red scales on his face and fiery red hair. A middle-aged man who was resting his eyes cautioned, "Marley, I know you're not convinced. You must have been upset when the commander recommended Huochia and not you. You must be furious since Huochia lost and an inexperienced fellow took the commander position. I have to warn you though, don't mess around." "That's right. He's our official commander already. It'll be useless, even if you're unconvinced." Wei Tong pouted. "You don't have to worry about me. I know what I'm doing," Marley said calmly. "He's here," said a female warrior, who was the first to notice the group of people coming from afar. She wasn't taking part in the conversation. Wei Tong and the others quickly shut their mouths and looked into the distance. A group of people led by a young man walked over. He was wearing the commander's garb with a calm expression. That face of his was too young. "You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.